Chapter 2574. Earlier, when the silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, laughed, Duan Ling Tian's gaze instantly shifted to the edge of the pool. He wanted to see who the person who laughed was. Unfortunately, even with his full attention, he could only catch a glimpse of Feng Qing's afterimage before he appeared. After witnessing Feng Qing's speed, Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. Feng Qing's strength was not simple at all. If his strength was simple, how could he be so fast? After all, Duan Ling Tian was no longer an eminent celestial in the mundane realm. He had ascended to a Devata realm and became a heavenly celestial in the celestial ascension pool. His cultivation base and strength were much stronger than when he was in the mundane realms. Naturally, his standards had improved as well. Feng Qing's speed is comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian knew Feng Qing's speed was comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Feng Qing's speed was comparable to an ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, it did not mean Feng Qing's cultivation base was at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. Bodiless celestials in the mundane realm did not have a physical body and relied on their souls to survive. For this reason, they could not cast any divine abilities or celestial methods from Devata realms. On the other hand, celestials in the Devata realms did not have such restrictions. For this reason, those who possessed speed comparable to ordinary nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realm might not necessarily be at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. Some of them might be slightly weaker. However, for someone who was as fast as a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms, even if their cultivation base was not at the peak of the heavenly celestial realm, they were not someone who had just ascended to the Devata realms could compare to. Although Wang Wei did not display his strength, Duan Ling Tian was certain Feng Qing's opponent was Feng Qing. Based on the confrontation between Feng Qing and Wang Wei, Duan Ling Tian could tell Feng Qing's strength was comparable to Wang Wei's. Feng Qing was certain Feng Qing and Wang Wei's strength was on par with each other. In other words, he was certain Wang Wei was as strong as Feng Qing. When Duan Ling Tian saw the young man in embroidered robes fly out of the immortal ascension pool and appear in front of Wang Wei, he vaguely realized that the young man in embroidered robes was about to suffer. As Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed, Wang Wei attacked with lightning speed. Bang! His palm struck out mercilessly. It destroyed the celestial origin energy that the young man in embroidered robes had just put up. Then, it landed on the young man's shoulder. Crack! Ah! A crisp and ear-piercing sound, accompanied by an incomparably shrill scream, rang out. Under the gazes of everyone present, one of the arm of the young man in embroidered clothes was directly torn off by Wang Wei's palm strike. Moreover, it brought about an expanse of blood in the air that continued to dye the ground, dazzling and dazzling. The severed arm also fell into the blood on the ground, splashing blood everywhere. Just as the pale-faced young man in embroidered robes was about to stop the bleeding from his severed shoulder, the young man in embroidered robes suddenly stopped the bleeding. Boom! Wang Wei waved his hand, and a vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his hand toward the severed arm of the young man in embroidered robes. It was clear Wang Wei intended to destroy the arm of the young man in embroidered robes. If the young man in embroidered robes could pick up the severed arm, he would be able to reattach it for a short time. After that, he would be able to recover after some rest. However, once the arm was destroyed, it would be impossible to reattach it. Although there were some medicinal pills in the Devata realms that could regrow severed limbs, they were extremely rare and expensive. Not everyone could obtain them. No. Wang Wei ignored the young man in embroidered robes and continued to destroy the severed arm of the young man in embroidered robes. You! How dare you destroy my right arm? Just you wait. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. I won't let you get away with this. The young man in embroidered robes' face turned even paler when he saw his severed arm being destroyed. However, his eyes were wide open and filled with blood and hatred. He stared at Wang Wei and let out waves of hysterical roars. It was as though he wanted to tear Wang Wei into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. You won't let me get away with this? Wang Wei smiled coldly when he heard the brocade-clad young man's words. He raised his hand again and slammed it down like a fan, pressing the brocade-clad young man down in front of him like a dead dog. Bang! Wang Wei raised his foot and stepped on the head of the young man in embroidered robes as he looked down at the young man. I'm curious. How can you not let me get away with this? This is no longer the mundane realm you came from. This is the Devata realm. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon or a tiger in the mundane realm, you're nothing but an ant in the Devata realm. Anyone can step on you. If it weren't for the rule that forbids us from killing those who have just ascended, you'd be dead by now. Wang Wei's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. I'm a direct disciple of the palace master of the Great Will Palace. The Great Will Palace, which I belong to, is a famous and powerful force even in the blazing fire heaven. Since you destroyed my arm, I'll make sure you die a graveless death when I return to the Great Will Palace. The young man in embroidered robes who was being stepped on by Wang Wei shouted angrily. The Great Will Palace was the force that the young man in embroidered robes belonged to when he was in the mundane realm. The Great Will Palace's influence was not limited to the mundane realms. Even in the Devata realm, the blazing fire heaven, the Great Will Palace was a powerful force. Great Will Palace? Wang Wei was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then, he sneered indifferently and said, I'm sorry, I've never heard of the Great Will Palace you mentioned. As for the blazing fire heaven, it must be the blazing fire heaven in the Devata realm, right? Unfortunately, you're not in the blazing fire heaven. We're in the spirit overarching heaven. The sneer on Wang Wei's face deepened as he continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, the Great Will Palace you mentioned must be a force in the blazing fire heaven. Unfortunately, you're not in the blazing fire heaven but the spirit overarching heaven. For someone who has just ascended to a Devata realm, going to the blazing fire heaven from the spirit overarching heaven is more difficult than ascending to heaven. So what if the force you're in is a powerful force in the blazing fire heaven? You won't be able to borrow its power in the spirit overarching heaven. As he finished speaking, Wang Wei squatted down and gave the absent-minded young man in embroidered clothes 2 slaps on the face. The sound of the slaps was exceptionally clear. Boy, you better behave yourself in the spirit overarching heaven. If you dare to provoke me again, even if I can't kill you, I don't mind crippling one of your legs. Wang Wei looked at the young man disdainfully before he retracted his leg. However, the brocade-robed young man did not immediately regain his senses and stood up. He continued to lie there with a blank look in his eyes. It was as if he did not feel anything even after being slapped twice. He kept muttering to himself, "Young master, you're too young." He muttered to himself, "How's this possible? How's this possible? The mundane realm I'm in is the blazing fire heaven. How can this not be the blazing fire heaven?" The young man seemed to be in disbelief when he heard the young man's muttering. The Devata realm he was in was not the blazing fire heaven. At this moment, the young man seemed more like a lunatic than a heavenly celestial who had just become a heavenly celestial. This is the spirit overarching heaven? How's this possible? How can this not be the jade praying heaven? The eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms I'm from would usually ascend to the dream return heaven. Why would I ascend to the spirit overarching heaven? Can someone tell me what's going on? Duan Ling Tian could hear a deafening commotion in the air. Those who had successfully become heavenly celestials in the celestial ascension pool had lost their composure when they heard Wang Wei say this was the spirit overarching heaven. They could not accept this cruel reality. This is the spirit overarching heaven? I ascended from Yanhuang realm. Shouldn't I ascend to the Jade Emperor heaven? At this moment, the group of ascenders in the surroundings was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Whether it was Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, or Xian Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch mansion, both of them had told him before. Eminent celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who ascended from Yanhuang realm would usually ascend to one of the 81 Devata realms, the Jade Emperor heaven, since it was the closest to Yanhuang realm. However, after listening to Wang Wei's words, Duan Lingtian learned that he was not in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Currently, he was not in the Jade Emperor Heaven but a Devata realm called the Spirit Overarching Heaven. How's this possible? Duan Lingtian's eyes followed the gazes of the other ascenders and landed on Wang Wei, who was standing at the edge of the pool. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They did not know why they did not ascend to the Devata realm they had expected. Instead, they were sent to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, a Devata realm that was completely foreign to them. A year ago, there was an upheaval in the colossal world that occurs only once in 10,000 years. Wang Wei glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly as though he did not care to answer their questions. At this moment, the silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, began to explain. During the upheaval in the colossal world, there's only a small chance of ascending to the Devata realm that's adjacent to the mundane realm. The upheaval in the Great Thousand World only occurs once every 10,000 years. However, once it occurs, it will last for 1,000 years. Chapter 2575. After listening to Feng Qing's explanation, the group of ascenders, including Duan Lingtian, finally understood what was going on. So that's how it is. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, all of this was related to the turmoil in the colossal world. Duan Lingtian had heard about the colossal world from Huolao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. The colossal world was the name of the 81 Devata realms, the countless mundane realms, and some other realms. In short, it was the colossal world. The colossal world encompassed all the realms in the world. I see. The turmoil in the colossal world. I didn't know that our luck would be so good that we would run into the turbulence of a sector that only has a 1 in 10 chance of happening. The most ridiculous thing is the turmoil in the colossal world only began a year ago. If I had ascended a year ago, I definitely wouldn't have ascended to this Spirit Overarching Heaven that is completely unfamiliar to me. Initially, I thought I'd be able to join my sect after ascending to a Devata realm. I didn't expect I wouldn't ascend to the Devata realm my sect is in. After listening to Feng Qing's explanation, the group of ascenders in the celestial ascension pool finally understood the reason they had ascended to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. As it turned out, it was due to the turmoil in the colossal world that occurred once every 10,000 years. We can't go against the will of the heavens. That's right. Isn't it our fate that we're here as well? Although it's an accident that we ascended to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, let's take it one step at a time. Who knows when we'll be able to leave the Spirit Overarching Heaven and head to the Devata realm we want to go to? That's easy for you to say. Didn't you hear Wang Wei say it's harder for us to leave the Spirit Overarching Heaven to head to the Devata realm? Although there were some optimistic people among the group of ascenders in the celestial ascension pool, most of them were pessimistic. The former was calm while the latter was disappointed. Silence. All of a sudden, an explosive shout rang out, suppressing the clamor of the group of ascenders. It was the robust young man in silver armor, Wang Wei, and his cold and indifferent gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others. My name is Wang Wei. I'm the guide for all of you who have just ascended to the Spirit Overarching Heaven and have become heavenly celestials. Now, all of you, leave the celestial ascension pool immediately and follow me to report to the camp. Guide? Camp? Report for duty? Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the group of ascenders, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but be stunned. Although they had ascended to the Devata realms, they did not know that the Devata realms were filled with people. After they ascended to the Devata realms, who would guide them to the camps? In the mundane realms, they were all blessed by the heavens and were used to being carefree. And now, listening to Wang Wei's words, it seemed that he wanted to bring them to report to some camp. An ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Lord Wang Wei, what do you mean by reporting to the camp? Soon after, a middle-aged man who had just ascended asked Wang Wei anxiously. Cut the crap. However, Wang Wei merely glanced at the middle-aged ascender coldly when he asked the question. Then, he looked at the group of ascendants who had become heavenly celestials, including Duan Lingtian, and said sternly, I'll give you 3 breaths. If you're still in the celestial ascension pool after 3 breaths, this fellow will be your role model. Wang Wei said sternly as he pointed at the young man who had just stood up. His face was pale, but he no longer dared to shout in front of Wang Wei. Although the young man still hated Wang Wei, he was not afraid of Wang Wei. However, after witnessing Wang Wei's strength and learning that he was in an unfamiliar Devata realm, he no longer dared to challenge Wang Wei like he did before. He silently buried his hatred for Wang Wei in the depths of his heart. He planned to seek revenge from Wang Wei in the future when he was stronger than Wang Wei. Swoosh. 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 Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the group of ascenders around Duan Lingtian turned to look at the young man. In the next moment. Swoosh. 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 In just a breath's time, the group of ascenders who had become heavenly celestials around Duan Lingtian had left the celestial ascension pool. They stood obediently and quietly beside Wang Wei, like a group of docile cats. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the celestial ascension pool. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian was the only one left who had become a heavenly celestial. As for the people around Duan Lingtian, they had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and were not heavenly celestials yet. The reason Duan Lingtian did not leave the celestial ascension pool was because he remembered his uncle, Wuxia Xianxia, had told him about the great Xia king. He remembered Xia Jia, Ker's third uncle from the divine offering land, had told him not to leave the celestial ascension pool so he could temper his 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool. Duan Lingtian believed Xia Jia would not speak without thinking. For this reason, he did not plan to leave the celestial ascension pool since he would not be able to enter it again. Someone's not coming out. Soon after, a few of the ascenders standing next to Wang Wei turned to look at Duan Lingtian and exclaimed in unison, "Brother Lingtian." They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. They did not expect someone would dare to defy Wang Wei and refuse to leave the celestial ascension pool. Could it be that he wasn't afraid that Wang Wei would cripple him and then humiliate him by trampling him on the ground? After all, they had already learned their lesson. Maybe he's distracted. One of the ascenders who had looked at Duan Lingtian speculated. Upon hearing this, the other ascenders and Wang Wei turned to look at Duan Lingtian in the celestial ascension pool in unison. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the celestial ascension pool among the ascenders who had yet to become heavenly celestials. He stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. "Brat. You have one more breath left." Wang Wei did not expect Duan Lingtian would still be in the celestial ascension pool at this moment. His expression darkened immediately. "If you still don't come out after one more breath, I'll cripple one of your arms and legs. Then, I'll step on you and ruin your pretty face with the sole of my shoe." A hint of jealousy flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian's handsome face that could mesmerize thousands of girls. After all, compared to Duan Lingtian, Wang Wei's appearance was extremely ordinary. As a celestial from the Devata realms, it was possible to disguise one's face to look better. However, not many people would do that. After all, it would be easy for others to see through their disguises and make fun of them. For this reason, most people chose to maintain their original appearances. Duan Lingtian had planned to negotiate with Wang Wei when he saw Wang Wei looking at him. He wanted to say he had something to attend to and could not leave the celestial ascension pool for the time being. However, when he heard Wang Wei's words, his face instantly darkened. "If it weren't for the fact that I've left the celestial ascension pool and can't return, I would have left the celestial ascension pool immediately. I want to see how you're going to cripple one of my arms and legs, trample on me, and ruin my face," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as he looked at Wang Wei coldly. When Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Wei couldn't help but be stunned. Even the other silver-armored young man, Feng Qing, was stunned. He stared at Duan Lingtian who was in the celestial ascension pool. Feng Qing could not figure it out. How could this newly ascended heavenly celestial be so arrogant after witnessing Wang Wei's strength? Was he not afraid of death? The celestial ascension pool was specially used by eminent celestials to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. As for the celestial ascension pool used by 9 tribulation bodiless celestials to reconstruct their bodies and become golden celestials, it was somewhere else. Therefore, he was certain that the purple-clad young man in the celestial ascension pool was someone who had just ascended to become a heavenly celestial, not a golden celestial. Wang Wei and Feng Qing were not the only ones who were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Even the group of ascended cultivators standing next to Wang Wei were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It took them a while before they regained their senses. Is he crazy? Some of the ascended cultivators who regained their senses looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. It's one thing if he didn't know Lord Wang Wei's strength earlier, but now that he's seen Lord Wang Wei's strength, he dares to provoke Lord Wang Wei. Is he seeking death? He's still so impulsive even after learning from Duan Lingtian's mistake. He's seeking death. Does he think he's still in the mundane realm? The group of ascended cultivators could not help but shake their heads as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave. Kid, it's been 3 breaths' time. At this moment, Wang Wei finally regained his senses. He glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as flames of fury burned in his eyes. Now, I'll wait for you to come out. I don't believe you'll be able to stay in there forever. After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qing and said, Feng Qing, let's switch shifts for now. You'll lead this batch of ascended cultivators to the camp first. I'll lead the next batch of ascended cultivators you're supposed to lead. You don't have to wait any longer. You can go back and cultivate immediately. Both Wang Wei and Feng Qing were in charge of leading the celestial ascension pool. Wang Wei was in charge of leading Duan Lingtian and the other ascended cultivators. Meanwhile, Feng Qing was in charge of leading the next batch of ascended cultivators. Chapter 2576. Ha. Thank you. Feng Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Wei's words. After all, he and Wang Wei had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a few thousand years ago. Since they had no background or backing, they were still at the bottom of the spirit overarching heaven. Although he was better now, he could only show off his superiority in front of those who had just ascended and those who had just ascended not long ago. In the spirit overarching heaven, if one did not have a strong background or backing, one could only rely on oneself to change one's fate. Whether it was in the spirit overarching heaven or other Devata realms, one's strength spoke louder than words. The weak were like ants in front of the strong. Under such circumstances, they would try their best to make use of the time available to cultivate in order to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Because only by further improving their strength would their status in the spirit overarching heaven be correspondingly improved, and they would be able to look down on more people. They would not only be able to look down on those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, but also on those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. As for you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Wang Wei wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask me to switch shifts. After thanking Wang Wei, Feng Qing glanced at Duan Lingtian with a faint smile on his face. Then, he led the group of people who had just left the celestial ascension pool and surrounded Wang Wei away. After Feng Qing and the others left, apart from those who had yet to become heavenly celestials, Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei were the only ones left in the celestial ascension pool that was as big as a football field. Since you want to wait, you can wait as long as you want. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Wang Wei, who was glaring at him with anger in his eyes. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the anger in Wang Wei's eyes and closed his eyes to feel the gentle energy in the celestial ascension pool. It was a power that was similar to celestial elemental energy, but it was also very different from celestial elemental energy. When it touched his body, it gave him a very warm feeling. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Since third uncle reminded me not to be in a hurry to leave the celestial ascension pool after I ascend to the Devata realms, I'm sure it'll be beneficial to me. He had only met Xianxia once, so they couldn't be considered acquaintances. However, based on the fact that Xianxia was the third uncle of his wife, and the fact that Xianxia had saved his life before, he did not doubt Xianxia's words at all. But, how should I temper the heavenly vein? Could it be that I have to absorb the energy from the celestial ascension pool and merge it with my body? Then, it will circulate through my 99 heavenly veins while tempering them? Duan Lingtian immediately relaxed his body and mind, absorbing the gentle energy from the celestial ascension pool into his body and circulating it through his 99 heavenly veins. Although Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down, he did not notice the energy from the celestial ascension pool had a tempering effect on his 99 heavenly veins. He continued for half an hour, but there was still no effect. What's going on? Why is there no effect at all? Is third uncle trying to trick me? An hour later, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes in bewilderment. At this moment, the group of people around Duan Lingtian had not become heavenly celestials, so they had regained their consciousness as well. Only Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei, the silver-armored young man standing next to the celestial ascension pool, were conscious. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw Wang Wei glaring at him coldly. It was as though he wanted to tear him into pieces. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wang Wei indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he focused on the 99 saint veins in his body. There's no reason for third uncle to lie to me. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Right. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. I think I can try using the divine ability, the elementary devouring spell, to devour the energy in the celestial ascension pool. After casting the elementary devouring tactic, the speed at which I absorb the energy in the celestial ascension pool will reach a terrifying level. Perhaps, the energy in the celestial ascension pool will have a tempering effect on the 99 saint veins in my body. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. A black vortex appeared and merged with his body. However, due to the white mist surrounding the immortal ascension pool, Wang Wei, who was standing beside the immortal ascension pool, did not notice anything amiss. However, Wang Wei soon couldn't help but frown. Because he clearly saw, the white mist in the immortal ascension pool where the purple-robed ascender that he hated to the bone was standing shook. Then, it actually twisted and spun, almost completely concealing the purple-robed ascender's figure. What's he doing? Wang Wei's expression darkened. However, he could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was doing. He felt even more frustrated. It's really effective. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had cast the elementary devouring tactic, quickly discovered that the energy in the celestial ascension pool was being sucked into the immortal ascension pool. The energy in the celestial ascension pool that he had absorbed through the elementary devouring tactic was running amok in his 99 heavenly veins. It was completely out of his control, causing the 99 heavenly veins in his body to be greatly pressured. Under such pressure, the 99 heavenly veins continued to be damaged and healed. In this manner, it continued to circulate. During this process, Duan Lingtian also experienced a heart-wrenching pain. Every time one of his heavenly veins was torn, it was as though a knife was scraping his internal organs. He could only endure the pain silently. However, as the heavenly veins continued to be damaged and healed, they became even more tenacious. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's actions were effective. The 99 heavenly veins in his body continued to transform under his relentless tempering. With the passage of time, a great transformation similar to that of a phoenix's nirvana had taken place. Duan Lingtian was so engrossed in tempering his 99 heavenly veins that he did not notice. Around him, as time passed, batch after batch of ascenders appeared. Naturally, these ascenders had just ascended and had not become heavenly celestials. Therefore, they were in a comatose state as well. That was not all. Even the group of people who had ascended after Duan Lingtian, who should have become heavenly celestials in the spirit overarching heaven, did not show any signs of waking up. At some point, Wang Wei was no longer the only person dressed in silver armor at the edge of the celestial ascension pool. There were 3 people dressed in silver armor standing next to Wang Wei. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were young men. At this moment, the 3 of them were looking at the people in the celestial ascension pool in confusion. What's going on? Usually, at this time, there should be 3 batches of ascenders who had successfully become heavenly celestials and woke up. However, none of them showed any signs of becoming heavenly celestials or waking up at this time. Wang Wei. Just who is this ascender that's still in the midst of the swirling white fog? Who is he? I have a feeling that the reason why the 3 groups of ascenders who should have become heavenly immortals and awakened didn't wake up has something to do with him. The gazes of the middle-aged man in silver armor and the other 2 young men in silver armor fell on Wang Wei, who was beside them. Waves of confusion rose in their eyes simultaneously. They had been here for a while, so they knew why Wang Wei was still in the celestial ascension pool. You're thinking too much. How could someone who has just ascended be able to affect other ascenders' chances of becoming heavenly celestials? Wang Wei looked at the faintly discernible purple figure that was surrounded by the constantly rotating white fog with a look of contempt on his face. That's true. However, who can explain what's going on? I have a feeling this isn't a coincidence. It's a pity we can't use our divine consciousness to check the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, we can use our divine consciousness to check if this is the doing of this purple-clad ascender. The middle-aged man and the 2 young men in silver armor frowned when they heard Wang Wei's words. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was going on outside. He was unaware that he had used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the energy in the celestial ascension pool and affect the ascender's chances of becoming heavenly celestials. Although the energy in the celestial ascension pool was constantly being nurtured, every time it was nurtured, it would be completely absorbed by him. Under such circumstances, the group of ascenders around him would not even be able to obtain a single strand of hair. Until Duan Lingtian discovered, the 99 heavenly veins in his body were no longer damaged. He opened his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on his face. My 99 heavenly veins are no longer the same as when I first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his heavenly veins. Not only had the heavenly vein in his body become tougher, but it had also widened significantly. If the original saint veins in his body were as thick as a small snake's body, then each saint vein in his body was as thick as a python's body. They couldn't be compared at all. Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised by the transformation of his 99 heavenly veins. He stopped using the elementary devouring technique, and the white fog that enveloped him gradually dissipated, revealing his figure. Chapter 2577. There are so many people. Before Duan Lingtian could figure out who was staring at him, he was shocked to find out that there were so many people in the ascension pool. Currently, he was surrounded by a group of people in the celestial ascension pool. The entire celestial ascension pool was filled with people. Why are there so many ascenders gathered here? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded as he looked at the group of people who had yet to become heavenly celestials and had yet to regain their senses. Right now, he still hadn't realized, the reason these ascenders had yet to become heavenly celestials was due to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had cast earlier. It was similar to plundering the energy they needed to become heavenly celestials. Wang Wei. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. The few sharp gazes that landed on him came from the edge of the celestial ascension pool. One of the gazes came from Wang Wei. At this moment, there were 7 people standing next to Wang Wei. There were 3 young men, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 old men. These 7 people were wearing armor similar to the silver armor on Wang Wei's body. It was obvious they were on the same side as Wang Wei. Brat, are you the one who caused these ascenders to fail to become heavenly celestials? A questioning voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he looked at Wang Wei. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Wang Wei and looked at an old man in silver armor standing near Wang Wei. The old man was the one who had questioned Duan Lingtian earlier. They failed to become heavenly celestials. When Duan Lingtian heard the old man's words and saw the other 6 men in silver armor standing next to Wang Wei, he vaguely realized something. Logically speaking, a person in silver armor would appear here every once in a while, and he would lead a group of ascenders away. Just like when I first woke up, Wang Wei was the only one here. When all the ascenders in the same batch as me woke up, Feng Qin came to take over Wang Wei's position. He was waiting for Wang Wei to bring us away before bringing the next batch of ascenders away. But now, apart from Wang Wei, there are 7 more people wearing silver armor. Also, the number of people in the Celestial Ascension pool right now. Based on the number of people who ascended with me, it's at least 8 times more than the number of people who ascended with me back then. Could it be that these people are stuck in the Celestial Ascension pool because I used the elementary devouring tactic to devour the energy in the Celestial Ascension pool? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized what was going on. If that was the case, it was no wonder that the silver-armored old man would question him and ask him if he was the one who had caused this group of ascenders to fail to become heavenly immortals. I just followed Third Uncle's advice to temper the saint veins in my body. I didn't expect so many people would end up in the Celestial Ascension pool. After faintly realizing what was going on, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Bang! At the same time, he exerted force in his legs and kicked the bottom of the immortal pond. Then, he leaped into the air like a giant peng bird. He landed outside the immortal pond and left it. I'm sorry, after leaving the Celestial Ascension pool, Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at the group of ascenders who were still standing in the Celestial Ascension pool with an apologetic smile on his face. After leaving the Celestial Ascension pool, Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at the group of ascenders who were still in the Celestial Ascension pool. Brat, how dare you ignore me? The old man who had questioned Duan Ling Tian was furious when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him. His eyes were burning with anger. You're finally out. At the same time, an excited voice rang in the air. When Wang Wei discovered Duan Ling Tian had left the Celestial Ascension pool, an excited expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he made a move and charged toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Whoosh! Wang Wei's figure shot out like a cannonball as he charged towards Duan Ling Tian. Brat, I've already said that once you come out, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs before I stomp on your face. Wang Wei's voice, which was filled with ruthlessness, was timely emitted when his body moved. At this moment, the old man who was looking at Duan Ling Tian with fire in his eyes earlier looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gloating expression on his face. As for the other 6 people, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian, who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, was destined to suffer for offending Wang Wei. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses as soon as Wang Wei made his move. As soon as Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Wang Wei had already made his move. His speed was not inferior to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could tell Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Wang Wei did not cast any celestial methods or divine abilities. In other words, without casting any celestial methods or divine abilities, Wang Wei's strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm. Cripple one of my arms and one of my legs? Stomp on my face? As soon as Wang Wei's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. His face turned cold, and his body emitted a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. We'll have to see if you're capable of doing that. Duan Ling Tian smirked as Wang Wei approached him. Then, he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, without any hesitation. A black whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. At the same time, a powerful devouring force surged out of the whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, it devoured a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings of the Celestial Ascension pool. However, it did not devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. The reason it did not devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was because Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was not high, and the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was much denser than in the mundane realms. Although it did not devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy still rose at an extremely fast speed. Although it was only a temporary increase, it gave Duan Ling Tian a strength that could split heaven and earth. Naturally, this was only Duan Ling Tian's opinion. Compared to Wang Wei's current celestial origin energy, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was nothing. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to rely on the elementary devouring tactic to fight Wang Wei. Sword, come. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body through the 99 heavenly veins and transformed into sword rays that hovered around him. It was as though they were guarding him loyally. That was, earlier, when his celestial origin energy surged through the 99 heavenly veins, it seemed to have grown a lot stronger. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly dazed. He could not help but feel dazed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that after he had tempered his 99 heaven veins, not only would the speed of the energy in his body increase, but he would also be able to strengthen the energy in his body as he moved along them. This is equivalent to the effect of two elementary devouring tactics stacked together. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited when he felt the celestial origin energy that had been strengthened for the second time surging out of his body. He did not expect this at all. Although he had heard from the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, that the 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms were much more powerful than in the mundane realms, Duan Lingtian had heard about it before. Although he had tempered the 99 heavenly veins in the celestial ascension pool under the advice of Ker's third uncle, Wuxia Xianxia, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins to be so powerful. However, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins to be so powerful. He did not expect the 99 heavenly veins to be able to strengthen his celestial origin energy. This was equivalent to the effect of the elementary devouring tactic stacked on top of his celestial origin energy. Wang Wei, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, saw the thousands of sword rays that were condensed on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body when he was not far away from him. At the same time, he could clearly sense the sharp aura of Duan Lingtian's sword rays. It made him feel extremely pressured. How's this possible? He's just a cultivator who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. How can he give me such a feeling? In a flash of lightning, these thoughts appeared in Wang Wei's mind one after another. His eyes also revealed waves of fear and disbelief. Dong! 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 In the next moment, a sound similar to the beating of a drum rang from Wang Wei's body. Wang Wei's sturdy body began to grow at an alarming speed. In just a blink of an eye, he had grown from a normal person who was 1.9 meters tall to a giant who was more than 10 meters tall. What was strange was that the silver armor on his body not only did not collapse due to his enlarged body, but it also enlarged along with his body, giving people a feeling that it fit him perfectly. Wang Wei. He cast his assist-type divine ability. Just as the other 7 people in silver armor were shocked by Wang Wei's sudden increase in size, Wang Wei's expression changed. Boom! 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 As soon as Wang Wei opened his arms, 2 waves of celestial origin energy shot out of his palms. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy turned into pillars that intersected and formed a cage around Duan Lingtian. Gravity? As soon as Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the cage, he could clearly feel the gravity of the cage was increasing. The gravity in the area that was enveloped by the prison cage increased tremendously. If it was a newcomer who had just ascended to a Devata realm, they would not be able to withstand the gravitational pull. Chapter 2578. Gravitational Prison. Not only did Wang Wei use his assist-type divine ability, Giant Avatar, but he also used his offensive divine ability, Gravity Prison, when facing this newly ascended spirit overarching heaven. Is it really necessary for him to fight a newcomer who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? The other 7 silver-armored men were shocked when they saw Wang Wei cast not only an assist-type divine ability but an offensive divine ability as well when he attacked Duan Lingtian. They could not figure it out at all. Why would Wang Wei act as though he was facing a formidable enemy when he was facing a newcomer who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? They were behaving in such a manner because they were still unaware of the fact that Duan Lingtian's attack was so powerful. The 10,000 sword rays hovering around Duan Lingtian were not something a newcomer who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven could produce. Wang Wei was behaving as though he was facing a formidable enemy because he had discovered the sword rays hovering around Duanling Tian was not as simple as it seemed. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions suddenly resounded, deafening everyone's ears. It was Wang Wei's divine ability, the gravitational prison, that increased the gravitational force on Duanling Tian as though it was going to crush Duanling Tian. Swoosh! While Wang Wei cast his divine ability, the gravitational prison, on Duanling Tian, Wang Wei, who had turned into a giant with his assist-type divine ability, the giant's celestial body, did not remain idle. He raised his hand and released his celestial origin energy in the form of a sharp saber ray. From afar, the saber ray looked like a gigantic saber. Swoosh! 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 The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. With a lift of his hand, Wang Wei executed a mysterious saber technique. Countless saber rays shot out from the gigantic saber in his hand. It was as though they had transformed into thousands of soldiers and horses. When they charged out, the sound of thunder could be heard as they charged toward Duanling Tian, who was imprisoned in the gravitational prison. Countless saber rays tore through the air and charged toward Duanling Tian from various tricky angles. It looked as though they were going to tear Duanling Tian into pieces. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the saber rays were aimed at Duanling Tian. Although there were many saber rays, they were all aimed at Duanling Tian's right arm and right leg. It was obvious they wanted to sever Duanling Tian's arm and leg. Wang Wei is using a celestial method? He's really going all out. Is this person who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven really worth him making such a big fuss? He's too cautious. The other 7 people in silver armor could not help but shake their heads again when they saw that Wang Wei had not only cast 2 divine abilities but also a celestial method. They felt Wang Wei was making a mountain out of a molehill. Wang Wei, a blue moon heavenly celestial, had to use his full strength against a newcomer who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. They felt Wang Wei's strength was beneath them. Wang Wei's strength is much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Wang Wei unleashing his full strength. The 7 silver-armored men thought Wang Wei was making a mountain out of a molehill. If Wang Wei did not cast his saber technique, his strength would only be comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms. However, now that Wang Wei had cast his saber technique, his strength had surpassed a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, he was comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms who did not cast any celestial methods or divine abilities. When Wang Wei's saber technique unleashed countless saber rays that charged into the gravitational prison and was about to cut off Duanling Tian's arm and leg, Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold immediately. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. With just a thought, Duanling Tian cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword and the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Swoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of sword rays hovering around Duanling Tian shone brightly before they formed a sword formation at an exaggerated speed. Moreover, they left behind 7 afterimages as they charged out in a menacing manner. Duanling Tian had only cast the first 7 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. This was because he did not think he would need to use the last few swords to deal with Wang Wei. Boom! Soon after, the sword formation and the 7 afterimages merged together, emitting a dazzling light. Swoosh! 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 When the sword whistled once again, the tens of thousands of sword glows that had gathered into the sword formation surged once again, causing the might of the sword formation to rise by an entire level in an instant. Boom! 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 While Wang Wei and the other 7 silver-armored men were stunned by Duanling Tian's sudden attack, Duan Ling Tian's sword formation had already easily destroyed the gravitational prison that enveloped Wang Wei and the other 7 silver-armored men. The gravity prison was still bearing its fangs at Duan Ling Tian earlier. However, it could not withstand a single blow from Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. It was easily defeated by Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. During this time, Duan Ling Tian's sword formation met with Wang Wei's celestial method saber technique. Although there was some resistance, Duan Ling Tian managed to gain the upper hand in just a blink of an eye and successfully defeated Wang Wei's sword formation. Impossible. Horror dawned on Wang Wei's face when he saw the sword formation cast by Duan Ling Tian was like a wild beast that had gone berserk and defeated all of his attacks. His eyes were wide open. Other than disbelief, there was only disbelief in his eyes. He had a feeling Duan Ling Tian was not as simple as he thought. Otherwise, he would not have used all his strength so cautiously. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. Even if he used all his strength, he was still no match for this person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. No. A hint of despair appeared on Wang Wei's face when he saw Duan Ling Tian's sword formation charging toward him like a ghost. He did not even have the time to circulate his celestial origin energy to defend himself before a hint of despair appeared on his face. Spurt. Splash. Ah. The sound of something being severed rang in the air. It was accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry. The 7 silver-armored men who had just regained their senses shuddered in fear. In the next moment, they were shocked to see Duan Ling Tian's sword formation. One of Wang Wei's arms and one of his legs had been severed and minced. Blood rained down from the sky and dyed the ground red. The blood rained down like the petals of a red rose. It was beautiful and eye-catching. However, at this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, no one else was looking at this scene with admiration. You should feel lucky that you didn't kill me earlier. Otherwise, you'd be a corpse by now. Duan Ling Tian's cold voice suddenly resonated, causing Wang Wei and the others' hearts to tremble. Wang Wei stopped the bleeding from his severed arms and legs. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of relief could be seen on his pale face. Fortunately, he still remembered the rule of not killing people who had just ascended. Otherwise, he would have killed this purple-clad ascendant in a fit of rage. If he had killed this purple-clad ascendant, he would not be alive now. You. Who are you? When Wang Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his face was filled with fear as though he had just seen a ghost. This was his first time seeing someone who had just become a heavenly celestial with such terrifying strength. Is he really just a heavenly celestial? Although the other 7 men in silver armor knew the celestial ascension pool was used by eminent celestials to ascend to the upper realm, they were still shocked. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, they could not help but extend their divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. It was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to not notice the 7 powerful divine consciousnesses. Their divine consciousness. 5 of them are comparable to 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. 2 of them are comparable to 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although Duan Ling Tian noticed the 7 divine consciousnesses, he was not bothered by their probing at all. Even if they attacked him with a soul attack after confirming he was a low-level heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the Devata realm, he could still use the mysterious defective metal piece to defend himself. These 7 men were clearly on par with Wang Wei. Their cultivation bases should be similar to Wang Wei's. They had not even entered the golden celestial stage yet. Duan Ling Tian was confident he could throw out the defective metal piece in time to block the soul attack cast by existences with their cultivation bases. Where's the metal piece? Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to reach into his pocket, his expression changed immediately. He suddenly remembered something. The robe he was wearing had been destroyed in the process of ascension. Could it be that, when my robe was destroyed during my ascension, the incomplete piece of metal was also lost in the mundane plane? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he thought about this. Before he ascended, apart from the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, that had lost its soul, he only brought the defective metal piece with him. He did not bring anything else with him. He still remembered he had casually put the defective metal piece into his pocket. The reason he did that was because he could not bring his spatial ring from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. At that time, he did not think about it at all. His robe was from the mundane realm, so he could not bring it to the Devata realm. Naturally, he did not think about it at all. Chapter 2579. Just when Duanling Tian thought he had lost the mysterious defective metal piece in the mundane realm, his heart sank, and his expression changed drastically. Duanling Tian's heart sank. Whoosh! 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 The 7 powerful divine consciousnesses had already touched Duanling Tian's body and made their way to his soul. They wanted to probe Duanling Tian's soul to determine Duanling Tian's current cultivation base. Just as the 7 divine consciousness were about to touch Duanling Tian's soul, Duanling Tian was shocked to discover that something strange had happened. The 7 divine consciousness disappeared mysteriously just as they were about to touch his soul. It was as though they were stones sinking into the sea. Naturally, Duanling Tian could sense that the divine consciousness had not returned. It wasn't that the owners of the 7 divine consciousnesses had taken the initiative to withdraw their divine consciousnesses, but that there was something near his soul that had forcefully devoured the 7 divine consciousnesses. It's that thing. When Duanling Tian used his inner vision to look at the situation around his soul, he could easily see that there was a strange aura surrounding his soul. At the side of his soul, there was a defective piece of metal that was flickering with profound light floating there. Just now, it had devoured all 7 strands of divine consciousness when they were trying to probe his soul. When did it go there? Duanling Tian was surprised and overjoyed when he discovered the defective metal piece hovering next to his soul like a guardian. He was surprised that this piece of metal had appeared on the side of his soul, and he hadn't noticed it at all. He was overjoyed that the defective metal piece had not been lost in the mundane realm due to his carelessness. Duanling Tian was still feeling surprised and overjoyed. Meanwhile, the 7 silver-armored men who had failed to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base because their divine consciousness had been devoured by the defective metal piece hovering next to Duanling Tian's soul. They looked at each other speechlessly. After a dozen breaths, one of the silver-armored men finally guessed, could this person be a golden celestial? Based on the fact that Duanling Tian had defeated Wang Wei, who was a blue moon heavenly celestial, and the fact that his divine consciousness was like a stone sinking into the sea when it touched Duanling Tian's soul, he had no choice but to speculate. He had thought Duanling Tian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was in the mundane realm. Now that he had ascended to the Devata realm, he had become a golden celestial. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that the celestial pool was a golden celestial. The celestial ascension pool in front of him was specially used by eminent celestials from the mundane realms. It could only help eminent celestials become heavenly celestials. On the other hand, the celestial ascension pool used by 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms was different from the celestial ascension pool. Not only could it help 9 tribulation bodiless celestials become golden celestials, but it could also help them rebuild their bodies so they no longer had to live in the form of a soul. Golden celestial? Impossible. That's right. Don't forget, this isn't the celestial ascension pool used by 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. This is the celestial ascension pool used by eminent celestials in the mundane realms. Only eminent celestials from the mundane realms will be able to become Crimson Moon heavenly celestials when they wake up. I can't believe a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial has such terrifying strength. The celestial methods and divine abilities he cast earlier must be extraordinary. For him to be able to suppress Wang Wei, who's a blue moon heavenly celestial, with his cultivation base as a crimson moon heavenly celestial, it means that the celestial method and divine ability he cast are of a terrifying level. It seems like he's either from a powerful force or he had a fortuitous encounter in the mundane realms. The other 6 people chimed in one after another. They did not think Duanling Tian was a golden celestial. As for why they could not detect Duanling Tian's cultivation base with their divine consciousness, it was possible that Duanling Tian knew how to conceal his cultivation base. After all, it was not uncommon in the Devata realms. Celestial method? Divine ability? Upon hearing the 7 people's words, Wang Wei, who had lost an arm and a leg, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of greed in his eyes. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he lowered his head again. However, the greed in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, it grew even more intense. A mere crimson moon heavenly celestial was able to defeat a blue moon heavenly celestial who had cast all his divine abilities with just a celestial method and divine ability. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was several stages higher than his. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities were. Crimson moon heavenly celestial. Blue moon heavenly celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses after discovering the defective metal piece was not lost in the mundane realm. He frowned slightly as he looked at the 7 silver-armored men who were whispering among themselves. Is that the cultivation base of a heavenly celestial in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian knew eminent celestials from the mundane realms would become heavenly celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. He knew 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms would become golden celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. He also knew golden celestials were above heavenly celestials. However, he knew nothing about the specific division between the heaven celestial stage and the gold celestial stage. Why, you don't even know the difference between heavenly celestials? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Wang Wei, who had his head lowered, stunned, but the other 7 men in silver armor were stunned as well. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it did not seem like he was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Generally speaking, if he's from a powerful force, he should have known the difference between heavenly celestials when he was in the mundane realm. It's impossible for someone from a powerful force to not know the difference between the 7 stages of heavenly celestials. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm and obtained an extremely powerful celestial method and divine ability. Soon, the 7 people who were wearing the same silver armor as Wang Wei began to communicate via voice transmission. In the end, they confirmed one thing. The purple-clad man before them was most likely someone who had a fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm. Moreover, it was highly likely he did not have a powerful background. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of greed could be seen in their eyes. Heavenly celestials are divided into 7 stages. People call them the 7 stages of heavenly celestials. Soon after, one of the middle-aged men in silver armor explained patiently to Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed brightly. The 7 stages of the heavenly celestial realm are further divided into the crimson moon heavenly celestial, orange moon heavenly celestial, yellow moon heavenly celestial, green moon heavenly celestial, blue moon heavenly celestial, and violet moon heavenly celestial. They correspond to the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. The 7 colors of the rainbow? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the silver-armored man's words. If that was the case, it was not difficult to remember the 7 stages of heavenly celestials. Naturally, although heavenly celestials and bodiless celestials have the same cultivation base, their strength is incomparable. Since bodiless celestials from the mundane realms don't have bodies, they can't withstand the pressure from casting celestial methods and divine abilities from the Devata realms. For this reason, they can't cast celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, in the Devata realms, a green moon heavenly celestial who has mastered an ordinary offensive divine ability, an ordinary assist-type divine ability, and an ordinary celestial method is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. On the other hand, a green moon heavenly celestial's cultivation base is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. The silver-armored man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Based on your strength as a crimson moon heavenly celestial, you should be able to defeat a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms. The strength you displayed when you defeated Wang Wei is comparable to an orange sun golden celestial without any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. Orange sun golden celestial? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Just like the 7 realms of the heavenly immortal realm, golden immortals are also divided into 7 realms of the golden immortal realm. They are the red sun golden immortal, orange sun golden immortal, yellow sun golden immortal, green sun golden immortal, blue sun golden immortal, indigo sun golden immortal, and violet sun golden immortal. The silver-armored man could see Duan Lingtian's confusion, so he explained, Wang Wei's strength is comparable to a crimson sun golden celestial without any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. Now that you've become a crimson moon heavenly celestial, your strength is comparable to an orange sun golden celestial. This means your strength is comparable to a crimson sun golden celestial when you were an eminent celestial. Naturally, the golden celestial I'm talking about here is a golden celestial without any celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. At the end of his sentence, the silver-armored middle-aged man added another sentence. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Wang Wei is a blue moon heavenly celestial. Based on the divine consciousness they sent out earlier, 5 of them are blue moon heavenly celestials and 2 indigo moon heavenly celestials. Earlier, when the 7 silver-armored men probed him with their divine consciousness, he discovered 5 of them had divine consciousness that was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, while 2 of them had divine consciousness that was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. They were blue moon heavenly celestials and indigo moon heavenly celestials. In other words, 5 of them have a cultivation base that's comparable to Wang Wei. The other 2 have a cultivation base that's even stronger than Wang Wei. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also realized this. Who are all of you? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at the silver-armored man. Chapter 2580. Duan Lingtian did not know who the people in the silver armor, including Wang Wei, were. He also did not know why these people wanted to bring these people, who had just ascended, to the camp. He did not ascend to the Devata realms to report to the camp. The reason he had ascended to the Devata realm was for a better cultivation environment and better cultivation resources, so he could quickly raise his cultivation base, so he could go to the divine offering land to rescue his family, and his friends after 1,000 years. We're the Decurions of the Silverworm Army. The middle-aged man in silver armor replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Silverworm Army? Duan Lingtian frowned. You're an army? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. The Silverworm Army belongs to Bloody Spectre City. The commander of the Silverworm Army is one of the 3 strongest powerhouses under the Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Bloody Spectre City is the only city in this area. It's part of 9 Spectres County. Apart from being a place for celestials to stay, it's also in charge of the celestial ascension pools in this area. The silver-armored middle-aged man continued to say, the celestial ascension pool you just left is only one of the many celestial ascension pools that the Bloody Spectre City is in charge of. Those who ascend to this celestial ascension pool are usually led by 2 100-man squads from the Silverworm Army. Led? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said indifferently, earlier, I seem to have heard that all of you are going to bring us to a camp to report. Are we going to report to the Silverworm Army's camp? That's right. The middle-aged man in silver armor nodded. Why do we have to report to the Silverworm Army's camp? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Because this is the rule. The ascendants in 9 Spectres County are usually brought to their camps by the armies of the various cities to report to them. Then, they'll serve under their supervision. They'll be under the supervision of the army, the middle-aged man in silver armor said. Only those who have served for 1,000 years can regain their freedom. Only after serving for 1,000 years, can I regain my freedom? Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he couldn't help but sneer, what a tyrannical rule. They actually want the ascenders to serve for 1,000 years before returning their freedom. However, Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm Army, including Wang Wei, and said indifferently, although I've just ascended to the Devata realm, I'm afraid all of you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Of the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm Army, the 2 strongest were Blue Moon Heavenly Immortals. Blue Moon Celestial Immortal, unless one had mastered an extremely powerful immortal spell or divine ability, it was impossible to keep him here. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army darkened. A loud and clear voice came from afar. If it was before we arrived, they might not be able to keep you here. However, it won't be so easy for you to leave now. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the voice. He turned to look at the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked over. In the distance, 2 figures could be seen flashing across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Wang Wei were dressed in silver armor. One of them was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man dressed in silver armor. Although both of them were also dressed in silver armor, the badges on their chests shone brightly under the sunlight. There were 2 dragon heads on the badges on their chests. Unlike the badges on the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, there were 2 dragon heads on the badges on their chests. Unknowingly, it exposed their extraordinary identities. Lord Centurion. Lord Centurion. The 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, bowed respectfully when they saw the middle-aged man and the young man dressed in silver armor. As expected. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had already faintly sensed these 2 men's identities were not simple. When he saw the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, greeting them respectfully, he knew his guess was correct. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed 2 divine consciousness from the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army that had just arrived. It was obvious they wanted to probe him as well. When Duan Lingtian sensed the divine consciousness of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army that was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he became even more nonchalant. What a joke! He was not even afraid of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial soul attack. Let alone a divine consciousness that was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army's divine consciousness entered Duan Lingtian's body and approached his soul, it was devoured by the defective metal piece that was hovering beside Duan Lingtian's soul. Whoosh! Shwa! Instantly, the expressions of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army changed. Good move. The middle-aged centurion of the Silverworm army looked at Duan Lingtian and praised him. A mere crimson moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm knows how to conceal his cultivation base. How rare. Another centurion of the Silver Dragon army who looked like a young man took a deep look at Duan Lingtian and said, "What? Could it be that the 2 centurions are here to stop me from leaving?" Duan Lingtian said lightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized why the decurion of the Silverworm army answered his questions so cooperatively. As it turned out, they were the ones who had informed the centurion of the Silverworm army to come over. As for why the other party was so cooperative in answering his questions, it was most likely to stall for time and wait for the 2 centurions to arrive. However, they thought, could these 2 centurions stop him from leaving just because they were here? How naive. After all, the strength he had displayed so far was still far from his full strength. Originally, my biggest weakness was my soul. However, now, Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about the defective metal piece hovering next to his soul. When he was still in the mundane realm, he had thought about this before. After he ascended to the Devata realm, he could rely on the celestial methods and divine abilities granted by the Sovereign Heart Sword to fight opponents with a higher cultivation base than him. However, if he encountered a powerful celestial whose soul attack was so fast that he could not react in time to throw out the defective metal piece, he would most likely be doomed. Now, the defective metal piece had strangely entered his body and was hovering beside his soul. This made him feel much more at ease. This meant that he was not afraid at all. As long as the soul attacks were not so strong that the defective metal piece could not deal with them, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. After all, the soul attacks would not be able to harm him. Currently, if the soul attacks wanted to harm him or even destroy his soul, they would have to go through the defective metal piece first. If the defective metal piece can't withstand a soul attack, how powerful would the soul attack be? In the Devata realms, even the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial could be easily absorbed by the defective metal piece, right? When Duan Ling Tian recalled one of the origins of the defective metal piece, the powerhouse from the divine offering land, Ku-er's third uncle, Xia Jia, he calmed down. Perhaps, even the soul attack of a heavenly emperor from the Devata realms won't be able to harm or kill me. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he thought about this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only thinking about it. After all, before the heavenly emperor powerhouse used a soul attack on him and was blocked by the incomplete metal piece, he did not dare to be certain. He did not know if the defective metal piece could withstand the soul attack of a heavenly emperor. Earlier, when I attacked Wang Wei, I still held back a lot. For example, I only used 7 of the 13 green lotus swords. If I had used all 13 swords, the strength I displayed earlier would have been 2 levels higher. Moreover, I still have the defective Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, which is comparable to a top celestial weapon. Although I'm not sure how strong a top celestial weapon is, it's definitely not comparable to an ordinary celestial weapon. Even if I don't use the 7 orifices exquisite sword, my strength is comparable to a green sun golden celestial who doesn't use his celestial weapon, celestial method, or divine ability. If I use the 7 orifices exquisite sword, I might be able to defeat a violet sun golden celestial who doesn't use his celestial weapon, celestial method, or divine ability. Since Duan Lingtian had a damaged top celestial weapon, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he knew very well how powerful it was. A top celestial weapon was much more powerful than an ordinary celestial weapon. Even the most ordinary celestial weapon could raise a celestial's strength by a level, let alone a top celestial weapon. However, if I really have to face a violet sun golden celestial, I won't be able to defeat him. After all, a violet sun golden celestial would definitely use his celestial method, divine ability, or celestial weapon. After all, it's not realistic. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Even if a green sun golden celestial who has mastered ordinary celestial methods and divine abilities possesses an ordinary celestial weapon, I might not be a match for him. The most ordinary celestial method in the Devata realm can raise his strength by a level. If the most ordinary assistive divine ability and offensive divine ability can raise his strength by a level, then the divine ability can raise his strength by 2 levels. Moreover, the celestial weapon can raise his strength by a level. Even if he's not as strong as a great overarching golden celestial who doesn't use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons, he's definitely stronger than a violet sun golden celestial who doesn't use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still unsure how much help the 7 orifices exquisite sword could give him. Due to this reason, he did not dare to be certain. Chapter 2581. What? Are the 2 centurions here to stop me from leaving? In the face of Duan Lingtian's calm and casual question, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. The centurion of the silverworm army who looked like a young man sneered at Duan Lingtian as his eyes flashed coldly. So what if I did? Do you think a mere crimson moon heavenly celestial like you who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven can escape from under our noses? I really think so. Facing the sneer of the centurion of the silverworm army, Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as ever. Furthermore, it was filled with confidence. How dare you? How dare you? How can someone like you, who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, be so presumptuous in front of the centurion? This is too much. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 8 decurions of the silverworm army, including Wang Wei, glared at Duan Lingtian and reprimanded him. Now, with the arrival of the 2 centurions of the silverworm army, they were full of confidence. Apart from being a violet moon heavenly celestial, the centurion of the silverworm army also had a celestial weapon bestowed to him by the silverworm army's lord commander. On the other hand, the decanus did not have any immortal artifacts. Otherwise, their strength would be a level higher than what it was now. Although the strength displayed by the purple-clad ascender was comparable to an orange sun golden celestial who did not use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian was confident in his strength. However, they did not think that the purple-clothed ascender before them would be a match for their centurion. This was because once the centurion of the Silverworm army unleashed his full strength, his strength was comparable to a green sun golden celestial who did not use celestial methods, divine abilities, or celestial weapons. Unless the purple-robed ascender in front of him could display a strength that was 2 levels higher than what he had displayed before. Otherwise, it was impossible for this purple-clothed ascender to be a match for any of the centurions in the Silverworm army. However, was it possible for this purple-robed ascender to hide so much of his strength? The 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, felt that this was impossible. Therefore, they were very confident in the centurion of their Silverworm army. You really think so? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a young man was so infuriated that his expression changed drastically. His gaze towards Duan Lingtian became even colder. Even the other centurion who looked like a middle-aged man didn't look too good. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Since you really think so, then I'd like to see how you're going to escape from under our noses. I also want to see, how fast is your speed? How dare you make such a big statement?" The centurion of the Silver Dragon army who looked like a young man sneered. "How fast is my speed?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Although my speed shouldn't be slower than yours, I really don't intend to rely on my speed to escape. Now, I'm preparing to leave. If you want to stop me, feel free to do so. However, I want to tell you that once you make a move, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Don't ask for trouble." After leaving these words behind, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army before he swaggered out at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. At this moment, with Duan Lingtian's speed, any one of the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army would be able to catch up to him. Moreover, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were even stronger than the 8 of them. Asking for trouble? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army could not help but look at each other. At that moment, they could see the anger in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian's words were like a resounding slap that fiercely descended onto their faces. At this moment, they only felt that they had been underestimated. They felt extremely humiliated. "I'd like to see how you're going to make us ask for trouble. Arrogant brat. Today, I'll let you know what it means by, there's always someone better than you." When Duan Lingtian left at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were enraged as well. They moved at the same time as energy swept out from their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, they had already caught up to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they overtook Duan Lingtian and appeared in his path, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian also came to a halt. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian came to a halt, the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army had also caught up to him. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army coordinated with the other 3 centurions of the Silverworm army and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Moreover, all of them were glaring at Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Wang Wei, whose arm and leg had been crippled by Duan Lingtian. The way he stared at Duan Lingtian was like the gaze of a hungry wolf. He could not wait to pounce on Duan Lingtian and devour him whole. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even look at the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army. It was as though they were air. It was as though they did not exist. "Let's see how I'm going to make you ask for trouble. Let me know what it means by, there's always someone better than you." Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army and suddenly laughed. After a while, his laughter turned into a sneer. "Since you want to see how I'm going to make you ask for trouble, I'll fulfill your wish. At the same time, I'll let you know what it means by, there's always someone better than you." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he made his move again. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Duan Lingtian mobilized his celestial origin energy. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that hovered around his body and emitted terrifying sword chi. The sword chi above the tens of thousands of sword chi seemed capable of destroying everything. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been raised by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had not been reduced to its original state when the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army arrived. For this reason, when he mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body through his 99 heavenly veins, it was as though he had cast the elementary devouring tactic twice. His celestial origin energy was comparable to the celestial origin energy of a blue moon heavenly celestial. Moreover, this was only the level of his celestial origin energy. If he cast other techniques, his strength would increase by more than just a little. In the next moment, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army finally regained their senses. Their expressions darkened as they mobilized their energy and cast various techniques before they took out their celestial weapons. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian immediately cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword and the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. This time, he did not hold back at all when he cast the 13 green lotus swords. It was completely different from the 13 green lotus swords he had cast when he fought with Wang Wei earlier. Swoosh. 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 The sword formation shot out, leaving behind more than 10 afterimages. Soon after, the afterimages merged together, causing the sword formation to shine even brighter. Sword chi shot out in all directions as though it could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, apart from the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian had used all his techniques. His strength was comparable to a green sun golden celestial who did not use his celestial method, divine ability, or celestial weapon. It was similar to the strength of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army who had cast their celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. After all, this was the extent of their strength even if they had unleashed their full strength. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army had a grave expression on their faces when they saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious sword formation. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to theirs even if they had unleashed their full strength. How could this ascender be so strong? Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who ascended to a Devata realm and became a golden celestial wouldn't be so strong, right? He didn't even use his celestial weapon, but his strength is so strong. At this moment, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army realized they had encountered a tough opponent. However, despite their solemn expressions, they were fearless and attacked in unison. If there was only one of them, they might only be able to fight to a draw with the purple-clad ascender. However, there were 2 of them. Whoosh! 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 Among the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army, one used a sword while the other used a saber. When they made their moves, the saber and sword emitted an ear-piercing sound that seemed to be able to blot out the heaven and earth. One had to admit the space in the Devata realms was much more stable than the space in the mundane realms. If they were in the mundane realms, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army would have left a tear in the void that was more than 1,000 meters long. Even Duan Lingtian's sword formation would be able to create such a tear in the void. However, the attacks of the 3 centurions of the Silverworm army did not cause the space in the Devata realm to tremble at all. Everything was calm and tranquil. Only the sound of wind whistling could be heard. However, even though the sky was calm, the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army had a solemn expression on their faces. In fact, there was a hint of disbelief in the depths of their eyes. It was one thing if they could not see through the attacks of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. However, they could not see through the attacks of the purple-clad young man who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Chapter 2582. At this moment, the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, could see that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian had held back when he attacked earlier. Moreover, he had not only held back a little. Damn it! His strength. How could he be so powerful? Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to any of the centurions. Wang Wei's eyes were originally filled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Ling Tian like a hungry wolf. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's true strength, his expression could not help but change. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, the ferocious gleam in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by fear. He did not expect this. He did not expect this purple-clad person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven to be so strong. Although Duan Ling Tian had held back when he attacked earlier, he still managed to defeat Wang Wei easily. How's this possible? Put aside the fact that he just ascended from the celestial ascension pool that accepts eminent celestials, even if he ascended from the celestial ascension pool that accepts 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, he shouldn't be so strong, right? Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to any of the centurions of the Silverworm army. I can see it. The strength he's displaying now is enough to compare with the 2 centurions of our Silverworm army. Don't forget. One of the reasons the 2 centurions are able to display such strength is because they each have a celestial weapon. However, this purple-clad person doesn't have a celestial weapon. If he has a celestial weapon, his strength is comparable to the 2 centurions? Although it's hard to believe, that's the truth. Apart from Wang Wei, the other 7 decurions of the Silverworm army were shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be hiding so much of his strength. This was especially true for the old man who had questioned Duan Ling Tian earlier. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Earlier, when he had questioned Duan Ling Tian had ignored him. He was furious and almost attacked Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, Wang Wei had made a move first. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Now that he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was even more relieved that Wang Wei had made a move first. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending if he had offended such a powerhouse. The decurions of the Silverworm army were discussing this matter in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's sword formation was about to collide with the saber and sword of the 2 centurions from the Silverworm army. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan, done, submission of 10,000 soldiers. With a thought, a mysterious aura suddenly extended from the sword formation. It seemed to be mixed with a wisp of unfathomable power, as if it contained some kind of special characteristic. Whoosh! 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 After the mysterious aura spread out, the wisp of unfathomable power wrapped around the celestial artifacts in the hands of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. Immediately, the 2 celestial artifacts were forcefully snatched from their hands. What's going on? How's this possible? The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army only regained their senses when the celestial weapons in their hands hurt them. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. At this moment, they could clearly feel something. An irresistible force had lured the celestial weapons away from their hands. From the beginning until the end, they did not have the ability to resist at all. They had also thought of putting the immortal weapon into their storage rings. However, they discovered the force had severed the connection between them and the celestial weapons. It was impossible for them to keep the celestial weapons in their spatial rings. Boom! 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 After the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army's celestial weapons were snatched away, their attacks collided with Duan Lingtian's sword formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. After the explosion, the airflow in the air shook and reversed. Gusts of violent wind swept out in all directions. What followed was a vast and majestic shockwave that swept out in all directions with an unstoppable force. Faced with the shockwaves, the 8 centurions of the Silverworm army hastily mobilized the energy in their bodies to form a layer of defense on the surface of their bodies. Otherwise, they would have been injured even if they did not die. In the end, the 2 centurions still came out on top. When the 8 centurions of the Silverworm army defended themselves against the shockwaves, they could clearly see that the combined attack of the two centurions of the Silverworm army was only half nullified by Duan Lingtian's sword formation. The remaining half continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian with unstoppable force. It was as though they would not rest until they killed Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, this ascendant will most likely die. However, do the two centurions really intend to kill him? If he were to die, wouldn't the immortal arts and divine abilities he had mastered vanish along with him? If that's the case, it's a pity. At this moment, the 8 centurions of the Silverworm army could not help but feel their hearts ache when they thought about the various profound techniques Duan Lingtian had mastered. They did not care about the life and death of this purple-clad ascendant. What they cared about was the various profound celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered. This was the reason why the centurions of the Silverworm army had personally come here. He can't die. He can't die. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army did not have time to think about how their celestial weapons were suddenly snatched away. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the remaining half of the combined attack of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army charging toward Duan Lingtian. If this purple-clad ascendant died, they would never be able to lay their hands on the various profound celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered. If that was the case, would their trip here be in vain? Bang! Bang! The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army stomped their feet in the air in unison. Their energy surged again as they chased after the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army who were charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Boom! 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 At the same time, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army raised their hands and cast their techniques one after another. Waves of boundless energy swept out in an attempt to rescue Duan Lingtian from the abyss of suffering. However, since they did not have any celestial weapons in their hands, they were powerless to save Duan Lingtian even though they wanted to. Damn it! If I had a celestial weapon, how could my current attack not be able to catch up to him? The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were frustrated when they saw the remaining half of their celestial weapons charging toward Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. It was as though a gigantic beast was about to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. If it was not for the sudden appearance of a strange energy that snatched away their celestial weapons, they would not have to watch the purple-clad ascendant being killed. After all, the purple-clad ascendant possessed extremely advanced celestial methods and divine abilities. If the purple-clad ascendant did not die and was imprisoned, they would have a chance to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities. What a pity! The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army could not help but sigh when they realized they could not stop the purple-clad ascendant from being killed. Naturally, they were not sighing for the purple-clad ascendant who was about to be killed. Instead, they were sighing for the advanced celestial methods and divine abilities that the purple-clad ascendant possessed. However, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army thought Duan Lingtian was going to die. At this critical moment, swoosh! 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 When the 2 centurions from the Silverworm army were attacking Duan Lingtian, the sound of sword whistling suddenly reverberated in the air. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were shocked to see the purple-clad figure in the air. That familiar violet figure was like a god as it tore through the sky amidst the boundless and peerless attacks. A sword formation appeared in front of the purple-clad figure to open up a path for him. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see the power of this sword formation was much stronger than the one he had cast earlier. He was still holding back earlier? How's this possible? The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army could not help but widen their eyes when they saw the sword formation easily defeating the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army. Whoosh! 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 After defeating the 2 centurions of the Silver Dragon army, the momentum of the sword formation didn't decrease at all. Instead, it continued to defeat the 2 centurions of the Silver Dragon army who were trying to stop the attacks of the 2 centurions of the Silver Dragon army. The whole process was very smooth, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Am I going to die? I can't believe I'm going to die in the hands of a Crimson Moon Heaven Celestial. Moreover, he's a Crimson Moon Heaven Celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. The two centurions of the Silverworm army felt despair when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword formation was about to reach them. They were certain they would be killed in the next moment. Whoosh! 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 However, just as the two centurions of the Silverworm army were feeling despair, the sword formation that was about to reach them disappeared with the wind. Only a sword ray was left before it returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. It's my celestial sword. One of the centurions of the Silverworm army immediately recognized the sword that had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. And my celestial saber. Chapter 2583. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was holding a sword in one hand and a saber in the other. The saber and sword in his hands were the celestial weapons that belonged to the two centurions of the Silverworm army. What's going on? That's the celestial weapons of the two centurions, right? How did it end up in his hands? At this moment, not only were the two centurions of the Silverworm army confused, but the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army were also confused. They could not figure it out at all. How did the celestial weapons of the two centurions of the Silverworm army end up in the hands of this purple-clad ascender? Moreover, this purple-clad ascender seemed to have relied on the power of the celestial weapons to avert a life-or-death situation and even turn the tables around. They more or less caught a glimpse of the last scene that had just happened. If this purple-clad ascender had not stopped in time, the two centurions of the Silverworm army would have died without a doubt. Were you the one who snatched our celestial weapons? The centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. At this time, he also realized that the power that snatched away the immortal artifact in his hand must have originated from this ascender. Otherwise, his immortal artifact would not have ended up in the hands of this ascender. What kind of technique is that? When the centurion of the Silverworm army with the appearance of a young man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were burning with greed. It was as though he had forgotten that he was a centurion of the Silverworm army. If Duan Lingtian had not held back earlier, he would have died without a burial ground. However, Duan Lingtian did not reply to the two centurions of the Silverworm army. He only said indifferently, although I know both of you wanted to save me because you wanted to obtain my celestial methods and divine abilities, both of you did not intend to kill me. Therefore, I won't hold it against both of you. These two celestial weapons will be the price both of you have to pay. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not even look at the two centurions of the Silverworm army as he turned around and prepared to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, a voice rang in the air. Brat! The centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, glared at Duan Lingtian's back and said coldly, even if you have an immortal artifact, do you really think you can defeat us? Don't forget that you're just a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Perhaps, with the profound immortal techniques and divine abilities you've mastered, and the immortal artifacts you've taken from us, you might be able to display a combat strength that's stronger than ours. However, you're only stronger than us in material attacks. If we use soul attacks, even if we're not good at it, you won't be able to withstand it with your soul that's only at the level of a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial. So, I advise you to hand over our celestial equipment and follow us back to the Silverworm army. At the end of his sentence, the centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, sounded threatening. It was as though he was going to launch a soul attack on Duan Lingtian. Yeah. How could I forget? We can still use soul attacks to deal with him. Wang Wei, one of the decurions of the Silverworm army, who was standing at the side, suddenly brightened when he heard the centurion of the Silverworm army's words. He's so strong that we often forget that he's just a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial. With the level of his soul, he won't be able to withstand any soul attack from any of us. Among the 8 of us, the one with the lowest cultivation base is a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial. A mere Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial won't be able to withstand a soul attack from a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial. If the 2 centurions, who are Blue Moon Heavenly Celestials, use soul attacks, I'm afraid this person's soul will be destroyed in just a blink of an eye. The other 7 decurions from the Silverworm army also regained their senses. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, there was no longer only fear and dread in their eyes. It seemed as though they were more confident now. Soul attack? Upon hearing the centurion of the Silverworm army's words, Duanling Tian paused for a moment before he said nonchalantly, "If you want to use a soul attack on me, go ahead. However, let me tell you this. If you use a soul attack on me, we'll fight to the death. At that time, there'll be no turning back." Although Duanling Tian's words were calm, they sounded even colder to the Silverworm army's ears. They felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. What a bluff! The centurion of the Silverworm army, who looked like a young man, was the first to react. He sneered, "Boy, do you think I'll be afraid of you and won't use a soul attack on you just because you said that?" The centurion of the Silverworm army was not the only one who felt this way. Even the other centurion of the Silverworm army and the 8 decurions of the Silverworm army felt the same way. Even a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial who was not skilled in soul attacks would be able to destroy a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial's soul and kill him in just a blink of an eye. This was because the difference in soul level between them was too great. There was a difference of 6 levels. However, when Duanling Tian heard the centurion of the Silverworm army's words, he merely smiled disdainfully before he flew out like the wind again. When he was still in the mundane realm, he had encountered soul attacks from 9 tribulation bodiless celestials before. However, it did not hurt him at all. Although the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were quite strong, their soul attacks might not be as powerful as the soul attacks from 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. What was there to be afraid of? You're seeking death. When the centurion of the Silverworm army saw how Duanling Tian dared to disregard his words, horror dawned on his face. His eyes flashed as a ray of light shot out from the space between his eyebrows. This swift streak of light was the soul attack he had hurriedly unleashed in a fit of rage. Swoosh! The centurion of the Silverworm army's soul attack shot out and locked onto Duanling Tian. It was like a maggot attached to a bone as it drew closer and closer to Duanling Tian. You're seeking death. As soon as the centurion of the Silverworm army cast his soul attack, Duanling Tian came to a halt. His expression darkened as he shouted coldly before he turned around. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. The celestial sword in Duanling Tian's hand shone with sword rays as it merged with the celestial origin energy that surged out of his body. Following that, the sword rays transformed into a sword formation again before dozens of afterimages appeared in the air. Swoosh! 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 After the dozens of afterimages of the sword formation merged together, the energy of the sword formation soared. When it shot out again, it seemed as though it could destroy heaven and earth. Its target was the centurion of the Silverworm army who had cast his soul attack on Duanling Tian. Humph! You may be strong, but it's impossible for you to kill me in one strike and take me down with you. The centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a young man smirked coldly when he saw Duanling Tian's ferocious attack. It was as though he had expected this. At most, I'll be severely injured. As for you, you'll definitely die. The expression of the centurion of the Silverworm army turned solemn as soon as he finished speaking. The celestial origin energy that he had been accumulating surged out of his body and formed a thick translucent wall in front of him as though he had the help of the gods. The wall in front of him was like an indestructible fortress. At this critical moment, the centurion of the Silverworm army who was well prepared cast his defensive technique. Apart from casting his defensive technique, the centurion of the Silverworm army did not remain idle. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he unleashed his strongest attack against Duanling Tian's sword formation. Based on what had happened, it was clear the centurion of the Silverworm army had been prepared for this. If he was not prepared, he would have died under Duanling Tian's attack. However, now that he was prepared, he would only be severely injured. Let's see how you'll die. After that, the centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a young man stared at the soul attack that he cast earlier. He watched as the streak of light entered Duan Ling Tian's body as though it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He smiled. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Ling Tian's soul being destroyed by his soul attack. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of the soul attack cast by the centurion of the Silverworm army. It was as though he did not think much of the centurion of the Silverworm army's soul attack. Indeed, this was the truth. After the centurion of the Silverworm army's soul attack penetrated Duan Lingtian's body, it headed straight for Duan Lingtian's soul as though it was trying to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. When the soul attack approached Duan Lingtian's soul, the scene that Duan Lingtian had expected appeared. The defective metal piece that was hovering next to Duan Lingtian's soul suddenly shone brightly. As for the soul attack, it was directly swallowed by it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's soul was not affected at all. A violet moon heavenly celestial soul attack. Is this all there is to it? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said disdainfully as he looked at the centurion of the Silverworm army who was looking at him as though he was looking at a dead person. How's this possible? The centurion of the Silverworm army who was confident of victory widened his eyes in shock when he saw his soul attack had failed to kill Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he had just seen a ghost. Boom! 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 Chapter 2584. It was just as the centurion of the Silverworm army had expected. Although Duan Lingtian's attack with the celestial sword was powerful, it was not enough to kill the centurion of the Silverworm army. After the centurion of the celestial sword blocked half of the attack, it could only injure the centurion of the Silverworm army. Barf! The centurion of the Silverworm army who was severely injured by Duan Ling Tian turned pale immediately. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. The centurion of the Silverworm army had expected this. At this moment, he should be happy because he had escaped a calamity. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. This was because he had expected Duan Ling Tian to be killed by his soul attack. No. Impossible. Impossible. The centurion of the Silverworm army looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. You're just a crimson moon heavenly celestial. How can you remain unharmed under my soul attack? Impossible. Impossible. At this moment, the centurion of the Silverworm army was not the only one who was looking at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. Even the centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a middle-aged man was looking at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. Initially, the centurion of the Silverworm army thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely die when the centurion of the Silverworm army unleashed his soul attack. How's he still alive? He is just a crimson moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? The centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a middle-aged man was shocked. The other decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, looked at each other in confusion. How's this possible? This person who has just ascended is unharmed after being attacked by Lord Centurion's soul attack. How did he do it? This is unbelievable. When Lord Centurion said he was going to use his soul attack on Duan Ling Tian, I thought of using my soul attack to kill Duan Ling Tian first. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing I didn't do that. The 8 decurions of the Silver Dragon army were completely dumbfounded. How could he? How could he withstand Lord Centurion's soul attack? Furthermore, he doesn't seem to be affected at all. Wang Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. Because just now, he had almost used a soul attack on Duan Ling Tian. Now that he thought about it, if he had used a soul attack on Duan Ling Tian first, he would have definitely become a mortal enemy of the Duan Ling Tian. Judging from the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed, even if the 2 centurions of the Silverworm army wanted to protect him, they were powerless. Unless you have a soul defense celestial weapon. At this moment, the centurion of the Silverworm army who looked like a young man seemed to have thought of something. he suddenly exclaimed, and his face became extremely pale in an instant. At this moment, he confirmed this in his heart. If a Crimson Moon celestial immortal didn't have a soul-protecting immortal artifact, there was no way he could have blocked his soul attack. A soul-protecting celestial weapon? The other centurion of the Silverworm army narrowed his eyes in shock. That seems to be the only possibility. Why didn't I think of that? That's right. He's just a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial who has just ascended to a Devata realm. If he doesn't have a soul-protecting celestial weapon, how could he have withstood Lord Centurion's soul attack? If he really has a soul-protecting celestial weapon, it'll make up for his weak soul. At the same time, the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm army, including Wang Wei, were certain Duan Ling Tian possessed a soul defense celestial weapon after they heard the young centurion's words. Otherwise, there was no way to explain everything that was happening before his eyes. A soul-protecting celestial weapon is one of the rarest celestial weapons. The value of a primitive soul-protecting celestial weapon is comparable to a mediocre offensive celestial weapon. I wonder what grade the soul defensive celestial artifact he possesses is. If his soul-protecting celestial weapon is only a primitive celestial weapon, it'll only be able to withstand soul attacks from heavenly celestials at most. It won't be able to withstand soul attacks from golden celestials or above. I think his soul-protecting celestial weapon is only a primitive celestial weapon. After all, soul-protecting celestial weapons are rare to begin with. Since he's just ascended to a Devata realm, his soul-protecting celestial weapon shouldn't be of a high grade. I don't think so. Don't forget that the celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered are extremely profound. Perhaps, he obtained his soul-protecting celestial weapon when he obtained the profound celestial methods and divine abilities in the mundane realm? If that's the case, then his soul-protecting celestial weapon must be of a high grade. When the 8 Decurions from the Silverworm army looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. A few of them, including Wang Wei, had a hint of greed in their eyes. I've given you a chance. Duan Ling Tian remained calm as he faced the centurion of the Silverworm army. However, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour the centurion of the Silverworm army. You can't kill me. I'm a centurion of the Silverworm army. If you kill me, you'll offend the Silverworm army. The centurion of the Silverworm army's expression changed drastically when he saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His body began to tremble violently from fear. Moreover, he was severely injured now. Even if he was not severely injured and was in his peak condition, he would not be a match for this purple-clad ascendant without his celestial weapon. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had a celestial weapon with him. It was already a miracle that he did not die from Duan Lingtian's earlier attack. If Duan Lingtian attacked him again, he would definitely die. Silverworm army? Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard the words of the centurion of the Silverworm army. Are you saying that only the Silverworm army is allowed to kill others, and others are not allowed to retaliate? I'll say it again. I've given you a chance. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he finished speaking. The tens of thousands of sword rays that surrounded him suddenly shot out dazzling sword rays. The expression of the other centurion of the Silverworm army changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. He instinctively wanted to help Duan Lingtian. Today, I'll only kill him. If anyone wants to help him, let him die. The middle-aged centurion of the Silverworm army who was about to make a move shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly came to a halt. As for the 8 Decurions of the Silverworm army, their bodies seemed to have stiffened at this moment. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the heavily injured centurion of the Silverworm army cried out in pain before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. A violet moon heavenly celestial, a peak heavenly celestial, had died. Swoosh! After killing the centurion of the Silverworm army, Duan Lingtian took the centurion's spatial ring with a wave of his hand. This saves me the trouble of looking for my spatial ring, spatial rings from the mundane realm could not be brought to the Devata realms. However, there were spatial rings in the Devata realms, and they were celestial weapons. In the Devata realms, the rarest celestial weapon was none other than a spatial ring. After all, any heavenly celestial with some strength would be able to obtain a spatial ring. As for other celestial weapons, even the most common offensive celestial weapons, apart from celestials with strong backgrounds, could only be obtained by golden celestials or stronger. The 2 centurions of the Silverworm army were only Violet Moon heavenly celestials. The reason they possessed celestial weapons was due to their background. Their background was the Silverworm army and Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh! After killing the centurion of the Silverworm army and taking his spatial ring and the saber celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian left the celestial ascension pool in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the sight of the centurion and the decurions. Lord Centurion, are we just going to let this go? After Duan Lingtian left, Wang Wei looked at the remaining centurion of the Silverworm army and said with bloodshot eyes, if news of this spreads, the Silverworm army's reputation will be tarnished. A newcomer who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven has killed a centurion of the Silverworm army. If those fellows from the Black Dragon army find out about this, they'll definitely take this opportunity to mock the Silverworm army. Wang Wei's expression was filled with resentment when he spoke. Of course, although he seemed to be filled with righteous indignation and seemed to be thinking for the Silverworm army, he actually wanted to take revenge for his personal grudge. After all, it was Duan Lingtian who severed his arm and leg and crippled him. Humph. I think you just want the Silverworm army to seek revenge for you, right? As a centurion of the Silverworm army, naturally, he was not someone to be trifled with. He glanced at Wang Wei coldly, causing Wang Wei to lower his head in fear. Lord Centurion, perhaps Wang Wei wants to seek revenge, but what he said makes sense as well. At this moment, another decurion of the Silverworm army stood up and said, if news of this spreads, it'll be a great humiliation to the Silverworm army. As members of the Silverworm army, we naturally won't spread news of today's matter. However, who knows if that newcomer will spread news of today's matter? After all, if news of this spreads, it'll be a great humiliation to him as well. When the decurion of the Silverworm army finished speaking, the other 6 decurions nodded in agreement. Of course, I'm aware of this. I'll return to the camp now and personally report this matter to Lord Centurion. Chapter 2585. After leaving the Celestial Ascension Pool, Duan Lingtian walked around for a long time. However, he still could not find his way. He did not see any living beings along the way. Currently, he was on his way to Bloody Spectre City. I thought I'd be able to find someone nearby and ask for directions. However, it seems like I was too naive. After walking around for a long time, I still can't find anyone. Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the Celestial Ascension Pool. Initially, Duan Lingtian had planned to ask the Silverworm army to lead the way. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided against it. After all, I've killed someone from the Silverworm army. If I expose my whereabouts and the Silverworm army finds out I've gone to Bloody Spectre City, they won't let me off so easily. Although Duan Lingtian had killed a centurion of the Silverworm army earlier, he was still confident in his strength. However, he was well aware of his own limitations. If the Silverworm army sent someone stronger, he might not be a match for them. Perhaps, he might even be able to defeat the centurion of the Silverworm army. However, what about the commander of the Silverworm army? Moreover, the Silverworm army was under the command of Bloody Spectre City. The commander of the Silverworm army was even stronger than the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Forget it. I'll wait here for now. When they bring those ascenders out of the Celestial Ascension Pool and return to the Silver Dragon Army's camp, I will follow them and take a look. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since the Silverworm army is under the command of Bloody Spectre City, their camp shouldn't be far from Bloody Spectre City. Now that I'm no longer devouring the energy in the Celestial Ascension Pool, the group of ascenders who have ascended to the spirit overarching heaven should have become heavenly celestials by now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, I really didn't expect that following third uncle's advice and tempering the 99 heaven veins in my body would bring me such great benefits. Currently, the celestial origin energy in my body that has passed through the 99 heavenly veins is comparable to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise for Duan Lingtian. Just this point alone had allowed his strength to rise by 2 whole levels. Furthermore, I have a feeling that the benefits of refining the 99 heavenly veins will definitely be more than this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now that I've ascended to a Devata realm, the most important thing now is to raise my cultivation base as soon as possible. After all, I only have 1,000 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he recalled what Wuxia Xianxia from the divine offering land had said to him. According to Wuxia Xianxia, 1,000 years later, when the incident at the World of Divine Offering was over, Kerr would be forced by her father to marry Yunqin Yen. Because of this, the only thing on his mind right now was how to improve his strength. He had never thought about anything else, nor did he intend to think about it. Let's go to Bloody Spectre City first and find out where the best cultivation environment is in the vicinity. Also, I'll find out where I can get cultivation resources from, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to go to Bloody Spectre City. Since he had just arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he could not bring cultivation resources from the mundane realms to the Devata realm. For this reason, he was completely broke. Naturally, he knew he had no cultivation resources. Even if he brought cultivation resources from the mundane realms, such as Saint Stones, to the Devata realm, they would not be of any help to him. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stones was from the mundane realms, so it would not help him improve his celestial origin energy. Moreover, since he had just arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he did not have any cultivation resources. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about the spirit overarching heaven. The most important thing now was to go to Bloody Spectre City to gather information. Only then could he proceed to the next step. I shouldn't have to wait too long. Outside the celestial ascension pool, Duan Lingtian hovered above the clouds. His gaze pierced through the clouds as he looked down. About 15 minutes later. He's here. A familiar figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. It was none other than Wang Wei, the Decurion of the Silverworm Army. It was none other than Wang Wei, the Decurion of the Silverworm Army whom Duan Lingtian had crippled. At this moment, Wang Wei was leading a group of ascenders out of the celestial ascension pool toward the east. Since Wang Wei was here, Duan Lingtian made his move as well. Wang Wei led the group of ascenders and headed towards the Silverworm Army's campsite. As he hurried, he gnashed his teeth and swore in his heart, I hope that the Chiliarch will report this matter to the commander after finding out about today's matter. Once Lord Commander learns about this matter, he'll definitely hunt that person down even if he has to dig 3 feet into the ground. Wang Wei's eyes flashed fiercely when he thought about this. Although Wang Wei did not vent his anger on the group of ascenders behind him from the beginning until the end, Wang Wei did not vent his anger on them. However, the group of ascenders was affected by Wang Wei's emotions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. About half an hour later, a small black dot appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. It's a city. It must be Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly as he looked at the small black dot in the distance. Duan Lingtian's guess was proven correct. Duan Lingtian followed Wang Wei and the others as they made their way to the small black dot. Soon after, the small black dot grew larger and larger before it transformed into a city that resembled a gigantic beast. The walls around the city were all made of blood-red bricks, giving people a visual shock as if they were dyed in blood. That's Bloody Spectre City. I'm bringing you to the Silverworm Army's camp. The Silverworm Army is one of the 2 armies under Bloody Spectre City's command. The commander of the Silverworm Army reports directly to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Wang Wei, who had been following Duan Lingtian along the way, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the group of ascenders behind him. We won't be heading to Bloody Spectre City since the Silverworm Army's camp isn't in Bloody Spectre City. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he led the group of ascenders toward the northeast of Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City. Although Duan Ling Tian was hiding behind the clouds and was quite a distance away from Wang Wei, he could still clearly hear Wang Wei's words that he did not intentionally lower his voice. After listening to Wang Wei's words, he was certain of his destination. The blood-stained city in front of him was his destination. Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City was the first city Duan Ling Tian had visited since he arrived in the Devata realm. Outside Bloody Spectre City, Duan Ling Tian could see many celestials entering and exiting the city. It was bustling with activity. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian followed the crowd and entered Bloody Spectre City. He looked like a travel-worn celestial who was about to enter Bloody Spectre City to have a rest. After entering Bloody Spectre City, Duan Ling Tian began to look around. After all, this was the first city he had visited since he arrived in the Devata realm. Therefore, he decided to take a closer look at the city. At the very least, he wanted to leave an impression on the city so that he could reminisce about it in the future. Dear customer, I originally planned to sell this dark autumn grass for 12 primitive celestial stones. Since it's getting late, I'll sell it to you for 10 primitive celestial stones so that I can leave as soon as possible. After walking around Bloody Spectre City for a long time, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at a street filled with stalls. At this moment, a stall owner's voice rang in his ears. Primitive celestial stones? Celestial stones? Duan Ling Tian looked over towards the source of the voice, and he saw a person withdraw 10 light green stones before passing them over to the stall owner that spoke. Following that, the stall owner handed a stalk of herb to the person. So this is the currency in the Devata realm? It's similar to the saint stones that can be used to cultivate. When Duan Ling Tian was still in the mundane realm, Xian Yuanji had mentioned the celestial stones as the currency in the Devata realm. However, since he had never seen a celestial stone before, he had no idea what a celestial stone was. However, now that he had witnessed the transactions in the Devata realm, he knew what a celestial stone looked like. These are celestial stones? The spatial ring left behind by the centurion of the Silverworm army seems to have many celestial stones as well. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian immersed his consciousness into the spatial ring in his hand. He had obtained this spatial ring from the centurion of the Silverworm army whom he had killed. After the centurion's death, he had used his blood to claim ownership of the spatial ring. At this moment, there was a saber and a sword lying quietly in the space inside the spatial ring. The saber and the sword were celestial weapons from the two centurions of the Silverworm army. Apart from the two celestial weapons, there were also 2 piles of green stones in the space inside the spatial ring. One of the piles had more stones, but the color was lighter. The other pile had fewer stones, but the color was darker. This pile has more stones. They're primitive celestial stones. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to identify the primitive celestial stones in the spatial ring based on the primitive celestial stones he had seen earlier. Initially, I thought it would be inconvenient for me to go to the most well-informed restaurant since I don't have the currency in the Devata realm. After all, I don't have the money to pay the bill. But now it would seem that I was thinking too much. I'd forgotten that the spatial ring in my hand came from the centurion of the Silverworm army, and as a centurion of the Silverworm army, he would surely possess a great amount of wealth. Chapter 2586. After staying in the restaurant for half a day, Duan Ling Tian managed to eavesdrop on the conversations of the customers. However, he discovered that there was nothing he could do. After staying in the restaurant for half a day, he did not learn anything of value. No one mentioned the things that he needed to know about the most important things in the world. That's true. I only want to know the basics. These people are either natives of the Devata realms or celestials who have ascended to the Devata realms for a long time. Naturally, they won't talk about the basics to help me, who has just ascended to the Devata realms. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian decided not to waste his time in the restaurant. He called the waiter over and said, "Waiter, bring me a quiet room." He had thought of other ways to obtain information. "Sir, the minimum charge for a room in our restaurant is 10 primitive celestial stones. You're alone." As the waiter introduced the room to Duan Ling Tian, he tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian that there was no need for him to use a room. However, before he could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Duan Lingtian casually tossed a handful of primitive celestial stones on the table and said, "Here's the extra." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw there were at least 30 primitive celestial stones on the table. After he put the primitive celestial stones away, he respectfully invited Duan Lingtian into a room. Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian's request, he specially found a quiet room for Duan Lingtian. "Sir, is there anything else you would like to eat?" After receiving the tip from Duan Lingtian, the waiter's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had become much warmer. He was just short of calling Duan Lingtian master in a flattering manner. "There's no hurry to eat. I have some questions for you, so I'll take up a little of your time." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said bluntly. This was another way he had thought of to obtain information. He questioned the waiter in front of him, trying his best to pry out everything he wanted to know from him. "Sir, what would you like to ask?" Little Fool asked with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a native of the spirit overarching heaven, right?" Duan Lingtian asked. He had long since discovered that Little Fool was not even a heavenly immortal. In that case, there was only one possibility. This waiter was a native of the spirit overarching heaven. When Duan Lingtian was still in the mundane realm, he had heard Xian Yuanji, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion, mention the natives of the Devata realms. The natives of the Devata realms were the descendants of celestials who had ascended to the Devata realms. For this reason, the natives' cultivation bases were not even at the heavenly celestial stage. After all, there was no such thing as ascension. They had been in the Devata realms since they were infants. Since they were born in the Devata realms, the natives of the Devata realms were blessed by the heavens. Their cultivation speed was much faster than those in the mundane realms. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms was much more abundant than in the mundane realms. Apart from that, the cultivation resources in the Devata realms were also much better than those in the mundane realms. Under such circumstances, unless one was a complete fool, one's cultivation speed would not be slow. "Yes." The waiter nodded. "I have a question for you. What's the best place to cultivate in the area around Bloody Spectre City?" Duan Lingtian asked. Right now, he only wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible. Therefore, he also hoped to find an excellent cultivation environment as soon as possible so that he could stay there and cultivate. A good cultivation environment had a great effect on one's cultivation speed. Of course, he also knew his own limits. With his current strength, it was fine for him to stay in the area around Bloody Spectre City for the time being. He did not know what dangers he would encounter if he ventured out. After all, there were many powerhouses in the Devata realms who were stronger than him. With his current strength, he would be in great danger if he left the area around Bloody Spectre City without careful consideration. If it was in the past, he would not mind taking a risk. However, he felt there was no need for him to take such a risk. Currently, he had too many things to worry about. If something were to happen to him, his wife, family, and friends would be destroyed as well. Since you asked this question, it means you're not from Bloody Spectre City. The best place to cultivate in the area around Bloody Spectre City is undoubtedly the city governor's cultivation room. There's a grand spirit gathering formation there that's connected to the cores of the two largest celestial stone veins near Bloody Spectre City. Due to this, the heaven and earth spirit energy there is terrifyingly dense. The waiter said confidently. Secondly, the tents of the commanders and captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army are located. Their tents are located closest to the cores of the two celestial stone veins. Due to the spirit gathering formation, the heaven and earth spirit energy is sealed there as well. After that, there's the Golden Serpent Guard's cultivation room in the city governor's estate. It's located close to the city governor's personal cultivation room. A hint of dread flashed in the waiter's eyes when he mentioned the Golden Serpent Guards. It was as though the Golden Serpent Guards were terrifying existences. What's the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Golden Serpent Guards are the city master's personal guards. Normally, their duty is to protect the city master and the city master's family. Compared to the Black Dragon Army and Silver Dragon Army, which are both under the city master's mansion, which have an army of 10,000 people, the Golden Serpent Guards only have 100 people. However, all of them are experts. They're all Golden Serpent Guards, the waiter said solemnly. It's said that the weakest Golden Serpent Guards are Golden Celestials. The weakest Golden Celestials are Golden Celestials. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he heard the waiter's words. After all, even the centurion of the Silverworm army whom he had interacted with before had yet to become a Golden Celestial. However, the waiter was telling him that the city governor's estate was a Golden Serpent Guards. The weakest Golden Serpent Guards serving the city governor of Bloody Spectre City were Golden Celestials. Doesn't this mean even the centurion of the Silverworm army is weaker than anyone in the Golden Serpent Guards? Even the centurion of the Silverworm army isn't qualified to join the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the waiter said matter-of-factly. The waiter said matter-of-factly, let's not talk about how a centurion of the Silver Dragon army doesn't have the qualifications to join the Golden Snake Guards. Even if he has the qualifications, he can't join the Golden Snake Guards just because he wants to. It's said that not only does one have to be strong enough to join the Golden Serpent Guards, but there are other stringent requirements as well. If one can't meet the stringent requirements, one won't be able to join the Golden Serpent Guards even if they're strong enough. The waiter continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had learned from the waiter about the best places to cultivate in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. The cultivation room of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was the best place to cultivate. However, Duan Lingtian knew it was impossible for him to cultivate in the cultivation room. Unless he was strong enough to defeat the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and snatch the cultivation room from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Apart from the cultivation room of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, the tents of the commanders of the Silverworm army and the captains of the Black Dragon army, and the cultivation room of the Golden Serpent Guards were located in the city governor's estate. It seems like all of them are rather troublesome. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Apart from the 3 places with better cultivation conditions, the other 2 places with better cultivation conditions are the other places in the city governor's estate and the tents of the Silverworm army and the Black Dragon army. The waiter added. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, the waiter looked at the door of the private room and said, Sir, if you don't have any other questions, I'll take my leave first. If I don't leave now, the innkeeper will definitely be angry. He might not even give me this month's salary. I still have many questions to ask. Just as the waiter was about to leave, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw a celestial stone at the waiter. A mediocre celestial stone. When Duan Lingtian tossed the celestial stone into the air, the waiter hastily caught the celestial stone with an excited expression on his face. After all, even his monthly salary was only 30 low-grade celestial stones. This mediocre celestial stone was equivalent to 100 primitive celestial stones. It was more than 3 months of his salary. How many primitive celestial stones can be exchanged for a mediocre celestial stone? Duan Lingtian asked. The celestial stone he threw out was one of the few celestial stones in his spatial ring. He had long guessed it was a mediocre celestial stone, 100, the waiter replied. After a moment, he regained his senses. After replying to Duan Lingtian, he regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian strangely. After all, it was common knowledge in the spirit overarching heaven that a mediocre celestial stone was equivalent to 100 primitive celestial stones. In fact, it was common knowledge in all Devata realms. However, Duan Lingtian did not know this. Perhaps, he's just messing around, the waiter could not help but think to himself. However, when Duan Lingtian continued to ask questions that were similar to common sense, the waiter cooperated and answered. At the same time, he was puzzled. He wondered to himself, why does he seem like an ascender who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? Naturally, as soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suppressed it. After all, he did not think it was possible. After all, Those who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool near Bloody Spectre City would be recruited by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army to serve in the two camps. Even if they were not recruited, it was impossible for them to have so many celestial stones. It was impossible for a person who had just ascended to a Devata realm to obtain so many celestial stones even if they had become a golden celestial. Chapter 2587. After asking all the questions he wanted to ask, Duan Lingtian asked the waiter to leave. After the waiter left, the room became exceptionally quiet in an instant. Now, even if one were to throw a needle on the ground, one might be able to hear the clear sound of it hitting the ground. According to the waiter, the best places to cultivate are the city governor's estate, the Black Dragon Army's camp, and the Silverworm Army's camp. Duan Lingtian sat in front of the table. Although he seemed calm, his heart was not calm at all. In other words, if I want to have a good cultivation environment, I can only go to these three places. However, since I've killed the centurion of the Silverworm Army as soon as I arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, the Silverworm Army's camp won't welcome me. Apart from a few people who want me dead, most of the Silverworm Army want to obtain the divine ability and the sovereign heart sword that's similar to a celestial method, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While Duan Lingtian was deep in thought in the restaurant's private room, the Silverworm Army's camp was not calm at all. Zhonggang was killed by a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial. Yang Kongping, one of the 10 captains in the Silverworm Army, was stunned when he heard the report from his centurion, Chai Ming, about what had happened at one of the Celestial Ascension pools that the Silverworm Army was in charge of. A mere Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm had actually killed a centurion of the Silverworm Army in front of a centurion and 8 decurions? Yes. When Chai Ming saw that Yang Kongping did not seem to believe him, he quickly added, Lord Chiliarch, I've seen everything with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 8 decanists to verify it. Chai Ming was one of the 2 centurions of the Silverworm Army whom Duan Lingtian had met at the Celestial Ascension Pool earlier. The tall and majestic young man standing in front of Chai Ming was the direct superior of Chai Ming and Zhonggang, the centurion of the Silverworm Army who looked like a young man whom Duan Lingtian had killed earlier. He was Yang Kongping, a captain of the Silverworm Army. There were only a total of 10 Kiliarchs in the Silverworm Army, and all of them were golden immortals. They were not something heavenly immortals could compare to. Chai Ming, you've been my subordinate for many years. Why would I doubt your words? I'm just slightly shocked and wanted to confirm it from you. Yang Kongping muttered to himself, if that's the case, the person who had just ascended to the Celestial Ascension realm must have obtained a heavenly legacy in the mundane realm. Not only a celestial, but he also a celestial and divine celestial. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of desire and greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Although he was a golden celestial and had cultivated powerful celestial methods and divine abilities, his celestial methods and divine abilities were only slightly stronger than the most ordinary celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. They were nothing compared to the celestial methods that the person Chai Ming had mentioned had mastered. Also, you said that the person who had just ascended was able to snatch the celestial weapon from you? Moreover, from the beginning until the end, you couldn't do anything and could only watch as your celestial weapon was snatched away? Yang Kongping asked again. Yes. Chai Ming still felt a lingering fear when he recalled what had happened. The person who had just ascended is not simple. Yang Kongping's eyes flashed as he looked at Chai Ming and said in a deep voice, Chai Ming, keep the 8 decurions in check. Don't let them spread any news about the person who had just ascended to the Celestial Ascension realm. I'll report this to Lord Commander now. Yang Kongping did not wait for Chai Ming's reply before he left. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Silverworm Army's camp. He had just left the restaurant and was strolling on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear the commotion at all. He seemed to be lost in his own thoughts as he strolled along the path. It was as though he had lost his soul. The city governor's estate, the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duan Lingtian strolled on the streets as though he had lost his soul because he was trying to think of a way to enter the city governor's estate or the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the main road of Bloody Spectre City. This main road was incomparably spacious, and there was an endless stream of carriages. Naturally, it was noisy as well. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance on the main road of Bloody Spectre City did not attract much attention. In fact, not many people even spared him a glance. There were only a few people who glanced at him. They were all young ladies. However, after glancing at him, they averted their gazes shyly, not daring to look at him anymore. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who was walking in a daze on the central street of Bloody Spectre City, suddenly came to a halt as though he had sensed something. The reason he was like this was because the noise and clamor in the surroundings had vanished without a trace in an instant. It was as though someone was strangling him, rendering him unable to make a sound. He could clearly see that within his field of vision, there was a dense stream of people. However, at this moment, the atmosphere was strangely quiet. They seemed to be looking behind me. When Duan Lingtian came to a halt, his gaze landed on the group of people who had also stopped in front of him. He discovered that these people were looking behind him. What's going on? Why can't they make a sound? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian turned around. The sound of his robe fluttering in the wind could be heard clearly in this quiet and strange environment. When Duan Lingtian turned around, his gaze landed on a graceful curve. A hint of amazement could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he sighed in his heart from the bottom of his heart. What a beautiful woman! At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the reason why the entire street was quiet and no longer noisy. It was because of the woman in front of him. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like green feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, was enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. In addition, although her face was covered by the veil, it was partially covered. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible. One could vaguely make out the perfect curve of her face. People could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and take a look at the beautiful face under the veil. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil on her face. If she were to remove the veil, how devastatingly beautiful would her cheeks be without the veil restraining them. The woman moved slightly. Wherever she passed, the crowd silently made a path for her. At this moment, on this street, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they were all looking at this woman with infatuation. It was as if the woman had some kind of special magic. If it was any other time, seeing such a beautiful woman, many men would definitely have bad thoughts. However, at this moment, the group of men present did not have a strange look in their eyes. When they looked at the woman, other than a temporary look of amazement, there was only a look of reverence left in their eyes. It was as if this woman was some kind of sacred existence, high and mighty, and could not be profaned. Duan Lingtian was the only one who turned around and continued to move forward after a flash of amazement appeared in his eyes. The woman, who was originally walking on the street with a cold gaze, ignoring everything around her, looked at Duan Lingtian the moment he turned around and left. She glanced at Duan Lingtian. However, it was only a glance. In this remote town, there is actually someone who is not affected by my cultivation method? The moment the woman looked at Duan Lingtian's back, a ripple appeared in her heart. However, as the woman's gaze became cold again, the ripple in her heart immediately calmed down. This woman is not simple. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn when he turned around and continued to move forward. His heart was heavy as well. The reason why she can make the entire street quiet down and attract everyone's attention is not only because of her beauty and temperament, but also because of the aura that she emits. Fortunately, my soul is protected by the defective metal piece. Otherwise, I would have been affected by that aura as well. That aura is similar to a soul attack, but it is not a soul attack because it does not have any offensive properties. It can only affect one's mind temporarily by infecting one's soul and causing one to fall into a state of confusion. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian changed his path and finally relaxed. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. That woman in the purple dress gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At the very least, he was no match for her at this moment. Have you heard? A captain of the Black Dragon Army has died. Yes. It's said that the captain of the Black Dragon Army died in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. It's suspected that he accidentally entered the little world that has been listed as a forbidden area in Bloody Spectre City for generations. Today, the camp of the Black Dragon Army released a message. If anyone can bring back the identity token of that Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, they can replace the dead Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army and become the new Chiliarch. Chapter 2588. Black Dragon Army? Captain? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the conversation between the two passers-by. He had been racking his brains for a way to enter the city governor's estate and the Black Dragon Army's camp. Now that he heard the conversation between the two passers-by, he saw an opportunity. Although it was not difficult to join the Black Dragon Army, that was only true for those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm. Usually, those who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven would be brought to the Black Dragon Army's camp to report to the Black Dragon Army. Once their cultivation base reached a certain level, they would be able to join the Black Dragon Army and become a member. At that time, they would no longer have to serve in the army. They would only have to complete their daily tasks and would have more time to cultivate. Apart from that, the Black Dragon Army did not recruit outsiders. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the waiter in the restaurant. Both of you, please wait. Duan Lingtian turned around and caught up with the two passers-by in just a few steps. He blocked their path and asked curiously when they came to a halt, "What's the little world that both of you were talking about? Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? You're too rude." No one would be happy to be stopped by a stranger when they were walking normally. "Both of you, I just have a few questions." Duan Lingtian did not mind their displeasure. He raised his hand and took out 2 mediocre celestial stones from his spatial ring. "Here are 2 mediocre celestial stones. Take one each as the reward for answering my questions." The two passers-by's eyes lit up as soon as Duan Lingtian took out the mediocre celestial stones. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they immediately snatched the mediocre celestial stones from Duan Lingtian's hands. Moreover, their attitudes toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. "Brother, please ask away if you have any questions. We promise to tell you everything we know." The two passers-by looked at Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces. It was as though they were two different people now. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Money makes the world go round. He did not stand on ceremony with the two of them and directly asked, "My question is still the same. What's the little world that both of you mentioned?" A little world is an independent space in the Devata realms that can be created by powerhouses who have reached a certain level of strength. One of the passers-by Lingtian answered Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian asked, "Brother, you've never heard of the little world?" Duan Lingtian did not answer the passers-by. Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's words. Little worlds is little Devata realms void heaven devouring heaven Devata is heaven divine realms realm? Duan Lingtian s, celestial Devi celestial Devis celestial devs. S to S is little Lingtian's SS littles. What's the strength of a powerhouse to create a little world? Duan Lingtian asked. I'm not too sure about that. The passers-by had accepted Duan Lingtian's celestial stones, so he was not angry at Duan Lingtian's lack of response. However, I've heard that even great overarching golden celestials aren't capable of creating a little world in the Devata realms. It's not just great overarching golden celestials. It's said that even those who are stronger than great overarching golden celestials aren't capable of creating a little world, the passers-by chimed in. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Earlier, you said one of the Black Dragon Army's captains accidentally entered the little world located in the mountain range south of Bloody Spectre City, right?" Moreover, that minor world has been listed as a forbidden ground by Bloody Spectre City for generations? Yes. One of the passers-by nodded and said, that little world has existed for a long time in the mountain range south of Bloody Spectre City. It has a history of at least 10,000 years. Many people have entered the little world over the past 10,000 years, but no one has ever come out alive. As the little world's reputation spread, many powerhouses from the Nine Spectres County and outside of the Nine Spectres County came to Bloody Spectre City to explore the little world. However, none of them came out alive after entering the little world. Many of them are great overarching golden celestials. In fact, it's said that many of them who are stronger than great overarching golden celestials have disappeared after entering the little world. For this reason, the little world has been a forbidden area in Bloody Spectre City for generations. When the passers-by reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and asked, "Brother, don't tell me you're thinking of going to the little world? If you are, you have to reconsider. That's not a good place. It's a deadly place." "That's right." The other passers-by chimed in, "The space near the valley where the little world is located is unstable. In the past 10,000 years of Bloody Spectre City's history, there have been more than 10 people who were forcefully sent into the little world by the spatial turbulence when they passed by that area and disappeared without a trace. This includes the captain of the Black Dragon Army. It's suspected that he was sent into the little world by the spatial turbulence when he went to the little world, and he died. Most people don't know if they're dead or alive when they enter the little world. However, the captain of the Black Dragon Army's soul pearl was stored in the Black Dragon Army. Since the Black Dragon Army said he's dead, his soul pearl must have shattered as well." The two passers-by patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but they also patiently answered Duan Lingtian's questions. From the beginning until the end, they did not show any signs of impatience. "Thank you, both of you." In the end, there was nothing else for Duan Lingtian to ask. He bade farewell to the two passers-by before he turned around and left. "Take care, brother." The two passers-by smiled as they watched Duan Lingtian leave. After parting ways with the two passers-by, Duan Lingtian continued to walk aimlessly on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. However, he was not thinking about how to enter the Black Dragon Army's camp or the city governor's mansion. Instead, he was thinking about the little world in the mountain ridge to the south of Bloody Spectre City. That small world has already been discovered for 10,000 years, but no one has ever come out alive. This is enough to show that it is extremely dangerous inside. It seems like it's not realistic to enter the little world to obtain the identity token of a captain of the Black Dragon Army and become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. Although it was said that riches came with risks, he knew his limits. For the past 10,000 years, many people who were stronger than him had entered the little world, but none of them had come out alive. He did not think his luck was better than theirs. "However, I should go and take a look. It's fine if I don't know anything about it. Since I know about it, I should go and take a look. Also, perhaps when the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army was sucked into that small world, he also happened to lose his identity token?" With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to go to the mountain ridge to the south of Bloody Spectre City to take a look at the entrance of the little world. He wanted to see if he could find the identity token of a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave Bloody Spectre City and head south, at this moment, another uninvited guest appeared in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. This uninvited guest was none other than the woman whom Duan Lingtian had met in Bloody Spectre City. She was dressed in a light purple dress and had a veil covering her face. "This is the place," the woman muttered to herself as soon as she entered the mountain ridge. Swoosh! After entering the mountain ridge, the woman locked onto a direction and headed in that direction. Soon after, she arrived at a valley. She only dared to look at the valley from afar. At first glance, there was nothing special about the valley. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the void was distorted. Based on this, one could see that the void around the valley was constantly fluctuating and distorting. It was clear that the void was unstable. The little world left behind by the powerhouse from the blissful sect is over there. The lady looked at the valley in front of her and muttered softly. She slowly lifted her jade-like hand and a jade strip with a green light lingering around it appeared in it. If the ancestral teachings of the blissful sect are true, I'll be able to complete the incomplete information in this jade token by injecting my celestial origin energy into it. According to the ancestral teachings of the blissful sect, after entering the small world left behind by the expert of the blissful sect, as long as you follow the complete information in this jade slip, you will be able to obtain what he left behind in his small world. The powerhouse from the blissful sect who created this little world had taken one of the 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Since he didn't leave the celestial weapon in the blissful sect, it's very likely that the celestial weapon is in this little world. With this thought in mind, the woman no longer hesitated as she injected her celestial origin energy into the jade token in her hand. Whoosh! The jade token shone brightly as soon as it was completed. As expected, it's completed. However, when the woman discovered that the information contained in the jade slip had been perfected, before she could rejoice, she read the information after it had been perfected. After that, her beautiful face, which was covered by a thin veil, completely changed color. A man and a woman have to go in together, and they have to do those dirty things inside before they can come out alive? End of chapter. Chapter 2589. Those bald donkeys from the blissful sect. None of them are good. The woman's beautiful face under the veil changed color. At the same time, she lost her composure and cursed softly. Then, she prepared to leave. Although she wanted to retrieve the sect-guarding celestial weapon for her sect, it did not mean she was willing to pay such a high price for a sect-guarding celestial weapon that might not even be in its possession. She was from the compassionate celestial traveler sect that only had female disciples. The disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were pure and untainted. She was not interested in the affairs between men and women. In her life, the only thing she cared about was cultivation. Apart from cultivating, what else did she want to do? She wanted to protect and strengthen the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Let's go back first and give this jade slip to Master, and let her decide for herself. Perhaps, Master can find a way to ask 2 outsiders to enter the little world to see if the sect-guarding celestial weapon of the compassionate celestial traveler sect is inside. There's nothing I can do about this. With this thought in mind, the woman's light purple dress fluttered in the air as she prepared to leave. However, just as she was about to leave, she saw a figure flying toward her from afar. An extremely fast figure was flying over from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was not far away from her and appeared. It was a handsome young man in purple with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It's him. She recognized the young man with just a glance. The purple-clad young man was none other than the purple-clad young man she had seen on the streets of Bloody Spectre City before she came here today. At that time, out of all the people on the street, only this person was not affected by the cultivation method she practiced. For this reason, she had a deep impression of him. It's her. The purple-clad young man who just arrived was none other than Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was also stunned as he looked at the woman before him. He did not expect to meet the woman again so soon. Moreover, he did not expect to see her here. He had come here to see the little world that had been listed as a forbidden area for generations in Bloody Spectre City. He did not expect to meet the woman on the streets of Bloody Spectre City as soon as he arrived here. Even now, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the woman's aura. The woman's body was still emitting waves of soul attacks, but they didn't have any offensive aura. This aura silently entered his body and went straight to his soul. However, it was devoured by the defective metal piece on the side of his soul. Due to this reason, he was able to maintain his consciousness and was not as muddled as the people on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. Just as Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the woman, a voice rang out. All of a sudden, he seemed to have noticed something, and he swiftly shifted his gaze, and his gaze fell onto the valley in front of him that was filled with turbulent, distorted, and extremely unstable space. That should be where the entrance to the little world is located. Once we approach the unstable region, we'll be swept into the little world by the spatial turbulence. But, why does the unstable space around this valley look like it's spreading in all directions? The reason Duan Ling Tian was attracted by the turbulent and distorted space around the valley was not because of the instability of the space in this area. He was already mentally prepared for this, because he knew this before he came. The reason why he was attracted in such a hurry was because of the unstable space around the valley in front of him, which was rapidly spreading to the surroundings at a very fast speed. The turbulent and distorted void also spread out in all directions from the area around the valley. "Let's go." Before Duan Ling Tian could react, the woman's voice had already reverberated in his ears like a clap of thunder. However, whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the unstable spatial turbulence surged out like a flash flood and engulfed Duan Ling Tian and the woman before they could escape. "Oh, no." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as soon as he was submerged in the spatial turbulence. He cried out in his heart as he felt his consciousness gradually fading away. After a while, his consciousness completely disappeared. When Duan Ling Tian regained his consciousness, he found himself in a vast cave. As he sat up with his hands supporting his body, he saw again, there were many grooves on the walls of the cave. Moreover, there was a Buddha statue in each of these grooves. The Buddha statue was connected to the walls. It was obvious someone had carved the Buddha statue on the walls. If it was just the Buddha statue, it would not have surprised Duan Ling Tian. Beside these Buddha statues, there were also engravings of graceful women. Moreover, these women were either naked or wearing thin clothes. Moreover, these women were clinging to the Buddha statue in different postures. Some of the women's postures were so unsightly that it was unbearable to look at. "Do they look good?" Just as Duan Ling Tian was looking around at the Buddha statue and the woman's statue, he suddenly heard a light voice. It sounded as if it came from heaven and earth. This voice was cold and beautiful. It seemed to contain some kind of special magic. As soon as it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it made Duan Ling Tian feel relaxed and happy. He quickly looked away. Duan Ling Tian stood up and turned to look at the place where the light and beautiful voice came from. What entered his eyes was a graceful figure. He could not help but be stunned. The woman was wearing a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers, her skin was white as snow, and her waist was thin. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by a thin veil. However, because the veil was semi-transparent, the outline of her body was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. It was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could only imagine how charming she was even with a thin veil on her face. If the veil was removed, one could not help but wonder how devastatingly beautiful she would be without it. This woman was the woman Duan Ling Tian had met on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. She was also the woman he had met outside the little world that had been listed as a forbidden area by Bloody Spectre City for generations. I remember that both of us were swallowed by the spatial turbulence at that time. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he recalled what had happened before he fainted. Did we get sucked into the little world by the spatial turbulence? Although Duan Ling Tian had already vaguely guessed this, he still could not help but ask the woman before him. "If I don't kill you now, I'll die as well. I won't let you live until now." The woman's body emitted a cold aura when she heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Her eyes gleamed coldly as though she wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian immediately. "Kill me?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Then, he frowned and asked, "I don't think I've offended you, right? If you didn't come within 1,000 meters of me without making a sound, the yin-yang reversal formation outside the little world wouldn't have been activated. The space around the little world isn't stable to begin with, and the spatial turbulence wouldn't have spread out and dragged me into the little world." The woman's clear and light voice resonated in the air. As she spoke, her tone became colder and colder. Coupled with the chilling aura she emitted, it gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling as though winter had arrived. Yin-yang reversal formation? Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. Can you be more specific? What's the yin-yang reversal formation? Also, what makes you think the yin-yang reversal formation wouldn't have been activated if I didn't come within 1,000 meters of you? What? Do you think I'm shirking my responsibility? A powerful aura surged out of the woman's body and swept toward Duanling Tian. It was as though thousands of soldiers and horses were charging toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was caught off guard. He felt a sweet sensation in his throat before he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. How powerful! Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with dread when he looked at the woman again. Earlier, he could clearly feel the woman's aura surging out of the woman's body. The moment the woman's aura collided with his body, she retracted 80 to 90% of it in time. Even so, the remaining aura still injured him. Even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial would not be able to do this, right? Whoosh! Just as Duanling Tian was looking at the woman with dread in his eyes, a jade token that was shrouded in green light shot toward him like a bolt of lightning without him seeing the woman make any move. Duanling Tian raised his hand and caught the jade token as he looked at the woman with a puzzled expression on his face. The woman was the one who had tossed the jade token to him. Take a look at what's recorded in it. The woman's voice was cold and unapproachable. Upon hearing the woman's words, Duanling Tian immediately mobilized his celestial origin energy and sent it into the jade token that was shrouded in green light. Immediately, a series of information was transmitted from the scroll into his mind. This little world was left behind by a powerhouse from the blissful sect. The yin-yang reversal formation is set up at the entrance of this little world. Once the yin-yang reversal formation is within 1,000 meters, spatial turbulence will appear and send the owner of the yin-yang reversal formation into the little world. At this point, Duanling Tian finally came to a realization. Chapter 2590. The yin and yang qi was the innate qi of many creatures, including human beings, who were male and female. Male humans were born with yang energy. Female human beings were born with yin energy. According to the information in the jade slip, once a creature with yang and yin energy appears near the entrance of this small world within a kilometer, the space turbulence will appear and suck them into the small world. Even if one of them is a human and the other is a beast, the result will still be the same. However, if it's a non-human creature, it'll be killed when it's dragged into the little world by the spatial turbulence. As for humans, although they can enter the small world, once they enter the small world, they will trigger the yin-yang reversal formation in the small world for the second time, which will lead to the killing formation and kill them. Duanling Tian could not help but gasp when he read the information in the jade token. In that case, in the 10,000 years since the discovery of this small world, there must have been other creatures with the corresponding yin and yang qi within 1,000 meters of the entrance of this small world. For this reason, they must have unknowingly triggered the yin and yang reversal formation and were dragged into the little world by the spatial turbulence. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian looked around and saw a corpse with only the lower half of its body left. Beside the incomplete corpse, there was a storage ring and a token. This token. Duanling Tian murmured to himself. Before he raised his hand, he extended his celestial origin energy and took the token. His eyes widened slightly. The token was completely black. There was a dragon head carved on the front of the token, and the words Black Dragon Army were carved below the dragon head. Duanling Tian turned the token around and saw a dragon's body with the words Captain of a Chili Arch carved below the dragon's body. This corpse, is that of the Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army? I didn't expect him to really be sucked into this small world by the spatial turbulence. Moreover, he's the only one here. This means that the creature with yin energy who was sucked into the spatial turbulence with him isn't a human but some other creature. Duanling Tian thought to himself. He's really unlucky. Duanling Tian casually put away the token and the spatial ring of the Black Dragon Army's captain of the Black Dragon Army. He performed ownership claim on the spatial ring and looked inside. He discovered there was a celestial saber, some rare materials, and primitive and mediocre celestial stones in the spatial ring. Naturally, as a captain of the Black Dragon Army, the celestial stones in his spatial ring were much more than the spatial ring of the centurion of the Silverworm Army whom Duanling Tian had killed. It's a pity that the entrance to this small world changes every once in a while. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Army's spatial ring wouldn't be the only spatial ring here. Duan Lingtian sighed and muttered in a low voice that was filled with pity. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, if the spatial ring did not change, there would be many spatial rings left behind by Celestials. However, if I can't leave this place alive, it's useless no matter how many celestial weapons and celestial stones I have. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought about this. No wonder she said she'll die if she kills me. As it turns out, in this little world, unless a man and a woman of the opposite sex are within 1,000 meters of each other, they'll trigger the yin-yang reversal grand formation and attract the killing formation. Moreover, if one of them dies, it'll trigger the yin-yang reversal grand formation and attract the killing formation as well. After reading the information in the jade token, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the woman had said those words. It seemed like after she killed him, she would trigger the yin-yang reversal grand formation and attract the killing formation. Even with your strength, you can't deal with the killing formation? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask as he looked at the woman. Based on how the woman managed to injure him even after she withdrew most of her aura, she was definitely a great celestial being. This woman's strength was definitely above a great overarching golden celestial, and she might not be an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. The person who left this little world behind is a celestial king. The woman replied indifferently. Celestial king? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words. He was no longer a newbie who had just arrived in the Devata realm. Previously, when he was in the restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, he had a rough idea of the cultivation bases of celestials in the Devata realms through the help of the waiter. For this reason, he knew what a celestial king was. Above heavenly celestials were golden celestials. Above golden celestials were great overarching golden celestials. Above great overarching golden celestials were overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Above overarching heavenly supreme celestials were celestial dukes. Above celestial dukes were celestial kings. This little world was left behind by a celestial king? Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened at this moment. Although his strength was comparable to a golden celestial, his cultivation base was still a crimson moon heavenly celestial, similar to most celestials who had just ascended to the Devata realms. The reason he was able to fight someone with a higher cultivation base was because he was in the spirit world. He was currently in a small place in the spirit overarching heaven, a Devata realm. The celestial methods and divine abilities that the celestials here possessed were very low grade. Moreover, the celestial weapons they possessed were only primitive celestial weapons. In the future, he would have less of an advantage in this aspect. After all, the celestials he encountered in the future would possess celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. This jade slip actually records information on how to pass through the various checkpoints in the small world. If I follow the instructions, I'll be able to pass the checkpoints easily. Moreover, I'm sure the man and woman won't be separated and trigger the yin-yang reversal grand formation and attract the killing formation. As Duan Lingtian continued to read the jade token, he also read the instructions on how to pass the checkpoints in the little world. This was the same feeling he had when he played games in his spare time on Earth in his previous life and obtained the strategy guide in advance. The checkpoints in the little world aren't meant to kill. They're meant to separate people. Without the hint on this jade slip, even if a man and a woman continue to go deeper into this small world, it is very likely that they will be separated at the various checkpoints later. Once they are separated by more than 1,000 meters, both of them will trigger the yin-yang reversal array and attract the killing array. Now that I have the instructions in the jade token, I don't have to worry about not being able to make it to the end. Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face after he finished reading the notification on the jade token. Because this also meant that he and the woman beside him could smoothly pass through the various obstacles in the small world without being killed in the process. There's still the last part of the information. If I'm not mistaken, the last part of the information should record the method to leave this little world. Before reading the last part of the information, Duan Lingtian had already guessed what was recorded in that part of the information. However, although Duan Ling Tian had guessed that it was the method to leave this little world, he would never have dreamed that it would record the method to leave this little world. The idea of leaving this little world would make him speechless. After a man and a woman of the opposite sex passed through the checkpoints, they could only open the exit of the little world and leave this little world alive by having sex with each other. Most importantly, even if the man and woman pass through the checkpoints, if they can't leave this little world within 3 months from the moment they enter, they'll trigger the yin-yang reversal grand formation and attract the killing formation, and they'll die. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's hand trembled as he threw the jade token that was surrounded by green light back to the woman who was not far away from him. "Are you done reading it?" the woman asked nonchalantly. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. It's impossible for me to do that with you. Even if I die." The woman stared at Duan Lingtian and expressed her stance immediately. Her eyes were filled with determination. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Lingtian was instantly enraged. "Do you think I'm willing to do that with you just to leave this little world alive? Don't think too much. I, Duan Lingtian, am a man with a family. Even if I don't have a family, I, Duan Lingtian, am not a casual person. You said it's impossible for you to do that with me even if you die. I'll say it now. Even if you want to do that with me, you'll have to see if I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to do it." Duan Lingtian glared at the woman when he reached the end of his sentence. Never in her wildest dreams would the woman have imagined that her words would be exchanged with such words from the man before her. For a moment, she was so angry that she trembled. Of course, at this moment, she also noticed that the man in front of her was different. If it was another man, he would never behave like this in front of her. Even though she had never interacted with any man before. However, even if one had never eaten pork, they would have seen pigs run. Enough. Let's first follow the instructions on the jade slip and pass through the layers of obstacles in front of us. After passing through the layers of obstacles, we may be able to find another way to leave. We don't have to do what it says. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the woman indifferently. Although, he could see that, this woman with a veil on her face was a peerless beauty that was not inferior to his 2 wives in the slightest. Perhaps due to her unfathomable cultivation base, her temperament was even better than his 2 wives. However, he still did not have any other thoughts about this woman. After all, he already had enough women around him. Chapter 2591. The woman did not respond to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. It was obvious that she had agreed to it. "My name is Duan Lingtian. What's your name?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the woman and prepared to break through the levels according to the information recorded in the jade slip. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw the woman had no intention of responding to him. He said unhappily, "I don't mean anything else. I can't possibly keep calling you throughout the journey, right? Murong Bing." Finally, the woman's cold and pleasant voice rang out as she spoke her name. "Murong Bing? You're really cold." Duan Lingtian glanced at Murong Bing indifferently as he thought to himself. Then, he followed Murong Bing to the various levels in the little world. The purpose of these levels was to kill people. However, there was a difference in the way they killed people. The reason why there was a difference in the way they killed people was because these levels did not kill them directly. They would only try to separate the man and woman who were trying to break through the levels. Once the man and woman were 1,000 meters apart from each other, they would trigger the yin-yang reversal formation, which would lead to the death of the cultivator and the destruction of the cultivator. Due to the information in the jade token, although Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing had encountered many difficulties along the way, they still managed to overcome them. Even if there were some that Duan Lingtian could not handle, Murong Bing dealt with them. This woman. She's so strong. During this process, Duan Lingtian witnessed Murong Bing's strength. It was a strength that was far beyond his reach. In fact, as long as Murong Bing wanted to, she could kill him with a single strike. In terms of strength, he was not on the same level as Murong Bing at this moment. Whoosh! As the scenery changed again, Duan Lingtian discovered that the place he and Murong Bing were in had changed again. This was also the change that happened after they passed the last level. We should be at our destination now. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself as he looked at the changed scenery. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered he and Murong Bing had appeared in a dazzling golden Buddha hall. The golden Buddha statues that surrounded the Buddha hall shone with a dazzling golden light. Beside every golden Buddha statue around the temple, there were still statues of graceful and beautiful women. Moreover, each of them was attached to a Buddha statue. Their forms and movements were different, and some of their movements were unbearable to look at. Duan Lingtian was already immune to all this since he had seen many of them along the way. As for Murong Bing, she did not even look at her surroundings. Her gaze was fixed on the center of the temple the moment she appeared in front of it. There was a stone platform standing there. On the stone platform, there was a bald monk of flesh and blood sitting cross-legged. He wore a golden and red kasaya, and his facial features were regular. Although he wasn't handsome, he was still pleasing to the eye. His eyes were tightly shut as he sat there like a statue. There's no sign of life at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that there was no sign of life on the monk. It was as though he had been dead for a long time. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that the monk's body had not decayed. This was because the body of an immortal would not decay like a mortal's body. As long as it was not destroyed by humans, it would remain intact even after tens of thousands of years. Compared to Yejia. When Duan Lingtian discovered that the monk who seemed to be made of flesh and blood did not have any aura of life, Murong Bing's cold voice rang in his ears. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. Compared to Yejia? What kind of name is that? You know him? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He's the powerhouse from the blissful sect who left this little world behind. It seems like the legend is true. Back then, when he was severely injured and on the verge of death, he chose to pass away in this little world. As soon as Murong Bing finished speaking, she flew out and took the spatial ring from the monk's left ring finger. Then, she dripped her blood on it to claim ownership. Swoosh! Soon after, a horsetail whisk appeared in Murong Bing's hand. A celestial weapon. Moreover, it doesn't seem like an ordinary celestial weapon. As soon as the horsetail whisk appeared in Murong Bing's hand, Duan Lingtian could tell it was not as simple as it seemed. When he extended his divine consciousness, he discovered that the horsetail whisk was extremely powerful. This horsetail whisk was not much inferior to the Jasper celestial sword and universe ruler he had used in the past. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Murong Bing looked at the horsetail whisk in her hand. The frosty expression on her face disappeared in just a blink of an eye and was replaced by a faint smile. Duan Lingtian, who happened to be looking at her, was momentarily stunned. Although Murong Bing's perfect face was covered by a veil, she was still smiling at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian was still attracted by the faint smile on Murong Bing's face. A smile that could topple a city, and a smile that could topple a kingdom. It was nothing more than this. Murong Bing seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. She quickly withdrew the faint smile on her face, and it was replaced by a nonchalant expression on her face. However, if one looked closely at her eyes, one could see the excitement in her eyes. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of Murong Bing's eyes. She was excited because of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk in her hand was one of the 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. This celestial weapon is not simple. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Murong Bing. He could clearly sense the change in Murong Bing's emotions. Normally, Murong Bing would have ignored Duan Lingtian when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, now that she was in a good mood, she replied, "This is the sect-guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that was lost for 10,000 years. Naturally, it's not simple." The sect-guarding celestial weapon of your sect? Upon hearing Murong Bing's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at her before he looked at the lifeless monk and asked, does this mean the sect guarding celestial weapon of your sect was lost for 10,000 years because this powerhouse from the blissful sect took it away? Duan Lingtian still remembered what the two passers-by had said to him when he was in Bloody Spectre City. It seemed like this little world had existed for 10,000 years as well. At this moment, Murong Bing merely glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly and ignored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian finally figured out the answer to his question when he saw Murong Bing's expression. He knew Murong Bing was right. His words had exposed the scars of Murong Bing's sect. That was why Murong Bing had reacted in such a manner. Isn't he a celestial king? How did he die here? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Although Duan Lingtian had never encountered a celestial king before, based on his understanding of the cultivation bases of celestials in the Devata realms, celestial kings were extremely powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to kill them. Murong Bing ignored Duan Lingtian's question. She continued to ignore Duan Lingtian. She walked around the Buddha hall with a frown on her face. It was as though she had encountered some trouble. During this process, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness that he had extended out could clearly sense something. Murong Bing's divine consciousness was sweeping through the entire Buddha hall. At the same time, he also discovered that Murong Bing's divine consciousness was becoming more and more restless. Murong Bing's emotions were getting more and more agitated. It seems like she hasn't found a way out yet. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he saw Murong Bing's reaction. There are 2.5 months left. After 2.5 months, if Murong Bing and I don't leave this little world, we'll trigger the yin-yang reversal grand formation and activate the killing formation. We'll die. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he recalled the information recorded in the Jade Token. Then, he extended his divine consciousness as well. At the same time, he did not remain idle as he continued to search for an exit out of this little world. However, after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. At this moment, apart from the blissful sect's powerhouse, Vinayaka, who had passed away in a seated posture, and a pile of female and Buddha statues, Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing were the only ones left in the huge Buddha hall. They were fumbling around in confusion. This guy. He can't rest in peace even after he's dead. After searching for a long time, Duan Lingtian, who had lost his patience, finally found Vinayaka, the blissful sect's powerhouse, who was sitting cross-legged. He could not help but curse under his breath. Humph. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he heard a cold snort by his ear. Whoosh. Following that, a gust of wind blew past him and swept toward Vinayaka, the blissful sect's powerhouse. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening explosion rang out as the body of Baira Yejia, the blissful sect's powerhouse, exploded. This is bad. As soon as Bai Yejia's body exploded, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically as he stared at Bai Yejia's body. He cried out in shock, "What the hell?" He cried out in alarm, "Back off." His shout was directed at Murong Bing, who was standing in front of Vinayaga's body. She had just destroyed Vinayaga's body. However, it was too late. Almost at the same time that Murong Bing destroyed Bai Yejia's body exploded. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 2592. Swoosh! 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 Although Duan Lingtian managed to retreat far away in time, there were still many green streaks of light that were heading toward him after Baijia's body exploded. He did not even have time to dodge before they entered his body. What's this? When the green streaks of light entered Duan Lingtian's body, they did not leave any wounds on Duan Lingtian's body. It was as though they had merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Soul attack? Duan Lingtian could not help but think of this possibility. However, as soon as he thought of this, he realized something was amiss. No. This is not a soul attack. If it was a soul attack, it would have targeted my soul after entering my body. As for this green light, the moment it entered my body, it seemed to have turned into specks of liquid, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the green streaks of light entering his body. After entering his body, the green streaks of light turned into droplets of liquid that spread all over his body. It did not take long for the green streaks of light to spread all over his body. What's going on? When the green streaks of light spread all over Duan Lingtian's body and spread all over his body, Duan Lingtian felt his body heating up. Soon after, a surge of fire rose from his lower abdomen. It was as though a cannon had been charging for a long time and was in urgent need of release. That green streak of light. That is a medicine? At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out what the green streaks of light were. As for what kind of medicine it was, Duan Lingtian had already guessed. That monk from the blissful sect. He's a dignified celestial king, but he actually left such a despicable method on his body. He's a disgrace to all celestial kings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his body heating up. On the other side, Murongbing was also attacked by the green streamers. Her snow-white skin that was exposed outside of her light purple dress had also turned crimson, as if it had been dyed with a layer of red dye. It was particularly eye-catching. Moreover, her eyes, which were originally cold and flawless, had turned murky at this moment. It was as though her eyes had been tainted by mud. I feel like if this continues, I'll explode and die. Initially, Duan Lingtian tried his best to endure the heat. However, after a while, he realized he could no longer hold himself back. At this moment, he was like a furnace. His temperature had reached the peak of his body was about to explode. Duan Lingtian continued gritting his teeth, continued to resist the evil fire in his divine energy in his body. All of a sudden, he felt a soft and fragrant sensation on the back of his neck. Following that, he felt a scorching heat. However, it was a pair of arms that were as smooth as jade, as white as snow, and as smooth as lotus roots. They wrapped around his neck tightly, as if they were unwilling to let go even if they were to die. They wanted to become one with his neck. No. Don't touch me. Duan Lingtian felt a burning sensation in his ears, followed by a soft moan. At the same time, a delicate body that was as delicate as a water snake clung onto Duan Lingtian's back and hugged him tightly like an octopus. Due to the tight hug, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to breathe. Big sister. Are you the one touching me now? Along with the delicate fragrance that entered his nose and entered his arms, Duan Lingtian felt his body that was already boiling hot became even hotter. Moreover, the demonic fire in his body had also increased in intensity. It was as though he was on the verge of losing control. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that his mind was on the verge of collapse. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Kill me. Kill me, Murongbing gritted her teeth as she hugged Duan Lingtian tightly like an octopus. She looked as though she would lose her mind at any moment. If I still had the strength to kill you, I would have shaken you off a long time ago. Duan Lingtian looked at Murongbing helplessly with a wry smile on his face. At the same time, he felt as though his consciousness was fading away. What a powerful medicine. It completely ignores my celestial origin energy and soul energy. Duan Lingtian had tried to use his celestial origin energy and soul energy to resist the medicine that was spreading through his body. However, he discovered that the medicine was extremely overbearing. It completely ignored his celestial origin energy and soul energy. No wonder her condition is worse than mine. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face widened when he looked at Murongbing, whose eyes were gradually dimming. A hint of helplessness could be seen on his face. Murongbing was affected by the medicine before Duan Lingtian. For this reason, her condition was worse than Duan Lingtian's. Soon after, Murongbing completely lost her mind. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian lost his mind as well. Two blurry figures, in a situation where they had lost their rationality, were completely dominated by the medicinal power in their bodies. They merged together, yin and yang intersecting, water and milk fusing together. During this process, the surrounding environment changed. The dazzling Buddhist temple turned into a valley covered in green grass. Even after the change in location, the two figures were still entwined with each other. It was as though they would never feel tired. This valley was the entrance to the little world created by the celestial king from the blissful sect. Usually, the void around the valley would distort due to the instability of space. But now, not to mention the surroundings of the valley, even the space within the valley was extremely calm and stable. It was a stark contrast to before. It was as though the entrance to the little world had disappeared. In fact, when Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing lost their minds and were entwined with each other, the little world that the celestial king from the blissful sect left behind had disappeared. Time continued to pass by quietly. About 3 hours later, along with an ear-piercing shriek, a loud bang was heard. In the next moment, the two figures that were entwined together in the valley suddenly separated. The tall and burly figure was directly sent flying, crashing heavily into the mountain wall at the side of the valley. Barf! Duan Lingtian's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he gradually regained his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a naked figure standing not far away from him. At the same time, the specks of red roses between her delicate legs were extremely eye-catching, and they instantly captured Duan Lingtian's gaze. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could guess what had happened. He could not help but smile wryly. "Lecher, I'm going to kill you." Murong Bing cried out coldly as she covered her body with a layer of clothes. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 Murong Bing's fingers that were shooting out rays of light were only an inch away from Duan Lingtian's forehead. If she moved a little closer, she would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Murong Bing looked at the handsome face in front of her. After the coldness and anger in her eyes, there was also some indescribable complicated feelings mixed in. When she discovered Duan Lingtian had taken her virginity earlier, she wanted to kill him immediately. However, when she thought about how Duan Lingtian had no choice but to kill Duan Lingtian, she realized she was the one who had caused all this trouble. If she had not destroyed the body of Bai Na Yejia, the celestial king from the blissful sect, none of this would have happened. In the end, she was the one who had caused all this. For this reason, she could not bring herself to kill Duan Lingtian since she felt she was the one in the wrong. Murong Bing's attack was so fast that Duan Lingtian did not have time to react at all. He thought he was going to die, but he did not expect Murong Bing would stop at the most critical moment. Phew! Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Murong Bing's reaction. "Although I didn't want to do that, as a man, I'll take responsibility for you." Duan Lingtian sighed when he met Murong Bing's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Then, he looked at Murong Bing solemnly and made a promise to her. Although what happened earlier was not what he wanted, it was not what he wanted. However, it was true that he had destroyed Murong Bing's virginity. He could not turn a blind eye to this. As a man, he had to take responsibility. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Murong Bing, who was standing in front of him with a menacing aura, suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. It was as though she had never appeared. She left? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw Murong Bing had left. Due to Murong Bing's strength being far stronger than Duan Lingtian could not even catch a glimpse of her figure when she left. "Don't ever let me see you again. If you appear in front of me again, I'll definitely kill you." At this moment, Murong Bing's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears from afar. It was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze everything within 10,000 miles. After saying that, Murong Bing disappeared completely. Not only had she disappeared, but her voice had also disappeared. "I'll find you. The woman that I, Duan Lingtian, have slept with can only be Duan Lingtian's woman." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he finally accepted the fact that Murong Bing had left. His tone was domineering when he said the last sentence. "I'm not going to let you go. Murong Bing. The world-cleansing horsetail whisk is her sex celestial weapon. These were the only 2 clues that Murong-Bing had left for Duan Lingtian. If he wanted to find Murong-Bing in the future, he would have to rely on these 2 clues. Chapter 2593. The little world seems to have disappeared. After Duan Lingtian slowly regained his senses, he who was standing in the middle of the valley also noticed this. Naturally, he was not certain if the little world had truly disappeared or not. The only thing he was certain of was that the entrance to the little world had disappeared. Little Fei, Tian Wu. A guilty expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about his 2 wives and Feng Tianwu whom he had already taken as his wife. After all, the 3 of them were waiting for him to go to the divine offering land to save them. However, he had gotten himself involved with another woman. He could not help but feel guilty. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian withdrew the guilt on his face and prepared to leave the valley and return to Bloody Spectre City. When Duan Lingtian was about to return, he was shocked to discover that the celestial origin energy in his body was different from before. The celestial origin energy in his body was different from before. It seemed like it had increased by a few levels. My cultivation, actually increased by an entire 4 levels? What's going on? After a while, Duan Lingtian confirmed that he was not mistaken. Currently, his cultivation base was equivalent to that of a blue moon heavenly celestial. It was 4 levels higher than when he was a crimson moon heavenly celestial. Before I lost consciousness, I'm certain my cultivation base was still a crimson moon heavenly celestial. At that time, I even used my divine consciousness, so I'm certain my soul was still at the crimson moon heavenly celestial stage and not the blue moon heavenly celestial stage. Could it be that my inexplicable increase in my cultivation base was due to doing that with her after I lost consciousness? Then, during that process, my cultivation base increased? In the end, Duan Lingtian felt this was the only possibility. His sudden increase in cultivation base was most likely related to that woman. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than the mysterious and powerful woman, Murong-Bing. Who is she? Let alone Bloody Spectre City, I don't think there's anyone like her in 9 Spectres County, right? Bloody Spectre City was under the jurisdiction of the 9 Spectres County. Apart from Bloody Spectre City, there were 8 other cities that were similar to Bloody Spectre City in 9 Spectres County. The 9 cities, including Bloody Spectre City, were located in all directions of 9 Spectres County. They were like stars surrounding the moon, making 9 Spectres County look like a lofty emperor. The 9 cities, including Bloody Spectre City, had to hand over a large amount of celestial stones to the 9 Spectres County in exchange for protection. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the waiter in Bloody Spectre City. Because of this, he had a certain understanding of the 9 Spectres County. He knew that even in the 9 Spectres County, there might not be someone like Murong-Bing. If I hadn't lost my consciousness at that time, perhaps I would have known what happened during that process, and even know why my cultivation had inexplicably increased by several levels. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew he could only think about it. At that time, if he had not lost his consciousness, he would not have touched Murong-Bing. He would not have gotten himself into trouble for no reason. However, since he had gotten himself into trouble, as a man, he had to bear the consequences. It was just as he had said earlier. The woman he had slept with could only be Duan Lingtian's woman. Since I can't figure it out, I'll just stop thinking about it. No matter what, it's a good thing for me. After thinking about it for a long time, Duan Lingtian still could not figure out how his cultivation base had risen by 4 levels for no reason while he was unconscious. He no longer thought about it and shifted his attention elsewhere. Now, I'll head to the Black Dragon Army's camp first. With the identity token, I can enter the Black Dragon Army camp and become a Chiliarch. I'll be able to enjoy the best cultivation environment in Bloody Spectre City, second only to the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City. Once my cultivation base has improved, I'll leave Bloody Spectre City and visit the 9 Spectres County. Then, I'll slowly make my way to the spirit overarching heaven in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his gaze turned sharp. Nothing could be accomplished in one go. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced the hardships of the mundane realms, knew this very well. Right now, what he needed to do was to fight for a better cultivation environment and better cultivation resources as much as possible. Then, he would use the fastest speed to increase his strength. He only had 1,000 years to live. Although 1,000 years sounded like a long time, Duan Lingtian knew it was a long time. In the Devata realms, some powerful beings would enter closed-door cultivation for hundreds or even thousands of years. For this reason, 1,000 years was not a long time in the Devata realms. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as Duan Lingtian made his way to the Black Dragon Army's camp southwest of Bloody Spectre City at his fastest speed. Due to his impatience, not only did Duan Lingtian cast the various divine abilities he had mastered and the profundity of his 99 heavenly veins that he had tempered thousands of times, but he had also cast the most powerful technique from the Sovereign Heart Sword. He even summoned the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, that he usually hid in his body. At this moment, he summoned it out of his body and merged it with the sword formation under his feet. Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than most golden celestials. Naturally, golden celestials were golden celestials who used celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. If they did not use celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons, even the strongest Violet Sun Golden Celestial would not be able to match Duan Lingtian's speed. The Black Dragon Army's camp. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it did not take long for him to arrive at a mountain range southwest of Bloody Spectre City. This was where the Black Dragon Army's camp was located. It was also where one of the two celestial stone veins controlled by Bloody Spectre City was located. The Black Dragon Army's camp was located here to guard this celestial stone vein. As for the other celestial stone vein, it was guarded by the Silverworm Army. As expected of a celestial stone vein. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is so dense that other places can't compare to it. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he stood in the air above the mountain range and sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. If this place is already so dense, how dense would the heaven and earth spirit energy be in the heart of the celestial stone vein where the captain of the Black Dragon Army's camp is located? The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his eyes lit up like two bright stars in the night sky. Who's there? How dare you trespass on our Black Dragon Army's camp? Just as Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, an untimely shout rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Following that, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, 11 men dressed in black armor flew toward him from afar. In just a blink of an eye, they surrounded him. The 11 men in black armor were led by a middle-aged man with a stern expression. A deaconess of the Black Dragon Army? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the badge on the middle-aged man's chest. He immediately guessed the man's identity. The badge on the middle-aged man's chest was similar to the badge on the Silverworm Army's deaconess of the Silverworm Army. Moreover, it was not difficult for him to guess the identity of the man in front of him based on what the waiter in the restaurant had told him. Bring me to see your commander. The expression on Duan Lingtian's face did not change at all when he was surrounded by the 11 men from the Black Dragon Army. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man in black armor who had a cold expression on his face. See, Lord Commander. Who are you? Do you know our Lord Commander? The middle-aged man in black armor narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not help but ask. Towards the end of his questioning, his tone became more polite. He was only a decurion in the Black Dragon Army. If the person in front of him really knew the Lord Commander of the Black Dragon Army, he was not someone he could afford to offend. He was not the only one he could not afford to offend. Even his boss, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army, and his boss's boss, one of the 10 captains of the Black Dragon Army, could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and took out the identity token of a Black Dragon Army's captain that he found in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect. Duan Lingtian deliberately waved the identity token in front of the middle-aged man. The identity token of a Chili Arch. When the deaconess of the Black Dragon Army saw the identity token in Duan Lingtian's hand, his eyes widened in shock. Even the remaining 10 soldiers were shocked. After a while, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian changed completely. "My lord, this way please." The middle-aged man in black armor, the decanus of the Black Dragon Army, bowed at Duan Lingtian before he gestured for Duan Lingtian to enter the Black Dragon Army's camp. The decanus of the Black Dragon Army led the way while Duan Lingtian followed behind him. The remaining 10 soldiers followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. As they looked at Duan Lingtian's back, they could not help but discuss among themselves through voice transmissions. The identity token in his hand must belong to the Chiliarch who died a month ago in the little world in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City, right? It must be. Apart from that Chiliarch's identity medallion, the other 9 Chiliarch's identity medallions can't leave their bodies. Chapter 2594. Lord Commander has announced that whoever finds the identity token of the dead captain will be able to replace him as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Does this mean this purple-clad young man will be the new captain of the Black Dragon Army? The captains of the Black Dragon Army are all golden celestials. I wonder if this purple-clad young man is a golden celestial as well. It doesn't matter if he's a golden celestial or not. Since Lord Commander has announced and he has brought back the identity token of the Black Dragon Army, he's bound to be the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Indeed. Lord Commander has always been a man of his word, a man of his word. Along the way, the soldiers who followed Duan Lingtian and the Decurion discussed among themselves through voice transmission. The content of the discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. But, even if Lord Commander makes him the new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, the other 9 Chiliarchs won't let him hold the position so easily, right? As for those 9 Chiliarchs, I don't know about 6 of them, but I'm sure that 3 of them won't allow him to sit in the position of Chiliarch so easily. Each of them has a centurion who has become a Crimson Sun Golden Celestial. Indeed. Those 3 Chiliarchs must be hoping that their centurion, who has already become a Golden Immortal, will replace the deceased Chiliarch as the new Chiliarch. Therefore, with Lord Commander around, he'll definitely become the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. However, whether or not he has the ability to secure the position of Chiliarch will depend on himself. That's right. After all, there's a rule in the Black Dragon Army. Any centurion who has become a Golden Celestial has the right to challenge any of the 10 captains. If he succeeds in the challenge, he'll be replaced. The defeated captain will be demoted to a centurion. The 10 soldiers who followed Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian's back with gleaming eyes. They were curious. They wondered if this purple-clad young man would be able to take the position after becoming a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Lord Centurion. The Decurion did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Black Dragon Army's commander. With his position in the Black Dragon Army, he did not have the right to meet the commander. Therefore, he passed Duan Lingtian to his boss, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army. The centurion of the Black Dragon Army looked very old, but he was full of vigor. "Sir, please wait here for a moment. I'll go see my Chiliarch and inform him of this matter. I'll ask him to bring Sir to see the commander." The centurion of the Black Dragon Army did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Black Dragon Army's captain. "My lord." At this moment, the Decurion of the Black Dragon Army's eyes flashed. In the end, he called out to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Then, he told Duan Lingtian about the things his soldiers had discussed along the way. The reason he did this was to befriend Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. In his opinion, telling Duan Lingtian these things would not affect him other than wasting his breath. Moreover, he could befriend this man who was about to become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Even if Duan Lingtian could not take the position of a captain, he could at least be a centurion of the Black Dragon Army. If Duan Lingtian could not even take the position of a centurion and could only be a Decurion, then he would just take it as a waste of his breath. The commander of the Black Dragon Army is a man of his word. As long as I show him my identity token, he'll definitely appoint me as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Among the 9 captains of the Black Dragon Army, 3 of them will treat me as a thorn in their side after I become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, all of them hope that their centurions who have become Crimson Sun Golden Celestials will defeat me and replace me as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. If that's the case, I'll be demoted to a centurion. Moreover, even if I'm demoted to a centurion, I'll still have to face challenges from a decurion. If I'm defeated, I'll be replaced as a decurion. Moreover, if a decurion is defeated by his soldiers, he'll be replaced as well. This was what the decurion of the Black Dragon Army had told Duan Lingtian about. Although these things are insignificant to me, they're still useful. But, thank you for reminding me. Duan Lingtian nodded at the decurion of the Black Dragon Army to express his gratitude. You're welcome, my lord. The decurion of the Black Dragon Army smiled in response. So, you're the one who found Captain Huang Jiabing's identity token? Not long after, a voice that came from afar sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with a condescending tone. It was as though a superior was speaking to a subordinate. A few moments later, two figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. The person at the back was none other than the centurion of the Black Dragon Army who had left earlier. He stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man dressed in black armor. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his every movement carried a sense of superiority, as if he was looking down on all living things and looking down on all living things. A captain of the Black Dragon Army? Duan Lingtian guessed the middle-aged man's identity when he saw the insignia on the chest of the middle-aged man's black armor. As for Captain Huang Jiabing, he was the owner of the half-severed corpse he saw in the little world. He was also the owner of the identity token in Duan Lingtian's hand. My lord, this is my captain, Jian Xiaoping. He's one of the 3 captains I told you about. He's one of the captains who wants you to lose your position. The decurion of the Black Dragon Army sent another voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Among the 9 captains in the Black Dragon Army, Jian Xiaoping is the weakest. He might be replaced by the 3 captains who have become Crimson Sun Golden Celestials at any time. I heard that one of his subordinates who has become a Crimson Sun Golden Celestial and is currently in closed-door cultivation plans to challenge him after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. Moreover, there's a high chance he'll defeat him and replace him. For this reason, Jian Xiaoping is the one who wants you to lose your position the most. The decurion of the Black Dragon Army finished speaking. He's your direct superior. Is it appropriate for you to reveal his background to me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission, ignoring Jian Xiaoping, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, who was looking at him condescendingly. His gaze landed on the decurion of the Black Armored Army. My lord, the decurion of the Black Dragon Army broke out in cold sweat when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his direct superior, Jian Xiaoping, and looking at him meaningfully. He lowered his head guiltily, not daring to meet Duan Lingtian's eyes. Initially, he wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be unwilling to accept his goodwill. Little did he know that when he revealed the background of his direct superior, Jian Xiaoping, to Duan Lingtian had already looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repay him in the future. Today, the decurion of the Black Dragon Army betrayed his direct superior. In the future, he would betray Duan Lingtian as well. You. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Jian Xiaoping glared at the purple-clad young man coldly. Although he managed to maintain his composure, he was furious. He was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. But today, a foreign brat actually dared to ignore him? Do you really think you can become a captain of the Black Dragon Army just because you found the captain's token? Jian Xiaoping's voice was even colder than before. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility. It was as though he was treating Duan Lingtian as his enemy. If I'm not mistaken, finally, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Jian Xiaoping indifferently before he said, I don't think it's up to a mere captain like you to decide if I'm going to become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Or, are you trying to say that you can represent the commander of the Black Dragon Army? Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Xiaoping meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's words sounded like a provocation to Jian Xiaoping. Jian Xiaoping's expression changed drastically as he shouted angrily, "How dare you? You're seeking death." As soon as Jian Xiaoping finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. He could not help but want to attack Duan Lingtian. "Lord Captain." Just as Jian Xiaoping was about to attack, the Black Dragon Army Centurion behind him stopped him in time. "If the commander finds out that you're making things difficult for the person who found Chiliarch Huang Jiabing's token, I'm afraid he won't be happy." Upon hearing the Centurion's words, Jian Xiaoping withdrew his celestial origin energy. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said with a sneer, "Brat, even if Lord Commander keeps his promise and appointed you as a captain of the Black Dragon Army, we'll have to see if you're capable of being a captain of the Black Dragon Army." The sneer on Jian Xiaoping's face deepened when he finished speaking. "You don't have to worry about that." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "I don't dare to speak about the other captains of the Black Dragon Army, but I think I'm stronger than you." Chapter 2595. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jian Xiaoping, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, was so infuriated that he almost threw up blood. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body again. It was as though he was going to attack Duan Lingtian at any time. However, when he recalled the warning from the Centurion behind him, he suppressed his anger. It was not a big deal to injure or kill Duan Lingtian. It was not a big deal to offend the commander of the Black Dragon Army. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not a big deal. Huang Jiabing, the captain of the Black Dragon Army who had passed away, was the commander of the Black Dragon Army's most important person. Otherwise, the commander of the Black Dragon Army would not have made such a promise just to obtain Huang Jiabing's identity token. In the past, there had been cases of captain of the Black Dragon Army who had passed away. However, the commander of the Black Dragon Army had never made such a promise. He had promised that the person who found the identity token of the fallen captain of the Black Dragon Army would be promoted to a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Although Jian Xiaoping refrained from attacking Duan Lingtian, his gaze turned colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Brat, it's useless to talk big in the Black Dragon Army. I hope you're as strong as you are. You don't have to worry about that." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "Now, take me to the commander of the Black Dragon Army. I'm waiting for him to fulfill his promise and appoint me as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army." "Humph." Jian Xiaoping snorted coldly before he flew out as well. From the beginning until the end, he did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed after Jian Xiaoping. Whoosh. Perhaps, Jian Xiaoping wanted to test Duan Lingtian, so he increased his speed to the maximum. In just a blink of an eye, he was already a small black dot in front of Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice Jian Xiaoping increasing his speed. He continued to follow Jian Xiaoping at a leisurely pace. From the beginning to the end, he did not increase his speed. Because he knew that Jian Xiaoping would not dare to really dump him. He would definitely wait for him. The facts proved that this was indeed the case. When Duan Lingtian unhurriedly caught up with Jian Xiaoping, who had stopped to wait for him, Jian Xiaoping's face was completely gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. He wanted to test the purple-clad young man who was about to become a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. Unexpectedly, the other party completely ignored his probing. Although Jian Xiaoping brought Duan Lingtian all the way here with a cold face, he did not give Duan Lingtian any face. However, when he brought Duan Lingtian to a vast valley, the ice on his face seemed to melt in an instant and was replaced by a respectful expression. "Lord Commander." Jian Xiaoping took the lead and landed in front of the tent in the middle of the valley. He respectfully bowed to the tent. When Duan Lingtian caught up with Jian Xiaoping, he discovered that there were 10 other tents in the tent as well. In the middle of the valley, there were 10 other tents. Since the middle one belongs to the commander of the Black Dragon Army, then these 10 tents should belong to the 10 Chiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army. But, this place really deserves to be the core of the immortal stone vein that's closest to this area. The density of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here is utterly not something that other places can compare to. Even the cultivation environment outside of this valley is several times worse than here. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel intoxicated when he sensed the dense heaven and earth spirit energy in the valley. Is there anything you need? After Jian Xiuping bowed towards the tent at the center of the valley and respectfully called out, "Lord Commander," a deep and resonant voice sounded from within the tent at the right time. "Lord Commander, the person next to me has found Captain Huang Jiabing's identity token," Jian Xiuping replied. As soon as Jian Xiuping finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Whoosh! It was as though a gust of wind had blown past as a person appeared out of thin air in front of Jian Xiuping and Duan Lingtian. It was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. He had a stocky build and was dressed in a gold-trimmed black robe. The commander of the Black Dragon Army, Qin Xianba? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. Previously, when he was in the restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, he had heard the waiter mention the two commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army. It was at that time that he learned the names of the two commanders. For this reason, he knew the commander of the Black Dragon Army was Qin Xianba. "You're the one who found the identity token of Captain Huang Jiabing of the Black Dragon Army?" Qin Xianba did not even look at Jian Xiuping. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. Faced with Qin Xianba's gaze and Qin Xianba's divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian remained calm. He raised his hand and took out the identity token he found in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect and handed it to Qin Xianba. Whoosh! When Qin Xianba raised his hand, the identity token in Duan Lingtian's hand was pulled by an invisible force into Qin Xianba's hand. That's right. This is the identity token of Captain Huang Jiabing of the Black Dragon Army. Qin Xianba nodded after looking at the identity token for a moment. There were a total of 10 identity tokens in the Black Dragon Army, and all of them looked the same. However, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had left his mark on each of the identity tokens. For this reason, Qin Xianba could easily identify the identity tokens. "Where did you find this identity token?" Qin Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully after he confirmed the identity token in his hand was indeed Duan Lingtian. "It's in the little world in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Jian Xiuping and Qin Xianba's expressions changed drastically. You mean... you entered that small world and came out alive?" Qin Xianba glared at Duan Lingtian as a majestic aura surged out of his body and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. He wanted to pressure Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would not dare to lie. "Lord Commander, this person is clearly spouting nonsense." Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Jian Xiuping said, "Even the strongest city lord of Bloody Spectre City wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to leave that small world." Just as Jian Xiuping was about to say something, he was interrupted by Qin Xuanba's sharp gaze. "What? Do you think I'm that stupid to be fooled by him? Do you think I need you to remind me of this?" Sensing Qin Xianba's sharp gaze, Jian Xiuping was so scared that his face turned pale, but he didn't dare to continue speaking. "Yes." Seeing that Qin Xuanba's gaze had returned to him, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he replied. "That little world. Let alone the strongest city governor of Bloody Spectre City, even the strongest county governor of 9 Spectres County wouldn't dare to say he could come out alive after entering it." Qin Xuanba asked in a deep voice, How did you get out of there?" From Qin Xuanba's point of view, even though he couldn't see through the cultivation of the person before him, it could only mean that the other party knew how to conceal his cultivation. It was impossible for this person to be as strong as the county governor of 9 Spectres County. In fact, it was impossible for this person to be as strong as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Otherwise, why would he come to the Black Dragon Army's camp with the identity token of the fallen Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army? Since he was here, it meant that he wanted to replace the fallen Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army as the new Chiliarch. Let alone someone stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County, even someone stronger than the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would not be interested in the position of Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. Such an existence would not only look down on the position of Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, but also his current position as the commander of the Black Dragon Army. It was an expert who brought me out of that small world. Duan Ling Tian blurted out the words that he had long thought of. Although it was a lie, it sounded so real that there was no flaw in it at all. That expert was extremely powerful. Based on his words, it was as though he didn't care about great overarching golden celestials. He also said the little world was left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect. He had entered the little world to retrieve his sex-guarding celestial weapon. The sex-guarding celestial weapon was a horsetail whisk. He called it the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Duan Ling Tian stared at Qin Xuanba intently when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian had only said this because he wanted to know which sex-guarding celestial weapon the world-cleansing horsetail whisk belonged to. That way, he would be able to find out which sect Murong Bing was from. The blissful sect? A celestial king? Qin Xuanba's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes widened in shock. After a moment, Qin Xuanba muttered to himself, no wonder so many powerhouses from the blissful sect died in the little world. As it turns out, the little world was left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect. The blissful sect recently had a celestial king. I think it was around 10,000 years ago. Calculating the time, it should be around the time that the small world appeared. Chapter 2596. Immortal King Expert. Jian Xiaoping, a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian say that the little world that had existed for 10,000 years was left behind by a celestial king. To him, immortal kings were existences that only existed in legends, and they were unreachable. Put aside the fact that Bloody Spectre City was only an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, even high-rank celestial kingdoms that were far stronger than intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms did not have a celestial king. Since the blissful sect is able to produce a celestial king, I'm sure it's far stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Thinking of this, Jian Xiaoping could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. High-rank celestial kingdoms were far more powerful than low-rank and intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms. And for a sect that was far above a high-grade immortal empire, how terrifying would it be? Commander Qin, since you know about the blissful sect, do you know which sect the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, belongs to? Duan Ling Tian stared at Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, intending to find out which sect the world-cleansing horsetail whisk belonged to. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have honestly told Qin Xuanba that he had brought the identity token out from that small world. Before he said that he had brought the identity token out of that small world, he already knew, if he hadn't mentioned that small world, things wouldn't have been so complicated. Once it was brought up, things would become complicated. After all, the little world had existed in the southern mountain ridge of Bloody Spectre City for 10,000 years. No one had ever heard of anyone coming out alive after entering it. But he said that he had come out alive. Anyone who knew about the horror of that small world would inevitably be shocked and even want to know the truth. However, even though he knew that mentioning the small world would make things complicated, he still brought it up. He wanted to know which sect the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, belonged to. As long as he knew which sect the celestial weapon belonged to, he would be able to find out Murong Bing's origin. That was his ultimate goal. I've only heard of the blissful sect by chance. I know the blissful sect is a sect that surpasses the high-rank celestial kingdoms. As for the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, I've never heard of it before. I don't know which sect it belongs to. Qin Xuanba shook his head. Hearing Qin Xuanba's words, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, the reason Duan Ling Tian had spoken so much was to find out from Qin Xianba which sect celestial artifact was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk and Murong Bing's origin. Unexpectedly, even Qin Xuanba didn't know about it. The only thing that comforted Duan Ling Tian was that he had gained something. At the very least, he had learned from Qin Xianba that the blissful sect was a sect that surpassed even high-rank celestial kingdoms. I've heard from the waiter that Bloody Spectre City and Nine Spectres County are considered intermediate celestial kingdoms. A high-rank celestial kingdom is even stronger than the intermediate celestial kingdom I'm in. The blissful sect is stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. If that's the case, the sect she's in is most likely a powerful sect that surpasses even high-rank celestial kingdoms. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate that Murong Bing's sect was also stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned from the waiter that the blissful sect celestial artifact was a high-rank celestial artifact. The celestial kingdom he was in was an intermediate celestial kingdom. Celestial kingdoms were divided into low-rank, intermediate, and high-rank celestial kingdoms. Each celestial kingdom was independent of the other. However, the more powerful the celestial kingdom was, the better the cultivation environment and cultivation resources it had. The more complicated the celestial kingdom was, the stronger the celestial kingdom was. It's your good fortune to be able to meet that powerhouse in the little world and be taken away by him. Chen Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. To be honest, he didn't take me away from the little world. When I entered the little world, I found the identity token of a chilly arch of the Black Dragon army beside the corpse before I fainted. Duan Lingtian looked at the identity token in Chen Xianba's hand and said, "When I woke up, I was already outside the little world. Moreover, I appeared in the valley where the entrance to the little world was located. However, when I woke up, I discovered the entrance to the little world had disappeared. I don't know if the small world disappeared along with it." Duan Lingtian continued to say. "The entrance to the little world has disappeared?" Chen Xianba was still skeptical of Duan Lingtian's words when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, Chen Xianba no longer had any doubts when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. After all, the little world had existed for 10,000 years. The entrance to the little world had also existed for 10,000 years. Since it had disappeared, something extraordinary must have happened. That extraordinary thing was clearly not something that the purple-clothed young man before him could do. As for the disappearance of the entrance to the little world, Chen Xianba was not worried the purple-clad young man would lie to him. This was something that could be verified at any time. It did not matter if he personally made a trip there or sent someone to make a trip there. In fact, it would not even take half a day for him to be certain. He would know if what Duan Lingtian said about the disappearance of the entrance to the little world was true or false. In that case, you were able to find this identity token purely because of luck? Chen Xianba asked Duan Lingtian as he weighed the identity token in his hand. You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not deny it. Whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. It shot toward Duan Lingtian. Without any warning, Chen Xianba tossed the Black Dragon Army's captain identity token to Duan Lingtian. Although it seemed as though he was giving the token to Duan Lingtian, he had other intentions. It was obvious he was testing Duan Lingtian. Faced with the incoming identity token, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been raised by 2 levels through his 99 heavenly veins. Although he did not cast any assist-type divine abilities, it was as good as the elementary devouring tactic. This was due to his 99 heavenly veins that had been tempered thousands of times. Whoosh. 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 When Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it had reached the standard of a violet moon heavenly celestial. This was because Duan Lingtian had not used the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Otherwise, his celestial origin energy would have been raised by 2 levels. He did not use the assist-type divine ability because he did not think it was necessary. Smack. When Duan Lingtian caught the identity token that Chen Xianba had thrown at him with his right hand that contained a vast amount of celestial origin energy, he felt a strong force that numbed his hand. At once, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Only then did he manage to offset the recoil contained in the token. Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial? Chen Xianba raised an eyebrow. Based on Duan Lingtian's reaction when he caught the identity token, he could tell the celestial origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body was at the level of a violet moon heavenly celestial. For this reason, he concluded that Duan Lingtian was a violet moon heavenly celestial. Violet moon heavenly celestial? Although Chen Xianba's voice was not loud, Jian Xiuping who was standing at the side heard him clearly. As it turns out, he's just a violet moon heavenly celestial. When Jian Xiuping looked at Duan Lingtian again, the disdain in his eyes grew even more intense. At the same time, his heart, which had been hanging in the air earlier, gradually relaxed. Previously, there were 3 centurions in the Black Dragon army who were Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials. As the weakest among the Kiliarchs in the Black Dragon army, Jian Xiuping had also felt threatened. Although the other 2 centurions had become Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials, their overall strength was still slightly weaker than him. Only the centurion under his command who had become a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial was not any weaker than him. Therefore, he was not confident he would be able to defeat the centurion. Moreover, this was before Duan Lingtian had entered closed-door cultivation. After entering closed-door cultivation, he was certain Duan Lingtian would only be stronger than him. Initially, Jian Xiuping had thought he would be overtaken by the centurion under his command. For this reason, he could not help but feel anxious. Now that he found out Duan Lingtian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, he no longer had to worry about Duan Lingtian. After all, his position as a Chiliarch would not be shaken. A mere violet moon heavenly celestial wants to become a Chiliarch in the Black Dragon army? What a joke! Jian Xiuping sneered. I'll keep my promise. At the same time, Chen Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll announce to the Black Dragon army that you'll be appointed as the new Chiliarch. However, whether you'll be able to hold on to your position will depend on your own ability. To be honest, with your current cultivation base, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on to your position. However, even if you can't secure your position as a Chiliarch, you can still settle down as a centurion for a period of time. You can think about reclaiming your position as a Chiliarch when you become a Golden Celestial. Chen Xianba reminded Duan Lingtian to take precautions against Duan Lingtian. What's your name? Chen Xianba asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2597. Duan Lingtian has found Captain Huang Jiabing's identity token. I, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, hereby honor my promise and appoint Duan Lingtian as the new captain of the Black Dragon army. He will be in charge of the 1,000 soldiers under Captain Huang Jiabing's command. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, said loudly when he heard Duan Lingtian's name. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy spread through the entire Black Dragon army's camp in just a blink of an eye. Everyone in the Black Dragon army's camp heard Chen Xianba's voice clearly at this moment. Swoosh. 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 As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, 3 figures flew out of the 3 captains' tents and stood next to Duan Lingtian, Chen Xianba, and Jian Xiuping. Lord Commander. Lord Commander. After greeting Chen Xianba, the 3 captains turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. Captain Duan Lingtian, my name is Hu Ji. I'm also a captain of the Black Dragon army. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The kind-looking old man among the 3 captains greeted Duan Lingtian. Zhao Dongxing. The other young man whose expression had not changed since he appeared nodded slightly at Duan Lingtian. He did not say anything else after he introduced himself as though he was a man of few words. Captain Duan Lingtian, please don't mind him. Captain Zhao Dongxing has always been a man of few words. You'll get used to it after you spend some time with him. The last middle-aged man with a smile on his face said to Duan Lingtian, I'm Kai Wenyu, a captain of the Black Dragon army. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Captain Duan Lingtian. I'm Duan Lingtian. I'll be in your care in the future, Kiliarchs. Duan Lingtian responded to the 3 Kiliarchs with a smile. Gentlemen. This Duan Lingtian is only a violet moon heavenly celestial. I don't know how long he'll be a Chiliarch. So, you don't have to be too friendly with him. With his strength, he can only be a centurion in the Black Dragon army. At this moment, Jian Xiuping, who was standing at the side, purposely reminded the 3 Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon army. Violet Moon Heavenly Immortal? The old man, Hu Ji, frowned when he heard Jian Xiuping's words. His kind face turned cold and indifferent. The smile on the face of the Chiliarch named Kai Wenyu froze at this moment. A look of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. Only Zhao Dongxing, the captain of the Black Dragon army, merely glanced at Duanling Tian in surprise. He did not reveal any other emotions. His expression did not change much compared to the other 2 Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon army. After that, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu greeted Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, and returned to their respective tents. From the beginning until the end, they did not even look at Duanling Tian. It was as though they would lose their flesh if they looked at Duanling Tian. Zhao Dongxing was the only one who nodded at Chen Xianba and Duanling Tian before returning to his tent. Duanling Tian was not surprised by Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's sudden change in attitude. When Jian Xiuping said he was only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial, he did not plan to explain himself. He had already guessed this would happen. He did not expect Zhao Dongxing would take the initiative to greet him before he left after learning he was only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. For a moment, Duanling Tian's impression of Zhao Dongxing improved. Captain Duanling Tian. At the same time, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, called out to Duanling Tian as he pointed at a tent in the south. That's Captain Huang Jibing's tent. As long as you're a captain of the Black Dragon army, this tent is yours. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian turned to look at the tent Chen Xianba pointed at. His eyes lit up immediately. After all, he had come to the Black Dragon army's camp for the cultivation environment here. Now that Chen Xianba had spoken, he finally had a place to stay in the Black Dragon army's camp. Moreover, this place had the best cultivation environment in the entire Black Dragon army's camp. Even in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City, the cultivation environment here was second only to the cultivation room the city governor of Bloody Spectre City usually used. Naturally, the cultivation environment here was comparable to the cultivation room of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. At the very least, he was satisfied for now. Captain Jian Xiuping. Soon after, Chen Xianba turned to look at Jian Xiuping and said indifferently, "Now, you'll bring Captain Duanling Tian to meet the soldiers who are guarding the Black Dragon army's base. At the very least, he'll get to know them better." "Yes, Lord Commander." Although Jian Xiuping was extremely unwilling, he still obeyed Chen Xianba's order obediently. Chen Xianba returned to his tent. Jian Xiuping looked at Duanling Tian coldly and said, "I really don't know what Lord Commander is thinking. With your cultivation base, it's impossible for you to stay as a captain of the Black Dragon army for long. Under such circumstances, there's no need for you to meet the soldiers under Chiliarch Huang Jibing's command." In the end, Jian Xiuping voiced out his thoughts. "What? Captain Jian Xiuping, are you planning to disobey Commander Chen's order?" Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Jian Xiuping indifferently. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Jian Xiuping's expression changed drastically. He glared at Duanling Tian before he led the way. After all, he was only saying it out loud. He did not dare to disobey the Black Dragon army's Lord Commander's order. "Duanling Tian, since you've joined the Black Dragon army, you must address the Lord Commander as Lord Commander when you see him. It'll be disrespectful to the Lord Commander if you continue to address him as Commander Chen." When Duanling Tian caught up to them, Jian Xiuping lectured Duanling Tian in a condescending tone. However, Duanling Tian ignored him. Not only did Duanling Tian not respond to him, but he did not even raise an eyebrow. Suddenly, Jian Xiuping's face darkened. Following that, he no longer tried to provoke Duanling Tian. He kept quiet and led Duanling Tian to the tents of the 1,000 soldiers under Huang Jibing, the former captain of the Black Dragon army. The Black Dragon army's camp was divided into 11 areas. One of the areas was where the tents of the Black Dragon army's commander and Captain Huang were. As long as the Black Dragon Army's commander and Captain Huang did not leave the Black Dragon Army's camp, they would cultivate there. As for the other 10 areas, there were 1,000 tents each for 1,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers to live in. The 1,000 Black Dragon Army soldiers in each area were under the command of a Captain Huang. At this moment, Jian Xiuping was leading Duan Lingtian to the camp where the 1,000 soldiers under Captain Huang's command were staying. While Duan Lingtian and Jian Xiuping were flying above the Black Dragon Army's camp, a commotion broke out. The Black Dragon Army's camp was not calm at all. It was all because of the announcement made by the Black Dragon Army's commander, Qin Xuanba. Duan Lingtian? Captain Huang? That Duan Lingtian is quite lucky. He actually found Captain Huang's identity token. That's why he was promoted to Captain Huang as soon as he entered the Black Dragon Army's camp. I wonder how strong he is. If he's not strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his position even if he becomes a Captain Huang. Indeed. I think, since he was able to find Chiliarch Huang Jiabing's identity token, it means that he is quite capable. That's right. After all, before Lord Commander made the announcement, a few captains went to the area where Captain Huang was last seen to search for his identity token. However, none of them found it. I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he seems. Almost everyone in the Black Dragon Army's camp was talking about Duan Lingtian. Some people wondered if Duan Lingtian was strong enough to be a Captain Huang in the Black Dragon Army. Some people thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to be a Captain Huang since he was able to find Captain Huang's identity token. If he's not strong enough, it won't be long before he's replaced. That's right. Currently, 3 of the centurions in the Black Dragon Army have become Golden Celestials. Once one of them comes out of closed-door cultivation, there's a high chance he'll defeat his superior, Captain Jian Xiuping, and replace him. He's new here. If the other 2 centurions who aren't in closed-door cultivation are still in the Black Dragon Army's camp, I'm afraid they'll challenge him soon to test his strength. I can't wait. Many people in the Black Dragon Army's camp were looking forward to seeing the centurions who had become Golden Celestials challenge Duan Lingtian, the new Captain Huang. I wonder, how strong is our new Chiliarch? If he's weaker than our previous Captain Huang, I'm afraid our days in the Black Dragon Army's camp won't be as good as before. I hope he won't disappoint us. At the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers who were originally under the command of Captain Huang Jibing, who had died, gathered together. Chapter 2598. Although the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were united in front of outsiders, there were still some conflicts between them. In fact, it was not uncommon for there to be conflicts between the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Usually, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under the command of the weaker Chiliarch would be wary of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under the command of the stronger Chiliarch. After all, if things got out of hand, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be the one with the weaker Chiliarch. In the past, Huang Jiabing was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Chiliarchs in the Black Dragon Army. No one dared to provoke the 1,000 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under his command. Therefore, they had always felt superior. Some time ago, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Captain Huang Jiabing's command learned of the death of their captain. Apart from grieving over the death of their captain, they were also worried that they would have a hard time in the future. After all, the next Chiliarch might not be as strong as their previous Chiliarch. Due to this reason, when they found out there was a new captain in the Black Dragon Army who used to be under Captain Huang Jiabing's command, they were a little nervous. This was because they did not know how strong the new Chiliarch was. If the new Chiliarch was too weak, they would no longer feel superior in front of the other soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, many soldiers of the Black Dragon Army would come looking for trouble with them because of old grudges. In the past, when Huang Jiabing was still around, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army did not dare to look for trouble with them. Now that Captain Huang Jiabing was gone, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army would certainly not let go of the opportunity to settle scores and add insult to injury when the new captain was not strong enough. Just as the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Huang Jiabing's command were feeling anxious, a voice rang out from the Black Dragon Army. Soldiers of the former Chiliarch Huang Jiabing, come out and welcome your new Chiliarch, Duan Ling Tian. A loud voice rang out from high up in the sky, and it reached the ears of the Black Dragon army that was originally under Captain Huang Jiabing's command, startling them back to their senses. The new Chiliarch is here? This voice sounds like Chiliarch Jian Xiuping. It seems like the new Chiliarch followed him here. Logically speaking, since a new Chiliarch has replaced Chiliarch Huang Jiabing, he should have come to meet us. I wonder what his temper is like, and if he's easy to get along with. I don't care what his temper is like, and I don't care if he's easy to get along with. I just hope that even if he's not as good as Captain Huang Jiabing, he won't be too much weaker than Captain Huang Jiabing. When they heard that the new Chiliarch had arrived, the soldiers of the Black Dragon army who were originally under Huang Jiabing's command all leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the voice. Along the way, they couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. Most of them only hoped that their new Chiliarch would not be too weak. As for the rest, they didn't care. High up in the sky, Duan Ling Tian, who was dressed in purple, walked in the air with his hands behind his back. He followed behind Jian Xiuping at a moderate pace and arrived at the sky above the few valleys. When he looked down, he saw that there were many tents in the valleys. There were only slightly more than 100 tents in the valleys that were filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming. They were rather sparsely spaced. These tents should be the tents of the centurions and decurions under my command. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Small black dots appeared in his field of vision. It was like a swarm of locusts as they flew toward the area where he and Jian Xiuping were standing. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could see there were about 700 to 800 people from the Black Dragon army who had leaped into the air. He was not surprised by this. Although he had 1,000 Black Dragon army soldiers under his command, he was certain some of them were not here because they were on a mission. Captain Jian Xiuping, you've already fulfilled Commander Chen's orders. There's no need for you to take care of the rest. Duan Ling Tian looked at Jian Xiuping, who stood at the side like a block of wood, and said nonchalantly, Captain Jian Xiuping, you don't have to worry about me anymore. Captain Duan Ling Tian, don't be anxious. I'll wait for them to arrive and speak to them before leaving. Jian Xiuping smiled faintly as a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. What? Are you going to tell them that their captain is just a violet moon heavenly celestial? Duan Ling Tian looked at Jian Xiuping calmly as though he could see through Jian Xiuping. Humph. Jian Xiuping scoffed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he stood where he was and waited for the Black Dragon army soldiers under Duan Ling Tian's command to arrive. Whoosh. 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 A gentle breeze blew as more than 800 Black Dragon army soldiers appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian in a neat formation. They were divided into 3 groups. There were only 8 people in the first group. There were only 70 people in the second group. There were more than 700 people in the third group. Although the black armors worn by these 3 groups of people looked exactly the same at first glance, the marks on the badges on the chest of their black armors were not the same. Centurions. Decurions. Ordinary soldiers, based on the badges on their chests, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to identify the Black Dragon army soldiers. The 8 people in the first group were centurions from the Black Dragon army, the second group were decurions from the Black Dragon army, and the third group were ordinary soldiers from the Black Dragon army. Greetings, Lord Captain. Greetings, Lord Captain. Led by the 8 centurions, the decurions and ordinary soldiers of the Black Dragon army saluted Duan Ling Tian and Jian Xiuping. Lord Commander asked me to bring your Chiliarch here to meet you. Now that I've brought him here, it's time to leave. After more than 800 Black Dragon army soldiers bowed to Duan Ling Tian and Jian Xiuping looked at the soldiers in front of him and said with a smile, however, all of you have to cherish this opportunity to spend time with your new captain. The soldiers of the Black Dragon army were puzzled by Jian Xiuping's words. Jian Xiuping continued. After all, he's only a violet moon heavenly celestial. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to his position for long. After saying this, Jian Xiuping laughed loudly and left like a gust of wind. For a time, the entire place fell into a dead silence. The 800 Black Dragon Army soldiers no longer looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Instead, a hint of disappointment could be seen in their eyes. The 8 centurions, in particular, had a deep frown on their faces. A violet moon heavenly celestial. Lord Huang Jiabing's identity token was found by a violet moon heavenly celestial? God is playing a big joke on us. After learning that Duan Lingtian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial from Jian Xiuping, the 8 centurions of the Black Dragon Army who were once Captain Huang Jiabing's subordinates were disappointed. The decurions of the Black Dragon Army began to cause a ruckus when they regained their senses. Shut up, all of you. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard the commotion. He shouted coldly, suppressing the voices of the Black Dragon Army soldiers, causing them to fall silent. All of you. Do you think I don't exist? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was as dark as it could get. Even if he was only going to be a chiliarch for a few more days, he was now the leader of the Black Dragon Army. He was their chiliarch. However, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army did not treat him as their chiliarch at all. Did they really think he, Duan Lingtian, was a pushover? Humph. One of the centurions scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, "You're just a violet moon heavenly celestial. Even if you're promoted to captain through the back door, you won't be able to stay in that position for long. Why are you putting on airs in front of us when you're weak?" A sneer appeared on the centurion's face when he reached the end of his sentence. However, the sneer on the centurion's face froze as soon as it appeared. At the same time. Bang! Ah! The sound of a heavy object crashing into the ground rang in the air. A shrill cry rang in the air as well. The centurion of the Black Dragon Army who had regained his senses and mocked Duan Lingtian seemed to have been sent flying by something. He cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood stained the sky. It was a dazzling sight. At the same time, the other centurions who had just regained their senses and were about to say something shut their mouths. They could tell from the collision earlier that Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary. There was no way their new captain was just a violet moon heavenly celestial. After all, as centurions of the Black Dragon Army, they were all violet moon heavenly celestials as well. Even so, it was difficult for them to catch the movements of their captain. They put themselves in Duan Lingtian's shoes. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not have been able to escape even if they were prepared. "Captain, please calm down." One of the centurions who looked like an old man said in a trembling voice as he kneeled before Duan Lingtian when he regained his senses. The Black Dragon Army had rules. Those who disobeyed their superiors had the right to kill them. Chapter 2599. Please calm down, Lord Chiliarch. Please calm down, Lord Chiliarch. The remaining centurions, including the centurion who was injured by Duan Lingtian, knelt on the ground. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, they couldn't help but curse Jian Xiuping in their hearts. If Jian Xiuping did not say their new captain was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, they would not have acted so rudely in front of him and offended him. At the same time, the decurions who had regained their senses followed suit when they saw the centurions kneeling on the ground. The ordinary soldiers did the same as well. The centurions and decurions had knelt on the ground. They did not dare to not kneel even if they were given 100 guts. For a time, Duan Lingtian was the only one left standing in the vast sky like a crane among chickens. He was like a high and mighty emperor surrounded by his subjects who were kneeling on the ground like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Humph. Duan Lingtian glanced at the kneeling Black Dragon Army soldiers and said indifferently, "I hope there won't be a next time. Now, all of you are dismissed." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, who was in a hurry to return to his tent to cultivate, disappeared from the kneeling Black Dragon Army soldiers in just a blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had vanished into thin air. After Duan Lingtian left, the Black Dragon Army soldiers finally rose to their feet under the lead of a few centurions. Most of them still had a lingering expression on their faces. We were all tricked by that Chiliarch Jian Xiuping. Our new Chiliarch is definitely stronger than him. The centurion who was injured by Duanling Tian gnashed his teeth as he spoke hatefully. Although he was injured by Duanling Tian, he did not blame Duanling Tian. Nevertheless, he did not blame Duanling Tian at all. Duanling Tian was his direct superior, and Duanling Tian was already being merciful by not killing him for being disrespectful to him. If Jian Xiuping had not deliberately misled him, he would not have dared to act so presumptuously in front of his superior, the new Chiliarch, even if he was given 100 guts. Meanwhile, after leaving the Black Dragon Army's tents, Duanling Tian returned to his own tent. After he entered his tent, he sat down cross-legged and took out a mediocre celestial stone to cultivate. Cultivating in the Devata realms was similar to cultivating in the mundane realms. Apart from absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy, one could also absorb celestial stones, which were similar to the saint stones in the mundane realms. As expected of one of the best cultivation environments in Bloody Spectre City. With the help of the mediocre celestial stones and the 99 heavenly veins in my body, it won't take long for me to break through and become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. After a moment of excitement, Duanling Tian once again immersed himself in his cultivation. The others in the Black Dragon Army were unaware of Duanling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have been shocked by his actions. As a captain of the Black Dragon Army, his cultivation base was only a blue moon heavenly celestial. In the Black Dragon Army, a blue moon heavenly celestial was the minimum requirement to become a decanus. At this moment, Jian Xiuping, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, was trying his best to spread the news that Duanling Tian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial. However, he would never have dreamed that Duanling Tian was not a violet moon heavenly celestial. Duanling Tian was merely a blue moon heavenly celestial. Even so, Jian Xiuping's efforts to spread the news still shocked the soldiers stationed in the Black Dragon Army's camp. Of course, that didn't include the 800 Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duanling Tian. However, when the 800 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Duanling Tian's command heard that their new captain was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, they were furious. Is it true that our new Chiliarch is only a violet moon celestial? Did Jian Xiuping spread the news again? If it's really Jian Xiuping, what is he trying to do? As everyone knows, as long as Qin Yu, the centurion under Jian Xiuping, comes out of his closed-door training, Jian Xiuping will most likely be replaced by Qin Yu and demoted to a centurion. In my opinion, Jian Xiuping wants to shift Qin Yu's spearhead to our Lord Chiliarch. Despicable. How despicable. When the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Duanling Tian's command thought about how Jian Xiuping had tricked them, they were displeased. They began to spread out and refuted Jian Xiuping's words. Their new captain was not a violet moon heavenly celestial. I, Tong Zheng, am a centurion under Duanling Tian's command, a violet moon heavenly celestial. I didn't even have a chance to react before I was injured by Lord Duanling Tian. If Lord Duanling Tian is only a violet moon heavenly celestial, how could he be so strong? The centurion who was injured by Duanling Tian earlier did not hesitate to reveal his embarrassing incident so that Duanling Tian, the new captain, would have a good reputation. Under the guidance of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army under Duanling Tian's command, many people began to believe that Duanling Tian was not just a violet moon heavenly celestial. They believed that his strength was on par with Jian Xiuping, the weakest of the 10 captains in the Black Dragon Army. When the news reached Jian Xiuping's ears, his face turned green. Those fellows. Do they really think they can keep Duanling Tian in the Black Dragon Army by spreading fake news? So what if they think I'm not as good as Duanling Tian? At most, after I'm defeated and replaced by Qin Yu, I'll personally challenge Duanling Tian and ask him to give up his position as captain. At that time, I'll be the superior of all of you troublemakers. Let's see how I'll deal with all of you then. Jian Xiuping's eyes burned with anger when he thought about this. He could not wait to replace Duanling Tian as the new captain of the Black Dragon Army who spread false information. Then, he would teach them a lesson. In the Black Dragon Army, it was easy for a captain to mess with his subordinates. Just as Jianshuping was having this thought, another shocking piece of news came from the Black Dragon army under Jianshuping's command. Centurion Qin Yu has come out of his closed-door cultivation and is challenging his superior, Captain Jianshuping. Jianshuping only heard about this when half of the Black Dragon army's camp had been spread. Qin Yu. Jianshuping's expression darkened. His eyes seemed to be on fire. Even you think I'm not as good as Duan Ling Tian, who's only a violet moon heavenly celestial? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Jianshuping was furious. He was completely furious. When Jianshuping saw Qin Yu and questioned him, Qin Yu replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Captain, I've issued a challenge to you as soon as I came out of closed-door cultivation." At that time, I didn't have time to hear about Captain Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu was a tall and handsome young man. He was clad in the black armor of the Black Dragon army, which made him look valiant. Compared to the soldiers of the Black Dragon army, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. At this moment, Qin Yu and his superior, Captain Jianshuping, were standing opposite each other. The soldiers of the Black Dragon army under Jianshuping's command were not the only ones gathered around them. There were also many soldiers under the command of other captains. It was human nature to join in the fun. Even Celestials were no exception to this. Now that you know, are you going to change your mind and challenge Duan Ling Tian instead of me? Jianshuping asked in a deep voice as he looked at Qin Yu. The anger in his voice had dissipated. At this moment, he thought Qin Yu would give up on challenging him and challenge the Duan Ling Tian, who was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, instead. For this reason, the anger in his heart had subsided a lot. However, he did not expect Qin Yu to challenge Qin Yu. He did not expect Qin Yu to give him a way out. There's no need for that. Qin Yu looked at Jianshuping calmly and said indifferently, "Captain, I'm not interested in an unfamiliar environment. I think it's good to be the captain of a group of brothers. Therefore, I'm going to challenge you." Qin Yu's tone became heavier when he reached the end of his sentence. Just as the gazes of the surrounding black armored army's soldiers landed on Jianshuping, preparing to watch him fight Qin Yu suddenly stopped. However, something unexpected happened. Good. Very good. Jianshuping stared at Qin Yu with an ice-cold gaze. He said in a deep voice, "Since you want the position of Chiliarch so much, then, I will give you the position of Chiliarch on account of the fact that you worked so hard for me in the past." Qin Yu was stunned when he heard Jianshuping's words. As far as he knew, based on Jianshuping's character, even if he knew he was no match for Qin Yu, it was impossible for him to admit defeat so easily. However, it was a fact that Jianshuping had admitted defeat. Therefore, Qin Yu quickly regained his senses and looked at Jianshuping. He said indifferently, "Thank you, Captain. No, from now on, I'll call you Centurion Jianshuping." Since Jianshuping had admitted defeat, then his position as the 1,000-man commander was naturally replaced by Qin Yu. As for Jianshuping, he was reduced to being a centurion under Qin Yu, the new 1,000-man commander. Just as the crowd was stunned by Jianshuping's admission of defeat, a voice suddenly rang out. "I, Jianshuping, hereby announce that I'll challenge Captain Duan Ling Tian today." Chapter 2600. Although Jianshuping was the weakest of the 10 captains in the Black Dragon army, he was still a Crimson Emperor. However, no matter what, he was still a captain of the Black Dragon army. He was a powerful Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial. Because of this, the soldiers of the Black Dragon army who were present had more or less heard about him even though they had never met him before. They roughly knew what his temperament was like. With Jianshuping's character, even if he knows he's no match for Qin Yu, I don't think he'll admit defeat so easily. This doesn't seem like him. What happened? Why do I feel like he's a different person now? Many of the soldiers of the Black Dragon army were dumbfounded when they saw that Jianshuping had admitted defeat and given up the position of Chiliarch before even fighting Qin Yu. Some of them even thought they had misheard or were dreaming. This was especially true for the soldiers of the Black Dragon army who used to be Jianshuping's subordinates. They looked at Jianshuping with a strange gaze. It was as though they had just met Jianshuping for the first time. Compared to the other soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, they were more familiar with Jian Qiuping. For this reason, they found it even more unbelievable that Jian Qiuping would admit defeat. However, after he admitted defeat to Qin Yu and relinquished his position as captain, he announced he would challenge the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, Duanling Tian. Don't tell me his admission of defeat has something to do with his intention to challenge Captain Duan? It's possible. Maybe he wants to preserve his strength so he can challenge Captain Duanling Tian in his best condition. After all, even if he loses, he'll still be injured and need to rest for a while. Now that you mention it, it's possible. In that case, what Jian Qiuping did was a wise decision, wasn't it? Not only did he preserve his strength, but he could also reclaim his position as captain. Reclaim his position as captain? What do you mean? Didn't they say the new captain of the Duanling Tian is as strong as Jian Qiuping? Even if Jian Qiuping challenges him, he might not necessarily win, right? I heard that the new Duanling Tian is only a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Violet Moon Heavenly Immortal is no match for Jian Qiuping. Why is it different from what I heard? The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were divided into two factions. One of them thought Duanling Tian was just a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial and would be defeated by Jian Qiuping soon. Therefore, they wanted to hand over the position of Chiliarch to Jian Qiuping. The other faction believed that Duanling Tian was not a Violet Moon Celestial being. Duanling Tian's strength was no weaker than Jian Qiuping's. It was impossible for Jian Qiuping to replace Duanling Tian. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are arguments. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. The Black Dragon Army's camp was bound to be lively today. First, there was the matter of Qin Yu replacing Jian Qiuping as captain. It was the matter of Jian Qiuping admitting defeat in front of Qin Yu and giving up the position of Chiliarch. After Jian Qiuping passed the position of captain to Qin Yu, he declared that he would challenge the new captain, Duanling Tian. Once the news spread throughout the Black Dragon Army's camp, it caused a huge commotion. Jian Qiuping actually dares to challenge our Chiliarch after surrendering his Chiliarch position to someone else? Does he really think our captain is just a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial? Based on the strength our captain displayed that day, he's definitely not weaker than Jian Qiuping. I don't think he'll be able to defeat Jian Qiuping, but it won't be a problem for him to tie with Jian Qiuping. Even if the fight ended in a draw, according to the rules of the Black Dragon Army, Jian Qiuping can't replace our Chiliarch as our superior. After witnessing Duanling Tian's strength, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were confident in Duanling Tian. They were not worried that Jian Qiuping would defeat Duanling Tian. Humph. When the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army returned to their tents, a thunderous snort reverberated through the valleys they were in, causing their eardrums to tremble. It's Jian Qiuping. What's he doing here? Many of them recognized the owner of the snort. You bastards. How dare you spread false news that Duanling Tian isn't a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial and that his strength is on par with mine. Just wait until I replace Duanling Tian as your captain. You'll see how I'll deal with all of you then. When Duanling Tian's subordinates heard Jian Qiuping snort, they did not even have the time to leave the tent before Jian Qiuping's cold voice resonated in the air again. They were taken aback when they heard Jian Qiuping's words. I, Jian Qiuping, a centurion, challenge Captain Duanling Tian to a duel in the Valley of Gods of War. Jian Qiuping's voice continued to ring in their ears. However, this time, Jian Qiuping's voice was extremely loud. His celestial origin energy was clearly contained in his voice. As soon as he spoke, his voice rang in the Black Dragon Army's camp. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation could hear his voice. Jian Qiuping? A centurion? How did he become a centurion? I've just met him. Captain Hu Ji and Captain Kai when you walked out of their tents and gathered in the valley where the tents of the Black Dragon Army's commanders and captains were located. At this moment, both of them had a confused expression on their faces. Half an hour ago, Qin Yu, a centurion under Jian Qiuping's command, came out of closed-door cultivation and challenged Jian Qiuping. Jian Qiuping admitted defeat, so Qin Yu has replaced Jian Qiuping as the new captain. Currently, Jian Xiuping is only a centurion. The person who walked out of his tent was none other than Qin Xianba, the Black Dragon Army's commander. Lord Commander. Lord Commander. When Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu saw Qin Xianba, they immediately bowed respectfully. After bowing to Qin Xianba, they glanced at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. As captains, they were familiar with Jian Xiuping's temperament. With Jian Xiuping's temperament, he would never admit defeat even if he knew he was no match for Qin Yu. Someone said Jian Xiuping admitted defeat to preserve his strength so he could challenge Duanling Tian. He has already announced to the entire Black Dragon Army that he wants to challenge Captain Duanling Tian to a battle in the Valley of the Gods of War. Qin Xianba seemed to have seen through Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's thoughts, and promptly explained to them. Preserve his strength? That's possible. Hu Ji nodded. Even so, is there a need for him to preserve his strength against a mere violet moon heavenly celestial? As Kai Wenyu spoke, she looked at the tent that belonged to Huang Jibing and Duanling Tian. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Lord Commander. At this moment, Captain Zhao Dongxing also came out of the other tent. He greeted Qin Xianba before he stood at the side and looked at Duanling Tian's tent. As soon as Zhao Dongxing looked over, whoosh! The tent was opened, and a purple figure walked out slowly. The figure appeared in front of Qin Xianba and the other captains. The person who came out was none other than Duanling Tian, who was awakened from his cultivation by Jian Xiuping's voice that descended from the sky. Since Jian Xiuping had come knocking on his door, naturally, he could not sit back and do nothing. At the same time, he wanted to show those who looked down on him. With Duanling Tian's strength, he was more than qualified to be a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Commander. Captain Zhao Dongxing. After Duanling Tian came out, he greeted Qin Xianba and Zhao Dongxing. As for the other two Kiliarchs, he merely glanced at them and nodded at them as a form of greeting. Duanling Tian. Practically as soon as Duanling Tian finished greeting Zhao Dongxing, Kai Wenyu stared at Duanling Tian with a gloomy expression and suddenly shouted with a stern voice. You actually addressed the commander as commander directly. Could it be that you think the commander isn't worthy of being addressed as commander before you? Do you know that you're being disrespectful to the Lord Commander? Kai Wenyu was making a mountain out of a molehill. Does respect to the Lord Commander depend on how he addresses him? Duanling Tian's expression did not change in the face of Kai Wenyu's threats. He said indifferently, Captain Kai Wenyu, you keep addressing the Lord Commander as Lord Commander. But who knows if you've always wanted to replace the Lord Commander and become the new commander of the Black Dragon Army. You. Don't slander me. Kai Wenyu did not expect Duanling Tian to accuse him. His expression changed as he glared at Duanling Tian. I'm just making an example. Captain Kai Wenyu, why are you so agitated? Don't tell me you're hiding something. Duanling Tian smiled. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Kai Wenyu. You. Just as Kai Wenyu was about to say something, Qin Xuanba interrupted her. All right, it's just a form of address. As Captain Duanling Tian has said, whether a person truly respects me or not doesn't depend on how they address me. I can see that Captain Duanling Tian is not disrespectful to me. Since Qin Xuanba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had spoken, Kai Wenyu did not dare to continue the topic. However, he still glared at Duanling Tian. The fire in his eyes burned as though he wanted to burn Duanling Tian to death. Duanling Tian ignored Kai Wenyu's furious gaze. He looked at Qin Xianba and asked. Chapter 2601. The Valley of Ares was the place where the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army sparred with each other. Of course, if the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army had a life and death feud with each other and wanted to fight to the death, they could also sign a life and death contract with their superiors. Then, they could fight to the death in the Valley of the Gods of War. Usually, the Valley of Ares was very lively. This was because many of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army liked to spar here to improve their celestial methods and divine abilities. Today, the Valley of Ares was even livelier. This was because Jian Xiuping, who had just lost his position as captain, had announced that he would challenge the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the battle would take place in the Valley of Ares. For this reason, all the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who had nothing to do in the camp rushed to the Valley of Ares. Whoosh! 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 The Valley of the Gods of War, which had originally been rather sparsely populated, was now filled with soldiers from the Black Dragon Army. All of them were here to witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and Jian Xiuping. Not long after, the figures of the Black Dragon Army covered more than half of the Valley of the Ares god. It was as if they had blotted out the sun. So many people. Many of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who had just arrived could not help but click their tongues when they saw the huge crowd. Of course. After all, it's not every day that there's such a huge commotion in the Black Dragon Army's camp. Now that there's such a huge commotion, it's impossible not to come. Jian Xiuping, the former captain of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the battle between the two of them. Although some people say Jian Xiuping and Duan Lingtian have a higher chance of winning, I think Jian Xiuping must be confident since he's so confident. Otherwise, why would he admit defeat in front of Qin Yu? Isn't he trying to preserve his strength by admitting defeat? That's right. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have admitted defeat in front of Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu used to be his centurion. It's embarrassing for him to admit defeat without a fight. That's right. Jian Xiuping has always valued his reputation. Today, he admitted defeat voluntarily. He must have some ulterior motive. Now, it's obvious what he's trying to do. He wants to defeat the new captain of the Black Dragon Army and take back the position of captain. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who were present agreed with Jian Xiuping. Since Jian Xiuping dared to challenge Duan Lingtian, it meant he was confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have made such a decision. After all, it was Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he admitted defeat in front of Qin Yu today and gave up the position of Chiliarch. If he were to lose this battle again, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the Black Dragon Army in the future. Duan Lingtian King. Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lord Duan Lingtian Dragon Duan King Army Duan. Stop dreaming. Based on what he just said, he wants to replace our Chiliarch as our Chiliarch so that he can teach us a lesson. If he wants to teach us a lesson, we'll have to see if he has the ability to defeat our captain. Duan Lingtian's subordinates from the Black Dragon Army had also arrived at the Valley of Ares. However, when they heard the discussion among the Black Dragon Army soldiers, they scoffed. They did not think Jian Xiuping would be able to defeat their captain. What? Hearing what you said, your new Chiliarch's strength is actually not inferior to Jian Xiuping's? One of the soldiers asked Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon Army. Don't ask them. They'll definitely say their new captain is stronger. Before Duan Lingtian's subordinates could speak, another soldier from the Black Dragon Army chimed in. Previously, they were talking about how strong their new captain is. Moreover, he's not a violet moon heavenly celestial as the rumors say. However, whether or not what they say is true is not necessarily credible. Today, as long as Jian Xiuping defeats their new Chiliarch, their lies will be exposed. I'm looking forward to it. Compared to them, I trust Jian Xiuping more. After all, Jian Xiuping has been a captain for many years. I've never heard of him doing anything he's not confident in. Now that you mention it, you're right. Compared to a new Chiliarch, Jian Xiuping is indeed more reliable. Soon after, in the huge Valley of Ares, apart from Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon Army soldiers, no one else believed Duan Lingtian would lose. More than 90% of the Black Dragon Army soldiers thought Duan Lingtian would lose. Many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers who thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning changed their minds when they heard the analysis of the other soldiers. They no longer thought Duan Lingtian would win. It was as though they had been brainwashed. Centurion Jian Xiuping is here. A moment later, someone cried out in surprise. The Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares began to look around. Finally, they looked to the east and locked onto a figure who was walking leisurely in the air. The figure was none other than one of the main characters of the day, Jian Xiuping. Many centurions from the Black Dragon Army had come earlier. However, they had not caused much of a commotion. Jian Xiuping's arrival had caused such a commotion. Firstly, he was one of the main characters of the day. Secondly, it was because Jian Xiuping was a golden immortal and a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. Whoosh! In a flash, Jian Xiuping landed on the huge stone platform in the middle of the Valley of Ares. This was the first battle arena of the Valley of Ares. Jian Xiuping placed his hands behind his back and closed his eyes to rest. He quietly waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. Centurion Jian Xiuping looked so calm. He's very confident. Didn't I say earlier? Centurion Jian Xiuping has always been cautious. Since he dares to challenge the new captain, it means he's confident he'll win. Now, all we have to do is wait for the new captain to arrive. After Jian Xiuping's arrival, the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares began to look forward to the arrival of the other main character, Duan Lingtian. It's Captain Qin Yu. About 15 minutes later, the Valley of Ares was once again in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. There, a young man in a black robe was walking over in the air. It was none other than the new captain, Qin Yu. When Qin Yu wore the uniform of the Black Dragon Army, he looked valiant and extraordinary. He stood out among the other soldiers in the Black Dragon Army who wore the same uniform. Now that he had changed into casual clothes, he looked even more extraordinary. Before Qin Yu appeared in the Valley of Ares, only the two centurions had caused a commotion. Although the two centurions were not as strong as Centurion Jian Xiuping, they were still centurions who had become golden celestials. For this reason, their appearance had more or less attracted the attention of some people. Moreover, they had caused a commotion among the crowd. The black armored army soldiers in the Valley of Ares were in an uproar because of Qin Yu's arrival. Qin Yu. Standing on the first battle stage of the Valley of the War God, the centurion Jian Xiuping, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Qin Yu. You. Are you here to show off? Jian Xiuping was originally a sensitive person. When he saw Qin Yu here, his face immediately became gloomy. Once he opened his mouth, his voice also revealed extreme coldness. Centurion Jian Xiuping, please don't misunderstand. Qin Yu looked at Jian Xiuping calmly and said indifferently, I'm here to see the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Of course, it would be best if I could see you defeating him and replacing him. Humph. Jian Xiuping snorted coldly and closed his eyes again, ignoring Qin Yu. However, as soon as Jian Xiuping closed his eyes, he heard a few exclamations in unison, causing him to open his eyes again. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! In the Valley of Ares. A few soldiers from the Black Dragon Army who were near the edge of the valley were the first to notice the middle-aged man who was flying in the air with 4 people. When they recognized the middle-aged man, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Lord Commander! Lord Commander! At the same time, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, including the centurion Jian Xiuping and the chiliarch Qin Yu, also bowed to the newcomer. The middle-aged man with a curly beard and a stocky build was none other than the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Qin Xianba. It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene. Qin Xianba took the lead and led Duan Lingtian and the other captains into the Valley of Ares. He chuckled before his eyes landed on Qin Yu. Qin Yu, congratulations on being promoted to captain of the Black Dragon Army. Thank you, Lord Commander. Qin Yu quickly thanked Qin Xianba when he arrived in front of him. In a flash, he stood behind Qin Xianba and stood side by side with Duan Lingtian and the other captains. They surrounded Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army. This is Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. You can get to know each other. Qin Xianba turned his head slightly and glanced at Duan Lingtian. Captain Duan Lingtian, I'm Qin Yu. Chapter 2602. Captain Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Qin Yu's greeting. Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what had happened on the way here. As it turned out, Qin Yu was Jian Xiaoping's centurion. He had come out of his closed-door cultivation and challenged Jian Xiaoping. Since Jian Xiaoping had admitted defeat, Qin Yu had replaced Jian Xiaoping as the new captain while Jian Xiaoping was demoted to a centurion. No wonder Jian Xiaoping called himself a centurion when he challenged me. Duan Lingtian finally understood the situation after he learned about the ins and outs of the matter. Lord Captain. Lord Captain. At the same time, a series of respectful greetings rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and saw his subordinates from the Black Dragon army had gathered together and bowed to him. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by this. Although he knew that he had intimidated his subordinates to a certain extent when he made his move last time, it was still not enough. However, he didn't expect that after that incident, this group of people's attitude towards him would change so drastically. So he's the new captain, Duan Lingtian? It should be him. Didn't you see the group of people who used to be under Captain Huang Jiabing's command greeting him? Isn't he just a violet moon heavenly celestial? If he's just a violet moon heavenly celestial, there's no way these people would treat him with such respect, right? Who knows? Based on the current situation, there's no doubt everyone has their reasons. As for the new captain's strength, we'll find out after the battle between him and Jian Xiaoping. In the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army's soldiers looked at Duan Lingtian and sized him up. Apart from Duan Lingtian's subordinates, it was the first time the other soldiers had seen Duan Lingtian, their new chiliarch. I didn't expect that the first time I saw the new chiliarch would be when he was fighting another veteran chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, Jian Xiaoping, who had just been promoted to a centurion. I'm curious. How capable is the person who found chiliarch Huang Jiabing's identity token? I'm looking forward to this battle. The Black Dragon Army's soldiers shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian before they shifted their attention to Jian Xiaoping, who was standing in the middle of the Valley of Ares. Duan Lingtian, Jian Xiaoping. He was today's main character. Duan Lingtian, you actually came. Jian Xiaoping stood on the first battle in the Valley of Ares as he stared at Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with disdain. I thought you would hide in your tent and pretend to be in closed-door cultivation even if you knew I was going to challenge you. I didn't expect you to come. Jian Xiaoping's words were filled with disdain. He was clearly provoking Duan Lingtian. For a moment, whoosh. 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 Many people shifted their gazes from Jian Xiaoping to Duan Lingtian. How presumptuous. Faced with Jian Xiaoping's disdain, Duan Lingtian flew past Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, and landed in the Valley of Ares where Jian Xiaoping was. Whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he hovered in the air above the first battle and looked down at Jian Xiaoping. Whoosh. Jian Xiaoping was furious when he saw how Duan Lingtian dared to look down on him. His expression changed drastically. Whoosh. Following that, he rose into the air and hovered in the air parallel to Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian as he hovered in the air. The aura of celestial origin energy spread out from his body. It was clear that he had completed the accumulation of energy in his body in an instant. I really don't know where a mere violet moon heavenly celestial like you gets the courage to say I, Jian Xiaoping, am presumptuous. Jian Xiaoping said in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Jian Xiaoping calmly. However, he did not seem to care about Jian Xiaoping at all. He stood there motionless like a statue. Of course, Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're quite capable. At the very least, you're able to get your subordinates to help and protect you in such a short time. They even spread fake news that you're not a violet moon heavenly celestial and that you're not weaker than me. In fact, you're even stronger than me. Jian Xiaoping's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. His words were filled with ruthlessness. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Jian Xiaoping's words. He turned to look at the soldiers of the Black Dragon army. He didn't expect that his subordinates had done so much for him without his knowledge. The centurion who was injured by Duan Ling Tian earlier stepped forward when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him. Sir Chiliarch, Centurion Jian Xiaoping came to our camp today and said that he will defeat you and replace you as our Chiliarch and teach us a lesson after that. However, we believe that Lord Chiliarch will never give him the chance to do so. The centurion's emotions were stirred up when he spoke. That's right. Lord Chiliarch, we believe in you. Lord Chiliarch, we believe that you won't give him the chance to replace you. After the centurion had stirred up the emotions of the Black Dragon army, Duan Lingtian's subordinates, as well. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, anticipating the victory of their new Chiliarch. What nonsense are you talking about? Jian Xiaoping's expression changed drastically as he glared at the centurion under Duan Ling Tian's command. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's subordinate would repeat his words in such a situation. After all, the commander of the Black Dragon army was present as well. Although it was not taboo in the Black Dragon army to seek revenge on one's subordinates, it was still despicable. At the very least, the commander of the Black Dragon army would not sit idly by and do nothing. Jian Xiaoping. As expected, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, was furious when he heard Jian Xiaoping's words. He glared at Jian Xiaoping and asked in a deep voice, "Is what he said true?" "Commander, I was just joking with them." Jian Xiaoping hurriedly bowed and tried to salvage the situation. At this time, he also knew that he could not deny it. Duan Ling Tian's subordinates, the Black Dragon army, could easily drown him with just a spit of saliva. Humph. Chen Xuanba snorted coldly as he looked at Jian Xiaoping coldly. Jian Xiaoping was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Chen Xuanba turned to Qin Yu and said, "Captain Qin Yu, if Jian Xiaoping defeats Duan Ling Tian today and replaces him, you'll switch places with him. You'll take over Captain Duan Ling Tian's subordinates, and Jian Xiaoping will return to lead his old subordinates." "I'll follow your arrangements, Commander." Qin Yu replied immediately. This commander actually made such an arrangement? The Black Dragon army soldiers in the Valley of the Ares god were stunned when they heard Chen Xuanba's arrangement. When they regained their senses, a commotion broke out again. It seems like even Commander Chen thinks highly of Centurion Jian Xiaoping. Isn't it obvious? If Commander Chen didn't think highly of Centurion Jian Xiaoping, why would he make such an arrangement? Lord Commander is planning to hand over Captain Duan Ling Tian's subordinates to Captain Qin Yu after Centurion Jian Xiaoping defeats Captain Duan Ling Tian and replaces him. He's doing this to prevent Centurion Jian Xiaoping from bullying his subordinates after he becomes the new captain of Duan Ling Tian. It seems like Captain Duan Ling Tian has no chance of winning today. Since Commander Chen doesn't think highly of Captain Duan Ling Tian, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Now that Chen Xuanba had spoken to Qin Yu, other than Duan Ling Tian's subordinates, almost everyone in the Valley of the Ares god was certain that Duan Ling Tian would lose. If they had not seen Duan Ling Tian fight with their own eyes and heard Chen Xuanba's words, even Duan Ling Tian's subordinates would doubt Duan Ling Tian's strength. However, even after hearing Chen Xuanba's words, they were still confident in Duan Ling Tian's strength. With Captain Chen's strength, no matter how weak he is, he'll still be able to fight Jian Xiaoping to a draw. Jian Xiaoping is dreaming if he wants to be our captain. Captain Chen's strength is definitely not below Jian Xiaoping's. Duan Ling Tian's subordinates all looked at Duan Ling Tian. They were blindly confident in Duan Ling Tian. "Replace me and take care of my men?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the words of the centurion he had injured. When he looked at Jian Xiaoping again, his eyes were cold. Jian Xiaoping. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's body swayed. He seemed to have transformed into an eagle as he soared into the sky. At the same time, he looked at Jian Xiaoping coldly and shouted, "I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare. You can use all the techniques you have at your disposal. After 3 breaths, if I, Duan Ling Tian, can't defeat you in 1 move, Duan Ling Tian will give up my position as captain of the Black Dragon army." Duan Lingtian's voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Most of the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of the Ares god felt as though winter had arrived. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 2603. Jian Xiaoping. I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare. You can use all the techniques you have at your disposal. After 3 breaths, if I, Duan Lingtian, can't defeat you in 1 move, Duan Lingtian will give up my position as the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian's cold voice reverberated in the Valley of Ares. The entire place fell silent. His voice lingered in the ears of the people in the Valley of Ares for a long time. Everyone, including Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and the other main character today, Centurion Jian Xiaoping, were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It took them a long time to regain their senses. This was because Duan Lingtian's words were too terrifying. Captain Duan Lingtian. Did I really underestimate him? Chen Xianba was the first to regain his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he had his own judgment. Although Duan Lingtian's actions seemed arrogant, when he observed Duan Lingtian carefully, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was confident. Duan Lingtian exuded confidence from head to toe. This level of confidence was not something an ordinary person could possess. It was impossible for someone who was deliberately mystifying to have such confidence. This was Chen Xianba's judgment. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xianba was still looking at Duan Lingtian in shock when Jian Xiaoping, who had just regained his senses, burst out laughing. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Jian Xiaoping's laughter caused the others in the Valley of Ares to regain their senses as well. Captain Duan Lingtian. He said he's going to defeat Centurion Jian Xiaoping in 1 move? My God. Is he joking? Defeat Centurion Jian Xiaoping in 1 move? Lord Commander is probably the only person in the Black Dragon Army who has the ability to do so, right? If he's really that strong, why would he be a captain in the Black Dragon Army? I feel that he's most likely just deliberately mystifying things. Perhaps he's using this as a psychological attack against Centurion Jian Xiaoping. Psychological attack? Based on the current situation, Centurion Jian Xiaoping isn't affected by his words at all. Most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon Army felt that Duan Lingtian was bluffing. They did not believe Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Jian Xiaoping. Sir Chiliarch, this is, although I believe that his strength is not below Jian Xiaoping's, it seems impossible for him to defeat Jian Xiaoping in 1 strike, right? Captain Duan Lingtian. He actually said that if he couldn't defeat Jian Xiaoping in 1 go, he would give up the position of Chiliarch? Does he not want to be our Chiliarch that much? Even Duan Lingtian's subordinates were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Although they had confidence in Duan Lingtian, they were certain Duan Lingtian would not lose to Jian Xiaoping. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Jian Xiaoping in 1 move. If Jian Xiaoping was just an ordinary centurion who had not become a golden celestial, they believed Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Jian Xiaoping in 1 move. However, not only was Jian Xiaoping not an ordinary centurion, but he was also a golden celestial who had been a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army for a long time. Duan Lingtian was the only person in the entire Black Dragon Army who was capable of defeating Jian Xiaoping in 1 move. How arrogant. He's out of his mind. Other than Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, who only frowned slightly, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu could not help but laugh out loud. When they found out Duan Lingtian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, they had looked down on Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. However, Duan Lingtian had said he would defeat Jian Xiaoping in 1 move. Naturally, they did not believe him. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian had simply lost his mind. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jian Xiaoping finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he said, "You're just a violet moon heavenly celestial. There's no need for me to go all out to defeat you. I only need to use half of my strength to defeat a mere violet moon heavenly celestial." As soon as Jian Xiuping finished speaking, the celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body surged out of his body like dragons that had escaped from their cages. As soon as they broke out of their cages, they were filled with fighting spirit as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Duan Ling Tian, I don't even need to use my celestial weapon. I'll defeat you with just a swing of my staff." Jian Xiuping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon-like celestial origin energy that coiled around his body transformed into a pair of wings. It was a movement divine ability that he had mastered. He did not use the movement celestial technique he had mastered since he did not think it was necessary. Whoosh! 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 In the void, a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves resounded. As Jian Xiuping opened and closed his hands, the celestial origin energy that was swirling around his body quickly condensed into a long rod. It was obvious Jian Xiuping was skilled in using a staff. Staff quaking mountains and rivers. Jian Xiuping cried out. He was not far away from Duan Ling Tian. With his current speed, it would only take him a blink of an eye to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. Buzz! 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 As soon as Jian Xiuping finished speaking, the long rod formed from his celestial origin energy tore through the air as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. It was as though his rod was capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with just one strike. With Jian Xiuping's strength, he can easily defeat a violet moon heavenly celestial with just a swing of his staff. Jian Xiuping's staff contains the profundity of celestial methods and divine abilities. The staff quaking mountains and rivers is a combination of his celestial methods and divine abilities. Its strength is not to be underestimated. Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Shen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, looked at Jian Xiuping, who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. At this moment, they could already see Duan Ling Tian being defeated by Jian Xiuping. "I'd like to see what makes you think you can defeat Jian Xiuping with just a swing of your hand," Chen Xianba muttered to himself as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. In his field of vision, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm even though Jian Xiuping had not unleashed his full strength. It was as if Jian Xiuping's ferocious attack was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Chen Xianba, who was staring at Duan Ling Tian, saw a hint of disdain in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. At this moment, Jian Xiuping's staff was already charging toward Duan Ling Tian with a force that could shake mountains and rivers. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he was only a foot away from Jian Xiuping. Whoosh! 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 At this critical moment, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dazzling sword rays suddenly bloomed from all over Duan Ling Tian's body. These sword rays seemed to have flashed out from every pore on his body. There were countless of them. With a rough look, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone in the Valley of Ares was attracted by the dazzling sword rays that shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Bang! A loud, muffled sound was transmitted into everyone's ears like the beating of a drum. Boom! 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 Accompanied by thunderous explosions, the Valley of the War God was swept up by a tyrannical gale, causing some of the weaker soldiers of the Black Dragon Army to squint their eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic sword had appeared under Duan Ling Tian's feet. This gigantic sword was formed from the thousands of sword rays that shot out from Duan Ling Tian's body. It hovered under his feet like a sturdy wall and blocked Jian Xiuping's ferocious and powerful staff attack. Jian Xiuping's hands shook violently as he smashed his staff against the gigantic sword under Duan Ling Tian's feet. Wah! When the long rod formed by his celestial origin energy dissipated, he was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. While he was being sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood in an extremely sorry state. His blood splattered in the air. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. I want you dead. Just as everyone present was completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Jian Shuping roared from the depths of his throat after his figure was shaken to a halt. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. It was as though he could burn everything. Whoosh! 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 A ghostly wail rang in the air. Whoosh! 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 When Jian Shuping attacked again, not only did he take out his celestial artifact, the long staff, but he also cast the assist-type divine ability that he had not used before. It raised his celestial origin energy to a whole new level. Then, he cast his offensive technique again. Staff shaking mountains and rivers. It was the same technique, but this time, it was completely different from before. Jian Xiaoping attacked with all his might. The celestial weapon staff in his hand shot out like a towering pillar. At this moment, it felt as though heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Bang! Finally, the celestial weapon long rod in his hand landed on the gigantic sword that was hovering under Duanling Tian's feet like a sturdy barrier. The force of the staff that could shake mountains and rivers surged out once again. Chapter 2604. Bang! When Jian Xiaoping's celestial weapon, the long rod, landed on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duanling Tian's feet, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers with a weaker cultivation base felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of the collision reverberated in the air, ripples began to spread out from the gigantic sword beneath Duanling Tian's feet. It was as if a huge rock had landed on the surface of a calm lake, causing circles of ripples. The ripples were especially vivid. Boom! 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 Ripples spread out in all directions in the void. At the same time, waves of vibrating power swept out in all directions. When the shock waves shrouded the Black Dragon Army's soldiers in the Valley of Ares, many of them retreated. It was obvious they were under great pressure. Otherwise, they would not have reacted in such a manner. Is Centurion Jian Xiaoping using all his strength? Centurion Jian Xiaoping is attacking with all his might. When the Black Dragon Army's soldiers in the Valley of Ares thought of this, they turned to look at the sky above the first battle arena in unison. When their gazes landed on the scene in the void, they were completely dumbfounded. In the vast void, a purple-robed young man stood on a giant sword like a deity. Below him, Jian Xiaoping's hands were bleeding profusely as he gripped the celestial staff tightly. That was not all. Currently, Jian Xiaoping was forced to take more than 10 steps back. His face was pale as though a storm was brewing. Barf! Sensing the surrounding gazes, Jian Xiaoping, who was originally still stubbornly holding on, finally could not help but open his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood once again. His blood splattered in the air, causing many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers to tremble. This Duan Lingtian Chiliarch has not made a move since the beginning. All he did was defend. Yet, he managed to put Centurion Jian Xiaoping into such a sorry state. It's one thing for Centurion Jian Xiaoping to be at a disadvantage because he didn't use his full strength earlier. This time, Centurion Jian Xiaoping attacked with all his might and anger, but he still couldn't hurt Chiliarch Duan Lingtian at all. And he's injured again. Oh my god. How can this Duan Lingtian Chiliarch be so strong? In the Valley of the Ares, some of the Black Dragon Army soldiers who had recovered from their shock looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Previously, the commander of the Black Dragon Army did not think highly of Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, so they thought Duan Lingtian would definitely lose. But no one expected that, the outcome was actually so unexpected. Jian Xiuping, a veteran chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, could not even break through the defense of this new chiliarch. One could only imagine the strength of this new chiliarch. Sir Chiliarch is so strong? Oh my god. Is this really our chiliarch? I'm not dreaming, am I? Based on the chiliarch's current strength, I'm afraid even chiliarch Huang Jiabing is no match for him. When the Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Lingtian recovered from their shock, they were also shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed. Apart from being shocked, they were also overjoyed. In the future, with such a chiliarch protecting them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Black Dragon Army. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's subordinates. A hint of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The reason for their envy and jealousy was similar to the reason why Duan Lingtian's subordinates were overjoyed. Who is he? Why is he here in the Black Dragon Army? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He knew even he might not be able to block Jian Xiuping's attack so easily with just a defensive technique. Chen Xianba was completely stunned by Duan Lingtian's defensive technique. How's this possible? Isn't he a violet moon heavenly celestial? Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, looked at each other when they regained their senses. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How powerful! The other two captains, Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, were shocked when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. They were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Is this all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian stood on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a high and mighty emperor as he looked down at Jian Xiuping, who was injured by him again. Jian Xiuping's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a devil. His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Although Jian Xiuping could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he did not have time to think about it. He hurriedly admitted defeat so he could leave this person in front of him as soon as possible. At this moment, face, honor, and disgrace had been tossed to the back of his mind. All he knew was that if this battle continued, he would only be tortured. He had attacked with all his might, but he could not even break through Duan Lingtian's defense. There was no need for him to continue this battle. Take this. If you don't die, I'll allow you to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Jian Xiuping indifferently when he saw Jian Xiuping admitting defeat. It was as though he was a high and mighty emperor who was giving out a supreme order. At the same time, the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet rose into the air and released a dazzling sword ray. This gigantic sword ray was formed by the tens of thousands of sword rays in the sword formation. As soon as it shot out, everyone in the Valley of Ares could feel the sharp sword chi emanating from it. No. Jian Xiuping's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He finally realized something. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him. You can't kill me. There are rules in the Black Dragon Army. Unless there's a life and death agreement, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army are not allowed to kill each other. If you kill me, you'll be violating the rules of the Black Dragon Army. You'll be severely punished by the Black Dragon Army. Jian Xiuping looked at Duan Lingtian in horror as he roared hysterically. When he mentioned the rules of the Black Dragon Army, it was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. Boom! 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 However, Duan Lingtian's reply to Jian Xiuping was the gigantic sword that seemed to blot out the sun. The gigantic sword was not pointed at Jian Xiuping. Instead, it was aimed at Jian Xiuping. However, when the gigantic sword descended, it was as though a gigantic mountain had fallen. At the same time, it locked onto Jian Xiuping. It was as though it would follow him wherever he went until it suppressed him. Naturally, Jian Xiuping wanted to escape. However, he soon discovered that he had been locked onto by the gigantic sword. There was no way for him to escape. He could only take the attack head-on. However, how could he possibly take the attack in his current state? Not to mention that he had already been injured twice. Even if he was in his peak condition and attacked with all his strength, he was doomed to die under this sword. The power contained in the giant sword that came crashing down had completely exceeded the scope of what he could withstand. Boom! 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 The gigantic sword continued to descend. Its wide body continued to envelop Jian Xiuping as though it was trying to suppress him. No! No! Lord Commander, save me! Lord Commander, save me! In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword had traversed more than half the distance and was right above his head. Jian Xiuping's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He immediately turned to look at Commander Qin Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and cried for help. However, Qin Xianba did not move at all. It was as though he was stunned by the scene before him. Bang! Finally, when Jian Xiuping's eyes were filled with despair, the giant sword that looked like it had been thrown by a god landed on Jian Xiuping's body. The terrifying power caused Jian Xiuping's body to explode into a bloody mist. Only a long staff and a ring were left in the bloody mist. They were Jian Xiuping's celestial weapon and spatial ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Jian Xiuping was killed by the gigantic sword, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, raised his hand. Jian Xiuping's celestial weapon and spatial ring flew into his hand before he put them away. The Valley of Ares once again fell into a deathly silence. After a while, the people in the Valley of Ares finally regained their senses. Gasp! 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 When the people regained their senses, they gasped in unison. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of respect could be seen in their eyes. Even the four captains standing behind Qin Xianba were no exception to this. The two captains, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. However, a hint of remorse could be seen in their eyes at the same time. They regretted not recognizing Mount Tai. At the same time, they hated Jian Xiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian. If Jian Xiuping had not misled them, they would not have alienated Duan Lingtian because they thought he was just a violet moon heavenly celestial. Captain Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2605. Rules? Upon hearing Qin Xianba's question, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Qin Xianba. He stared at Qin Xianba for a moment before he said unhurriedly, "Commander, rules are made by people, right? You're the Black Dragon Army's commander. It's up to you to decide if I've broken the rules today." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he reached the end of his sentence. "Captain Duan Lingtian, what do you want from the Black Dragon Army?" Qin Xianba asked in a deep voice. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Not only was Duan Lingtian's strength not inferior to his, it was even possible that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Would such a person be willing to serve as a chiliarch in the Black Dragon Army willingly? Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he was not worried about losing his position as the Black Dragon Army's commander. After all, becoming the Black Dragon Army's commander was not as simple as being a decurion, centurion, or chiliarch. According to the Black Dragon Army's rules, as long as one was strong enough, one would be promoted. However, the Black Dragon Army's commander was personally appointed by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Unless the city governor approved and gave the order, it was impossible to replace Qin Xianba as the Black Dragon Army's commander. "I'm looking for a place to cultivate," Duan Lingtian said as he opened his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Qin Xianba had been staring at Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to figure something out from Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He did not reveal any emotions at all. "There's nothing in the Black Dragon Army that's worth his attention." After thinking for a while, Chen Xianba could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was planning to do to the Black Dragon army. In the end, he decided not to think about it anymore. After looking at Duan Lingtian for a while, he turned around and left the Valley of Ares. Chen Xianba's departure clearly showed his attitude toward Duan Lingtian's killing of Jian Xiuping. He would not pursue the matter. The black armored soldiers in the Valley of Ares were not surprised by Chen Xianba's departure. Although the commander of the black armored army had never fought with Captain Duan Lingtian before, he was still a commander. However, based on Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to Chen Xianba. Duan Lingtian might even be stronger than Chen Xianba. In other words, even if the commander of the black armored army wanted to pursue the matter, he might not be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Unless Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, if news of this reached the ears of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not hold Duan Lingtian accountable as long as Duan Lingtian did not do anything that would harm the interests of Bloody Spectre City. After all, in the eyes of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian was not worth much. After all, Jian Xiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, could not be compared to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, even if Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not be able to do anything about it. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not surprised at all. After Chen Xianba left, everyone in the Valley of Ares turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Captain Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. To think that Jian Xiuping said you're a violet moon heavenly celestial. He must be blind. That's right. That's right. That Jian Xiuping deserved to die. It's his greatest fortune to die in your hands, Captain Duan Lingtian. Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu immediately flew forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. They seemed to be very enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly when he saw Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's attitude. When Jian Xiuping had said he was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, these two fellows had turned hostile faster than flipping the pages of a book. They were just short of telling him that they did not want to be friends with Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian completely ignored their enthusiasm. Ignoring Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's embarrassment, Duan Lingtian flew up to the other two captains, Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, and greeted them. Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu. I'm in a hurry to cultivate. I'll take my leave first. Take care, Captain Duan Lingtian. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu hurriedly replied. Previously, Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary captain to them. However, at this moment, they no longer dared to treat Duan Lingtian as an ordinary captain. After the battle earlier, they could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. Based on what they saw, Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to the Black Dragon Army's Lord Commander. After greeting Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the Black Dragon Army's soldiers. Under their excited gazes, Duan Lingtian nodded at them before he left the Valley of Ares. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian left, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu followed suit. After all, they were in an awkward situation. They took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and even tried to flatter him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them. Although they were dissatisfied with this, they didn't dare to show it. Based on the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, Duan Lingtian was not someone they could afford to offend. After Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing left, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army in the Valley of the War God were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins. I didn't expect our new captain, Duan Lingtian, to be so powerful. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to the Lord Commander's. A centurion was the first to exclaim. His words immediately gained the approval of many people. Indeed. I wonder why someone as powerful as Duan Lingtian would want to join the Black Dragon Army. Didn't you hear him say that he's looking for a place to cultivate? Apart from the city lord's cultivation room, the tents of the Black Dragon Army's generals and Kiliarchs, and the tents of the Silverworm Army's generals and Kiliarchs are the best places to cultivate. Now that you mention the Silverworm Army, I'm curious. When the Silverworm army finds out that we have a Chiliarch who isn't any weaker than our Black Dragon army's Lord Commander, what expression will they have? It'll definitely be exciting. In the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon army was in an uproar. None of them left even after a long time had passed. Their conversation revolved around the new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon army. At this moment, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, who had left the Valley of Ares and the Black Dragon army's camp, entered Bloody Spectre City and made his way to the city governor's mansion. He went to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was Lu Fenggu. He was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. When Qin Xianba arrived, he was cultivating but not in closed-door cultivation. When he heard Qin Xianba's arrival, he immediately stopped cultivating and came out to greet Qin Xianba. "Xianba, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Is there something urgent?" In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Fenggu sat at the head of the table and looked at Qin Xuanba, who was sitting below him. Qin Xianba was one of the two generals under his command. He was in charge of the Black Dragon army and had always been cautious and conscientious. He had never made a mistake. For this reason, he liked this subordinate very much. Moreover, after so many years of working together, he no longer treated Qin Xianba as an outsider. "Lord City Governor." Qin Xuanba went straight to the point. "Didn't I announce that anyone who finds the identity medallion of the Black Dragon army's fallen Chiliarch will become the new Chiliarch of the Black Dragon army?" "I heard about that." Lu Fenggu nodded. He asked in surprise, "What? Did someone find it?" "I heard that the Chiliarch under your command had accidentally entered the little world in the mountain ridge to the south of Bloody Spectre City. That's why he died." "What? He didn't enter the little world?" Lu Fenggu's curiosity was piqued as he asked. "He died in the little world. Someone brought his identity token out of the little world," Qin Xianba said. Lu Fenggu nodded. "What?" As soon as Qin Xianba finished speaking, Lu Fenggu rose to his feet in shock. He stared at Qin Xianba with burning eyes as he asked, "Xianba, are you sure?" "Yes." Qin Xianba nodded. Then, he repeated what Duan Lingtian had told him to Lu Fenggu. "After that, I went to the south and discovered that the entrance to the little world had indeed disappeared." Qin Xianba replied. "That little world was left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect?" Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself, "No wonder so many powerhouses from high-rank celestial kingdoms couldn't decipher the secret of the little world. As it turns out, it's a little world left behind by a celestial king. The blissful sect is much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom." A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. He was filled with reverence for the blissful sect. In his opinion, even a high-rank celestial kingdom was something he could only look up to. Let alone the blissful sect that was much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. "But, from what you've just said, your new Chiliarch is quite lucky to be able to come out of that small world alive," Lu Fenggu said. "Lord City Governor, I'm here for him. I saw him make a move today. He's not any weaker than me." Chapter 2606. "What? His strength is on par with yours?" Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock when he heard Qin Xianba's words. "Yes." Qin Xianba nodded. Then, he recounted everything that had happened in the Valley of Ares to Lu Fenggu. Then, he took out a celestial talisman and crushed it. In just an instant, whoosh! Accompanied by a soft sound, a light screen appeared out of thin air in this huge hall. On it was a constantly changing mirror image. The mirror image was the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Jian Xiaoping in the Valley of Ares. It began with Jian Xiaoping's first attack that ended in failure. Jian Xiaoping's second attack that ended in failure as well. Then, the young man in purple, who stood with his hands behind his back like a god, raised the huge sword under his feet and shot out a dazzling sword light. Then, he pressed down on Jian Xiaoping with the body of the sword. In just a blink of an eye, Jian Xiaoping exploded into a mist of blood. Gasp! After watching the mirror image that Qin Xianba had recorded with a celestial talisman, even Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Indeed, his strength is on par with yours. Lu Fenggu's expression was solemn as he spoke. Naturally, there were many things Lu Fenggu did not say. He saw the purple-clad young man's calm expression when he made his move. It did not seem as though he had used his full strength. There was another thing. From the beginning until the end, the purple-clad young man did not use any celestial weapons. I wonder what my chances of winning are if I were to fight him, Lu Fenggu thought to himself. After a while, Lu Fenggu looked at Qin Xianba and asked solemnly, Xianba, what do you think this person wants from the Black Dragon Army? I've asked him about this before. He said he's looking for a place to cultivate, Qin Xianba replied. Looking for a place to cultivate? Lu Fenggu was stunned. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had gone to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. After leaving the Valley of Ares, he returned to his tent and continued to cultivate. It's a pity I don't have a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. Otherwise, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast with my celestial origin energy would be able to raise my strength by more than 2 levels. Duan Lingtian sighed. When Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, was still alive, he had told Duan Lingtian that the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he had obtained was considered a powerful divine ability even in the Devata realms. However, the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms could only be fully unleashed by one celestial origin energy that had been tempered by a graded cultivation method. In other words, although Duan Lingtian had mastered the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his celestial origin energy was still not tempered by a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. Due to this reason, the strength of the assist-type divine ability was limited. Once he cultivated a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms and tempered his celestial origin energy, the strength of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be much stronger than the current elementary devouring tactic. I heard from the waiter that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City has a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. However, it said that in the entire Bloody Spectre City, only the city governor, the Black Dragon Army, and the Silverworm Army's commanders have cultivated this technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, in the Devata realms, there's no doubt the importance of a graded cultivation method. The most basic function of a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms is to temper one's celestial origin energy. Most importantly, it can increase a person's cultivation speed. The better the cultivation method, the faster the speed at which one can increase their cultivation. Perhaps I should try and see if I can obtain the cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes began to shine brightly. Once he was able to obtain that cultivation technique, his cultivation speed would increase even further. Of course, he also knew that not everyone would be able to obtain that cultivation technique. In Bloody Spectre City, only the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army had cultivated the cultivation method. With my current strength, I might not be able to defeat Lu Fenggu if I fight him with my full strength. However, it's not realistic for me to use brute force to obtain the cultivation method from him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian had left the little world behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect, he had discovered that he was now a Celestial King. Now that he had become a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, even the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City might not be a match for him. However, it was impossible for him to replace the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. After all, to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, one had to be acknowledged by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. As for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than the city governor, it was impossible for him to force the city governor to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. It was even more impossible for him to kill the city governor and seize control of Bloody Spectre City. After all, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was backed by the 9 Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian wanted to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had to be acknowledged by the 9 Spectres County. If he forced the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to submit to him, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could easily send a message to the 9 Spectres County to send reinforcements to deal with him. If Duan Lingtian killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, the 9 Spectres County would not let him off. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could only be a captain of the Black Dragon Army. This was the only way he could survive in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian had thought about going to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County. However, he felt he was still lacking in strength. If he was attacked by someone stronger than him on his way to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County, it would be difficult for him to survive. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's plan was to improve his strength. Once he was certain that he had the ability to protect himself, he would leave Bloody Spectre City and head to a broader stage to increase his strength. Currently, Duan Lingtian was not carefree. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He was no longer living purely for himself. He was also living for his family and his friends. Cultivation methods. Cultivation methods from the Devata realms. Since Duan Lingtian could not stop himself from thinking about the cultivation methods in the Devata realms, he could not calm himself down to cultivate for a long time. In the end, he decided to stop cultivating and left his tent. Commander. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his tent, he saw Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, who had just returned. Captain Duan Lingtian. Qin Xianba walked up to Duan Lingtian and greeted him politely. From the beginning until the end, he did not act like he was in a superior position. Instead, he greeted Duan Lingtian as an equal. The reason he acted this way was naturally because he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength that was not inferior to his own. Commander, I heard that there's a yellow-grade cultivation method in Bloody Spectre City? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Qin Xianba. The yellow-grade cultivation method he was referring to was the one the city governor of Bloody Spectre City possessed. In the Devata realms, similar to celestial methods and divine abilities, cultivation methods were divided into many grades. Among them, yellow-grade cultivation methods were the worst. Naturally, it was only the worst among the graded cultivation methods in the Devata realms. It was much better than cultivation methods that were not graded at all. Duan Lingtian's 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was not graded at all in the Devata realms. Although he could continue cultivating with it, his cultivation speed was much slower than other graded cultivation methods. Moreover, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique could not temper his celestial origin energy, so he could use his assist-type divine abilities to boost his strength. Yes. Qin Xianba nodded. That cultivation method was given to Lord Governor of Bloody Spectre City by the County Governor of 9 Spectres County. In Bloody Spectre City, only Lord Governor, the commander of the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards have cultivated that cultivation method. The Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised since he did not know the Golden Serpent Guards who followed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had cultivated the same cultivation method. Yes. Qin Xianba nodded. Does this mean the reason the 100 Golden Serpent Guards are all Golden Celestials is because of the yellow-grade cultivation method? Previously, when Duan Lingtian heard from the waiter that all 100 members of the Golden Snake Guards were Golden Celestials, he was shocked. After all, the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army only had slightly more than 10 Golden Celestials each, 100 Golden Serpent Guards. However, Qin Xianba shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, 100 Golden Serpent Guards is just a rumor. In fact, there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards by Lord City Governor's side. Although there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards, their strength far surpasses the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Qin Xianba paused for a moment before he added, naturally, that doesn't include you, Captain Duan Lingtian. Commander, if I want that cultivation method, will Lord Governor be willing to teach it to me? Chapter 2607. It's very difficult. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Qin Xianba replied truthfully, Lord City Governor values that cultivation method a lot. Unless the person's cultivation base has reached a certain level and he can trust the person completely, he won't easily pass it to them. Qin Xianba looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, Duan Lingtian, your cultivation base should be sufficient. However, if you're willing to stay in the Black Dragon Army for a few decades or even 100 years, Lord City Governor might be willing to pass the cultivation method to you. A few decades or even 100 years? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Qin Xianba's words. Let alone the Black Dragon Army, it was impossible for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City for a few decades or even 100 years. Forget it. Even if I don't have a graded cultivation method for now, with my 99 heavenly veins, my cultivation speed won't be any slower than the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. After Duan Lingtian figured this out, he no longer bothered himself with this matter. For the time being, he did not have a graded cultivation technique to cultivate, but he had 99 heavenly veins that ordinary people could only dream of. In the Devata realms, the more heavenly veins one had, the more benefits one would gain. Not only would he be able to circulate his celestial origin energy faster during a battle, but his cultivation speed would also be faster. In his opinion, he would be able to increase his cultivation base. As long as his strength increased, it would be much easier for him to obtain a graded cultivation method after he left Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, a yellow-grade cultivation method was like a peerless treasure. However, in the 9 Spectres County, there were many forces that had a graded cultivation method. Moreover, I heard from the waiter that there are also graded cultivation methods in the auction house in the 9 Spectres County that can be auctioned off at a higher price. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease. After bidding farewell to Qin Xianba, Duan Lingtian returned to his tent. This time, he quickly calmed down and immersed himself in his cultivation. After cultivating for about an hour, a voice rang in the air. Lord Captain. A condensed voice penetrated Duan Lingtian's tent and entered his ears. Not only that, but it also woke Duan Lingtian, who was in the midst of cultivating. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. In the end, he still walked out of the tent. Based on the voice, he could tell it belonged to one of his subordinates, a centurion. It was the centurion he had injured earlier. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the centurion's voice. It was clear the centurion had something urgent to tell him. Lord Captain, I'm here to report to you that 2 of our centurions and 7 of our decurions have been grounded in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City by Captain Yang Kongping of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping has specifically asked for you to personally bring them back. The centurion quickly explained the purpose of his visit to Duan Lingtian when he saw him. You mean, the 2 centurions and 7 decurions under my command were grounded by the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. Previously, when he was in the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army's soldiers trusted him. Moreover, they had done so much for him that he was touched. At that time, he had accepted them as his subordinates. Now, someone was telling him Duan Lingtian's subordinates had been grounded by the captain of the Silverworm Army? Instantly, Duan Lingtian's heart was burning with rage. Bring me there. As soon as Duan Lingtian gave the order, the centurion rose into the air and led the way. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked the centurion who was leading the way. Lord Captain, my name is Tong Zheng. Although the centurion was injured by Duan Lingtian not long ago and had yet to recover from his injuries, he did not complain at all. Instead, he was still respectful to Duan Lingtian. Because he knew very well in his heart that this chilly arch had only hurt him because he deserved a beating. Tell me about the conflict between you and the Silverworm Army. Although the Black Dragon Army doesn't get along well with the Silverworm Army, I don't think the captain of the Silverworm Army would bully you for no reason, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Lord Captain, it's like this. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Tong Jing explained everything in detail as he led the way. He also told Duan Lingtian the whole story. As it turned out, this matter had something to do with him as well. Today, After he had killed Jian Qiuping in the Valley of Ares, his 3 centurions and 7 decurions, including Tongzheng, had gone to a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City to have a drink to vent their joy. Who knew that when they were talking about what had happened in the Valley of War God, a chiliarch and a few centurions of the Silverworm army happened to overhear them. The captain of the Silverworm army told them that they were bragging about their new captain. Due to the presence of the captain of the Silverworm army, the other customers in the restaurant also agreed that Tongzheng and the others were bragging. Naturally, Tongzheng and the others felt indignant when they were accused by so many people. However, in the end, their voices were drowned out by the voices of the other customers. At this moment, they had no choice but to leave the restaurant under the disdainful gazes of the other customers. However, someone refused to let them leave. The person who refused to let them leave was none other than the captain of the Silverworm army. Only one of you can leave. The one who leaves, go and inform your new captain of the Silverworm army and ask him to come here and get his men. Tell him that I, Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm army, have detained his men. I, Yang Kongping, would like to see what kind of person the chiliarch of the Black Dragon army is. These were the exact words of the captain of the Silverworm army. The 10 people under Duan Lingtian's command were powerless in front of the captain of the Silverworm army. For this reason, only 9 of them were left behind. Tongzheng was the only one who left the restaurant and returned to the Black Dragon army's camp to look for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew what happened after that. Captain of the Silverworm army, Yang Kongping? How awe-inspiring. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes after listening to Centurion Tongzheng's narration. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, Tongzheng who was leading the way could feel the coldness behind him. It was as if a gust of cold air had attacked him from behind, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Lord Chiliarch is angry. At this moment it was not difficult for Tongzheng to sense Duan Lingtian's anger. Lord Captain. Tongzheng continued to say before they arrived at Bloody Spectre City, Captain Yang Kongping of the Silverworm army is strong. He's ranked in the top 3 among the 10 captains in the Silverworm army. In addition, he has another identity. Other than being a chiliarch of the Silverworm army, he is also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm army. For this reason, even our previous captain, Captain Huang Jibing, didn't dare to provoke him even though his strength was on par with Yang Kongping. When Tongzheng reached the end of his sentence, he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. So, if it's possible. Later on, Chiliarch, you should display a little of your strength to intimidate Yang Kongping and bring our men away. Try not to hurt Yang Kongping. The commander of the Silverworm army is very protective of his men. Tongzheng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's expressionless face. He hastily added, of course. I'm not saying this to question your strength. I just don't want to cause you too much trouble because of our matter. Tongzheng had gained a better understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength in the Valley of Ares. Duan Lingtian knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm army. However, it was hard to say if Duan Lingtian could defeat the commander of the Silverworm army. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly when he heard Tongzheng's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tongzheng arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. After entering Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian, who was furious, followed Tongzheng to the entrance of a rather luxurious restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. A plaque with the words Lai Feng Restaurant was hung on the entrance of the restaurant. Based on the strength of the words, it was obvious it was written by a man. Now, the entrance of the restaurant was crowded with people, both on the ground and in the air. Without exception, they were all stretching their heads to look inside the restaurant, as if there was something interesting going on inside. He's here. He's here. It's the centurion of the Black Dragon army who just left. He's back. The purple-clad young man next to him is the new chiliarch behind him and the 9 men from the Black Dragon army in the restaurant. When the people outside the restaurant saw Tongzheng, the people outside the restaurant also shifted their attention to Tongzheng and Duan Lingtian. Even more people were sizing up Duanling Tian from top to bottom as though they had discovered a new continent. "Lord Captain, please enter." Tong Jing stood at the entrance of the restaurant respectfully and made way for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian walked forward with a calm expression. Everywhere he passed, the crowd that filled the entrance of the restaurant would open up a path for him, not daring to hesitate. After all, the purple-clad young man was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. He was someone they could not afford to offend. Tong Jing followed Duanling Tian into the restaurant with Duanling Tian. "It's you?" Chapter 2608. There were only slightly more than 10 people in the Lai Feng restaurant's main hall. It was obvious the restaurant had been cleared beforehand. There were more than 10 people in the hall, and only one young man was sitting in front of a table. Behind him, 3 figures stood straight like javelins, emitting a murderous aura. The young man was dressed casually. He was tall and had a determined expression on his face. He looked majestic as though he was the most powerful person in the world. The 3 people behind him were dressed in silver armor. It was the standard armor of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silverworm Army. They were the centurions of the Silverworm Army. Apart from that, there were 9 people standing in front of the 4 men. All 9 of them were wearing black armor. It was the armor of the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silverworm Army. Among the 9 people, there were 2 centurions and 7 decurions from the Black Dragon Army. They were none other than the 9 captains of the Black Dragon Army. In this way, the identity of the only young man sitting in the restaurant's lobby was also on the verge of being revealed. He was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping. "It's you?" When Duanling Tian stepped into the restaurant's lobby and appeared in front of more than 10 people, a middle-aged centurion of the Silverworm Army standing behind Yang Kongping cried out in surprise when he saw Duanling Tian. His exclamation was filled with waves of shock and disbelief. It was as though he had just seen something terrifying. When the middle-aged centurion from the Silverworm Army cried out in surprise, Duanling Tian's voice rang in the air. Duanling Tian, who had just entered the restaurant's lobby, instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. He saw the person with just a glance and recognized him. He recognized the centurion from the Silverworm Army. It was one of the 2 centurions from the Silverworm Army he had met at the Celestial Ascension Pool when he had just ascended. The other centurion from the Silverworm Army had tried to kill Duanling Tian with a soul attack. What a coincidence. "We meet again," Duanling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged centurion from the Silverworm Army. "Lord Captain. Lord Captain." At the same time, the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army bowed respectfully as they looked at Duanling Tian. He's the captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing. The centurion of the Silverworm Army who had met Duanling Tian at the Celestial Ascension Pool was shocked when he saw the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army greeting Duanling Tian and addressing him as Lord Captain. He had also heard the voice of Tong Zheng, the centurion of the Black Dragon Army, outside. Because of this, he knew that the first person to step into the restaurant would be the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, when he saw the first person who stepped into the restaurant and recognized him, his heart wavered again. He could not figure it out at all. How could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven become a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Moreover, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army seemed to respect him. He was from the Silverworm Army, naturally, he knew. It was impossible to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army just because their new captain had found the identity token of their previous captain. If that was the case, it would not be enough to obtain their respect. If one wanted to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, one must possess strength that was on par with one's position. Now, the scenes in front of him confirmed his suspicions. The person before him was indeed the captain of the Black Dragon Army who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, the fact that he killed Zhong Gang proved that his strength is not inferior to an ordinary Golden Immortal Realm expert. I forgot about that. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to secure his position as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. When the centurion recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Zhong Gang, who was also a centurion of the Silverworm Army, he felt relieved. "You're the new captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Wang Jibing?" Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, asked in a questioning tone as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Yang Kongping indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the 9 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. He looked at the 9 soldiers and asked, "Are all of you all right? Did they touch any of you?" A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his question. His tone turned low as well. "Lord Captain, we're fine. We're fine." Duan Lingtian's 9 subordinates shook their heads. Then, they took a few steps forward and stood behind Duan Lingtian with Tongzheng. They stared at the people from the Silverworm Army with piercing eyes. "Good. Very good. Very good." Yang Kongping, the commander of the Silverworm Army who was completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, had a dark expression on his face. He glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Even your Black Dragon Army's captain He Jin Kun wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as you are in front of me." He Jin Kun was the most powerful person among the 10 captains of the Black Dragon Army. He was known as the Black Dragon Army's captain. Naturally, in the eyes of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who went to the Valley of Ares today, this was all in the past. The current Black Dragon Army's captain was Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Naturally, Yang Kongping was unaware of this. Until now, he still did not think Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, would have the strength to kill Jian Xiaoping in one hit. After all, even if Jian Xiaoping was not as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the commander of the Silverworm Army, he was not much weaker. In his opinion, a powerhouse with such strength would never lower himself to become a chiliarch in the Black Dragon Army. "Fortunately, you didn't touch my men." Facing the furious Yang Kongping, Duan Lingtian still didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. He just coldly glanced at him and lightly said, "Otherwise, you will die today. Luckily, you didn't touch my men, otherwise, you will die today." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the restaurant fell into a dead silence. Even outside the restaurant, there was a deathly silence. Now, the crowd outside the restaurant could clearly see and hear the situation in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they were all dumbstruck. "The new chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army is too strong, isn't he?" This was the same thought that appeared in their minds at the same time. After all, Yang Kongping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, who was sitting in the restaurant's lobby, was not an ordinary chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. Not only was he a chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, but he was also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, even the strongest chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, He Jin Kun, did not dare to offend Yang Kongping. For this reason, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian, the new chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. "What did you say?" In the restaurant's lobby, Yang Kongping finally regained his senses and stood up abruptly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "Even He Jin Kun doesn't dare to speak to me like this. I think you're seeking death." Duan Lingtian ignored Yang Kongping's killing intent and continued to speak nonchalantly. "Today, you'll cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it, I won't just cripple one of your arms. At that time, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs, just like how I crippled the decurion of the Silverworm Army." His words were also very clear. "Yang Kongping, cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it yourself and let me do it for you, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs." Domineering. Domineering. This new chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering. That's Yang Kongping we're talking about, but he doesn't seem to have any scruples at all. In my opinion, this isn't domineering, he's seeking death. However, based on his words, he even crippled the decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs. Outside the restaurant, the onlookers discussed among themselves. In the restaurant, the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army standing behind Duan Lingtian looked at each other. They did not expect this. Their chiliarch had even crippled the decurion of the Silverworm Army. Crippled the decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Kongping's eyes narrowed immediately as a thought appeared in his mind. Half a month ago, one of the celestial ascension pools that his subordinates were in charge of had an ascender who seemed to have obtained a shocking legacy from the mundane realm. Not only did the ascender cripple one of his decurions, but he even killed one of his centurions. Yang Kongping thought about it carefully. Ever since he became a chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, he had never heard of a decanus in the Silverworm Army being crippled. Lord Chiliarch. Chai Ming, the centurion of the Silverworm Army standing behind Yang Kongping, said, "This person is the one who killed Zhong Gang and crippled Wang Wei half a month ago. He's the one who ascended from the Celestial Ascension Pool." Zhong Gang. Wang Wei. As soon as Chai Ming finished speaking, the other 2 centurions of the Silverworm Army standing next to him widened their eyes in shock. Earlier, when Chai Ming saw the chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army standing in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise. How did Chai Ming know the new chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army? Realization dawned on them when they heard Chai Ming's words. Chapter 2609. It's him. Upon hearing Chai Ming's words, even Yang Kongping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm Army, could not help but narrow his eyes as his heart trembled violently. Zhong Gang was a centurion under his command. Half a month ago, he died at the hands of an ascender. Wang Wei was a decanus under his command. Half a month ago, one of his arms and one of his legs were crippled by the same ascender. Now, Yang Kongping finally understood. Why did this chiliarch of the Black Armored Army say that he had crippled a decanus of the Silver Dragon Army? This was because this chiliarch of the Black Armored Army was the person who had ascended half a month ago. It was also the ascender that the Silver Dragon Army had spent half a month searching for. Ascender? Immortal Ascension Pool? At the same time, when the 10 Black Armored Army soldiers standing behind Duan Lingtian heard the words of the Silverworm Army's centurion Chai Ming, their gazes simultaneously landed on the purple silhouette in front of them. Their hearts trembled. If what the centurion of the Silverworm Army said was true, in that case, their new captain was actually an ascender who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Lord Chiliarch is actually an ascender. And he's not an ascender from the Golden Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool, but an ascender from the Heavenly Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool? How is this possible? This centurion of the Silver Dragon Army is lying, right? The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army whispered to each other among themselves, but they all came to the same conclusion. The centurion of the Silver Dragon Army was lying. If the other party had said that their chiliarch had ascended from the Golden Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool, they might have believed it. This was because those who ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when they were still in the mundane realm. Once they ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool, they would immediately become Golden Celestials. Those who ascended from the Celestial Ascension Pool were only eminent celestials when they were still in the mundane realms. When eminent celestials ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool, they could only become heavenly immortals. Moreover, he was a Scarlet Moon heavenly immortal. Most importantly, not only did this centurion of the Silverworm Army say that their chiliarch ascended from the Immortal Ascension Pool, he also said that their chiliarch ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Half a month ago, those who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool were considered monsters amongst monsters if they were able to become Orange Moon Celestial Immortals. However, even the Orange Moon Celestial could not possibly possess such frightening strength as their chiliarch. They had witnessed the strength of their chiliarch with their own eyes. Even if he wasn't as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he wasn't too far off. Because of this, the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon Army did not believe the words of the centurion. Ascender? And he just ascended to the Immortal Ascension Pool half a month ago? Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd of onlookers clearly heard the words of the centurion of the Silverworm Army, Chai Ming. Is this centurion of the Silver Dragon Army crazy? I think he's out of his mind. How could someone who just ascended to the immortal ascension pool half a month ago become a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army? That's right. Even if this person was lucky enough to find the identity token of Captain Huang Ji-bing in the Black Dragon Army and become a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, how could 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army treat a heavenly celestial so respectfully? The fact that the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army treat him so respectfully means his cultivation base is at least at the golden celestial stage. The crowd of onlookers outside the restaurant discussed among themselves. Similar to the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon Army, they thought the centurion of the Silverworm Army, Chai Ming, was spouting nonsense. Chai Ming's words were impossible. Just when the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Lingtian's command and the onlookers outside were certain Centurion Chai Ming of the Silverworm Army was talking nonsense, a voice rang out. Ha 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 ha, Yang Kong Ping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, suddenly burst out laughing in the restaurant's lobby. Yang Kongping's laughter had successfully attracted the attention of everyone except Duan Lingtian. He fixed his eyes on Duan Lingtian and said excitedly, Duan Lingtian, you're the only one who can do this. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Brat, if you hid in the Black Dragon Army's camp, I might not have known that you're in the Black Dragon Army. Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm Army. The moment his words left his mouth, Yang Kong Ping's eyes that were staring at Duan Lingtian suddenly lit up as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed a peerless treasure. After all, he knew, the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army must have mastered a profound celestial method and divine ability that allowed him to possess strength comparable to a golden celestial even though he was just a crimson moon heavenly celestial. If Yang Kong Ping could obtain the celestial arts and divine abilities that the other party had mastered, then his strength would also increase to a very exaggerated level. If the commander of the Silverworm Army could obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities, then the strength of the Silverworm Army's commander would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, the commander of the Silverworm Army might even be able to go to Nine Spectres County and look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He would never forget this. When he told the commander of the Silverworm Army, who was also his brother-in-law, about the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, who was also the one who ascended half a month ago, the commander of the Silverworm Army was very excited. For this reason, the Silverworm Army had been searching for the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army for more than half a month. Who would have thought, the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army had become a chilly arch? Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm Army. As soon as Yang Kong Ping finished speaking, boom! Yang Kong Ping's celestial core power, which had been accumulating in his body for a long time, suddenly whizzed out and dissipated on the surface of his body. It was as if a ball of flame had enveloped his entire body. He looked even more majestic and awe-inspiring like a god of war. Bang! At the same time, Yang Kong Ping stomped his foot in the air, causing the air to tremble. A gust of wind swept up and blew away many tables and chairs in the restaurant. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yang Kong Ping pounced on Duan Lingtian like a tiger. He spread his arms wide open, but he did not use any killing techniques. He merely made a grabbing motion. It was obvious he wanted to capture Duan Lingtian. Yang Kong Ping did not want to kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, capturing the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times better than killing the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army. At that time, Yang Kong Ping and the commander of the Silverworm Army would be able to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities from the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army. As for his current identity as a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, he couldn't care less about it. At most, he would wait until he captured him and brought him back to the camp of the Silverworm Army. Then, he would let the commander of the Silverworm Army, who was also his brother-in-law, deal with the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Be careful, Lord Chilly Arch. Be careful, Lord Chilly Arch. When Yang Kong Ping flew out and was about to reach Duan Lingtian, the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Lingtian finally regained their senses. They instinctively cried out in alarm to warn Duan Lingtian. When they saw Yang Kong Ping charging at them menacingly, they were so anxious that they had completely forgotten about the chilly arch of the Black Dragon army. This chilly arch of theirs was much stronger than the other 9 chiliarchs of the Black Dragon army. On the other hand, Yang Kongping's strength was not comparable to Captain He Jin Kun, the strongest person in the Silverworm army other than their captain. When the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon army instinctively cried out to warn Duan Lingtian, whoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who was standing there calmly, suddenly emitted a white glow. It was the dazzling sword rays that shot out from his body. There were many sword rays. At first glance, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sword rays that shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. Ah! A shrill cry of agony suddenly rang in the air. The cry was so shrill that it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They felt chills running down their spines. Bang! With another loud noise, the people present finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. They saw Yang Kongping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm army, who was charging at Duan Lingtian, had his right arm severed at the shoulder. When his right arm was severed, his entire body was sent flying like an arrow, leaving the bow by Duan Lingtian's kick. It was obvious the shrill cry came from Yang Kongping. No! Yang Kongping, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's kick, could not help but let out another shrill cry when he saw the white sword rays shooting toward his severed arm. Although his arm was severed, it could be reattached as long as it was not damaged. However, if it was damaged, his arm would be crippled. Whoosh! 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 A white sword ray shot out like a swarm of locusts, turning Yang Kongping's severed arm into a bloody mist. Only his palm was left. The reason his palm was not destroyed was due to the glove he was wearing. The glove was Yang Kongping's celestial weapon. Barf! Yang Kongping, who was already injured, could not help but spit out a mouthful of black and red blood when he saw his right arm was crippled. Kongping! A furious woman's voice rang in the air when Yang Kongping spat out the blood. Everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes as a huge but agile female figure flashed out and appeared in the direction where Yang Kongping was flying and caught him. Chapter 26:10. Bang! As the huge yet agile female figure caught the flying Yang Kongping and landed on the ground, another earth-shattering bang suddenly came from the floor of the restaurant. The entire restaurant seemed to tremble violently. At the same time, the figure that caught Yang Kongping also showed up at the right time. Surprisingly, it was a tall and fat woman. The woman's height was not shorter than Yang Kongping. Her horizontal length was more than half of Yang Kongping's height. She looked like a mountain of flesh. Yang Kongping was being carried by her like a princess, just like a little doll. In terms of size, Yang Kongping was not even a third of the woman's size. It's the owner of Lai Feng restaurant, Miao Lai Feng. This is my first time seeing the owner of Lai Feng restaurant. Miao Lai Feng is not an ordinary person. She's the sister of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army. I heard the plaque of Lai Feng restaurant was personally written by the commander of the Silverworm army. You can see how much he loves his sister. She's the wife of Yang Kongping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm army. As soon as the woman appeared, a commotion broke out outside the restaurant. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the commotion. His subordinates actually chose to drink in a restaurant owned by the family of the Silverworm army? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? You still have a leg. However, even if Duan Lingtian knew the tall and fat woman was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm army, he did not intend to let her go. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move again. It was as though he had transformed into an eagle hunting for its prey. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, the sword under his feet once again emitted a series of ear-piercing sword whistling sound. By the time everyone regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian had already returned to his original spot and stood in front of the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers. However, he did not come back alone. He was also carrying a person under his hand. It was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army, Yang Kongping, who was in the woman's arms earlier. Kongping. When Duan Ling Tian returned with Yang Kongping, the tall and fat woman, Miao Lifeng, who was the sister of the Silverworm Army's commander, finally snapped out of her daze. She shouted anxiously as a murderous intent flashed across her face. Whoosh! In the next moment, Miao Lifeng's figure flashed as she charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Boom! 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 Miao Lifeng's mountain-like body. Just like the tanks in Duan Lingtian's previous life, they charged forward violently. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled, and bursts of deafening explosions rang out. Miao Lifeng's huge body seemed cumbersome, but when he moved, it was as if he had turned into a gust of wind. He was ridiculously fast. She's a golden celestial as well. Based on Miao Lifeng's speed, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to tell she was a golden celestial. However, her speed was slightly slower than Yang Kongping's. Buzz! 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 When Miao Lifeng approached Duan Ling Tian, a short and wide saber that resembled a kitchen knife appeared in her hand. As soon as the saber appeared, it shone with a dazzling saber chi as it shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could tell the saber in Miao Lifeng's hand was a celestial weapon when he sensed the aura from the saber. Humph! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw Miao Lifeng charging at him menacingly. He exerted force in his hand and swung Yang Kongping toward Miao Lifeng's saber. Duan Ling Tian could tell Miao Lifeng was not weak at all. Miao Lifeng was not as strong as Yang Kongping. Despicable. Miao Lifeng let out a furious roar, but in the end, she could only withdraw her attack. As a result, she suffered quite a bit of backlash and was sent flying back over 10 steps before she managed to stabilize herself. She couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! After forcing Miao Lifeng to retreat, Duan Ling Tian no longer paid any attention to her. With just a thought, a sword ray shot out and severed Yang Kongping's left leg. Yang Kongping's severed leg fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Yang Kongping once again let out a miserable shriek. When Duan Ling Tian tossed Yang Kongping to Miao Lifeng, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Yang Kongping's severed leg. If you dare to destroy my husband's leg, I, Miao Lifeng, won't just make you pay with your life, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. At this moment, Miao Lifeng, who had caught Yang Kongping, noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Her chubby face was filled with killing intent as she threatened him. Her voice was so cold that it felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Miao Lifeng was extremely anxious. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to say that she wanted Duan Ling Tian's entire family to pay with their lives. After all, Duan Ling Tian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Even though Miao Lifeng had just shown herself, she had been observing everything that had happened from the shadows. It was only when she saw her husband's arm being crippled that she couldn't hold herself back anymore and rushed out. I'll be waiting. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he heard Miao Lifeng's threat. Then, he lifted his leg and his celestial origin energy surged out in reverse before he stomped on Yang Kongping's severed leg. No! Yang Kongping's eyes widened again. He cried out in panic before his body trembled violently and he passed out. Naturally, the body of a golden celestial was not that weak. The reason why Yang Kongping fainted was that he could not accept the truth in front of him. Subconsciously, he wanted to escape. Let's go back. After destroying Yang Kongping's arm and leg, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Miao Lifeng who was glaring at him like a venomous snake. Then, he turned around and called out to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army behind him. Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd that was originally squeezed together very tacitly and obediently opened up a path for Duanling Tian's group, and sent them off with their gazes. Everyone only regained their senses when Duanling Tian's group swaggered off and disappeared before their eyes. Heavens! The captain of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering, right? He broke an arm and a leg of the commander of the Silverworm Army's brother-in-law in front of the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Even the commander of the Black Dragon Army wouldn't dare to do that, right? Where did he get the courage to do that? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out, there's no need to think about it. I'm afraid things are going to get interesting after today. The commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, won't let this go. Of course. The owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, is Miao Lai Long's sister. Moreover, she's Miao Lai Long's only relative in this world. He won't let anything happen to his sister. The crowd of onlookers outside Lai Feng Restaurant all had a feeling that a storm was coming, and the city was about to be destroyed. The current calm was just the calm before the storm. Bang! Just as the group of people outside the restaurant were discussing animatedly, a loud sound suddenly came from inside the restaurant. Then, everyone saw a flash before their eyes. Whoosh! A huge figure was leading another figure out of the restaurant at an extremely fast speed. They rose into the air and flew northeast. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky. It was as though they had never appeared before. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 sounds of wind whistling rang in the air. The 3 centurions of the Silverworm Army, including Chai Ming, had also left the restaurant and followed after them. At this moment, the 3 centurions of the Silverworm Army did not look too good. How could they look good? Their chiliarch, their superior, had 1 arm and 1 leg crippled right in front of their eyes. From the beginning until the end, they could not do anything. They did not even dare to do anything. After all, if their captain could not deal with this person, it was impossible for them to deal with him. Did Miao Lai Feng bring her husband to the Silverworm Army's camp? Many of the onlookers outside of Lai Feng Restaurant easily guessed this. The Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army are really going to fight this time. In the past, they've only had small conflicts. They've never caused such a huge commotion before. That's right. It's going to be really interesting this time. However, I really didn't expect the new chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army to be so powerful. He defeated the Silverworm Army's chiliarch, Yang Kongping, in just 1 move and crippled one of his arms. So what if he's strong? Is he stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army? Of course, he's not stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army. If he's stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army, why would he lower himself to be a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Let's see if Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, is able to protect him this time. I don't think so. It's fine if he's just causing trouble. However, this time, he actually crippled the arm and leg of the brother-in-law of the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. The commotion outside Lai Feng Restaurant continued for a long time. As the crowd outside the Lai Feng Restaurant dispersed, news of what had happened in the Lai Feng Restaurant spread like wildfire across the entire Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation or were not well informed, they had all heard about what had happened in Lai Feng Restaurant. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army, Duanling Tian, had crippled Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant and the commander of the Silverworm Army, in front of her. She was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Moreover, Duanling Tian's arm and leg could not be reattached. I'm afraid Bloody Spectre City is going to change soon. This matter is too big. I wonder how the Black Dragon Army is going to deal with this. Duanling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, is going to pay with his life. Chapter 26:11. What did it mean to become famous after a single battle? Currently, Duanling Tian had become famous in Bloody Spectre City due to his battle with Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, in Lai Feng Restaurant. Before today, no one in Bloody Spectre City knew about Duan Lingtian. However, after today, no one in Bloody Spectre City did not know about Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Yang Kongping was one-sided. They did not even exchange blows. This was because when Yang Kongping made the first move to attack, Duan Lingtian controlled the sword formation and severed one of Yang Kongping's arms. From the beginning until the end, Yang Kongping did not even have time to dodge. Their strength was on a completely different level. While Bloody Spectre City was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian led 10 black generals and flew toward the Black Dragon Army's camp at a leisurely pace. All of you are really bold. You actually went to a restaurant owned by the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army? Duan Lingtian said to the 10 black generals behind him. Hee hee. Tong Jing chuckled. Centurion Tong Jing chuckled and said, Lord Chiliarch, we were too happy because of your victory in the Valley of the Gods of War. We didn't notice that the restaurant we went to was owned by the younger sister of the Silverworm Army's commander, really? Before Tong Jing could finish speaking, he felt guilty when Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at him. Lord Captain, you're wise. Tong Jing smiled wryly and said, we went to Lai Feng Restaurant because we know the Silverworm Army often patronizes Lai Feng Restaurant. So, Duan Lingtian interrupted Tong Jing again and said indifferently, are all of you trying to let the Silverworm Army know that the Black Dragon Army has a captain like me? Lord Captain, you're wise. Tong Jing quickly nodded in response. Lord Chiliarch. After a few moments, Tong Jing asked solemnly as he followed behind Duan Lingtian, is it really okay for you to cripple Yang Kongping's arm and leg today? After all, you know about Yang Kongping's identity as well. Tong Jing continued. What problem could there be? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them, and he continued to say indifferently, I'm already being extremely merciful by not killing him today. Today, Yang Kongping had not only forcefully detained his Black Dragon Army soldiers. When he attacked him, he even looked like he wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm Army's camp. As for why Yang Kongping wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm Army, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that it was surely because of the immortal techniques and divine abilities that he possessed. After all, the others did not believe he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. However, the people from the Silverworm Army were 100% certain he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. They also knew he was so strong because he had mastered some profound celestial techniques and divine abilities. If he was really captured by Yang Kongping and brought back to the Silverworm Army, one could only imagine what would happen to him. If he could not obtain any celestial techniques and divine abilities from Yang Kongping, he would definitely die. Naturally, this was based on the premise that he was not strong enough to break free from the Silverworm Army's restraints. With his current strength, he did not think the Silverworm Army would be able to restrain him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt he was being merciful by not killing Yang Kongping when he crippled Yang Kongping's arm and leg. I'm already being merciful by not killing him today. Tong Jing and the other soldiers from the Black Dragon Army were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. For a time, they did not say anything. However, on their way back, they secretly discussed among themselves using voice transmissions that Duan Lingtian could not hear. Based on Lord Captain's attitude, it seems like he's not afraid of the commander of the Silverworm Army at all. Could it be that Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army? That's possible. However, even if Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army, don't forget that the commander of the Silverworm Army can ask the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to stand up for him. If the city governor intervenes, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. If it really comes to that. I only hope that the commander of the Black Dragon Army can support the Chiliarch. After all, compared to the commander of the Silverworm Army, the commander of the Black Dragon Army is more valued by the city governor. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the discussions among his subordinates through voice transmissions. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The commander of the Silverworm Army has also cultivated the graded cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Why don't I strike first and beat him into submission before he attacks me? After that, we'll force him to hand over the graded cultivation technique that he possesses? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. At the same time, he felt this idea was feasible. All of you can return first. I just remembered that I have something to do in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Ling Tian abruptly stopped moving and looked at his 10 subordinates that had stopped as well, and he called out to them. After that, Duan Ling Tian left in a flash, disappearing before the eyes of the 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army. He had always been a man of action. Since he felt his idea was feasible, he would follow it. Target at the Silverworm Army's camp. The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army, including Centurion Tongzheng, finally regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared from their sight. However, they did not think too much about it since they thought Duan Ling Tian really had something to do. If they knew the reason Duan Ling Tian left, they would have been scared out of their wits. Their captain was going to enter the Silverworm Army's camp to look for Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. When Tongzheng and the others returned to the Black Dragon Army's base, news of Duan Ling Tian's actions in Lai Feng restaurant spread like wildfire in the Black Dragon Army's base. It was as though an earthquake had occurred in the base. Captain Duan Ling Tian crippled Captain Yang Kongping's arm and leg. Moreover, he did it in front of Yang Kongping's wife, Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Heavens! Captain Duan Ling Tian is too awesome, right? Even the commander wouldn't dare to go against the commander of the Silverworm Army, right? I'm afraid the commander of the Silverworm Army will be furious when he finds out about this. Similar exclamations could be heard everywhere in the Black Dragon Army's camp. The Black Dragon Army's new captain, Duan Ling Tian, made them feel proud since the Black Dragon Army had never suppressed the Silverworm Army in such a manner before. However, at the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers were worried. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, won't let Captain Duan Ling Tian off the hook so easily. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. Now, let's see if Captain Duan Ling Tian and the commander are able to deal with the Silverworm Army's commander's wrath. Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, also received the news while the soldiers in the camp were discussing among themselves. Captain Duan Ling Tian crippled Yang Kongping. Qin Xianba could not help but smile bitterly. If Miao Lai Long finds out about this, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Miao Lai Long was Qin Xianba's old rival. Naturally, Qin Xianba was familiar with Miao Lai Long's temper. In the Silverworm Army's camp. As one of the 2 armies under Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp was in charge of one of the celestial stone veins controlled by Bloody Spectre City, while the Silverworm Army's camp was in charge of the other celestial stone vein controlled by Bloody Spectre City. Since half a month ago, the Silverworm Army's camp had not been peaceful since something had happened to one of the celestial ascension pools. Today, along with an enormous figure flashing into the Silverworm Army's campsite, the Silverworm Army's campsite was bound to be chaotic. Is that Miss Lai Feng? It's Miss Lai Feng. He seems to be carrying Captain Yang Kongping. Am I seeing things? One of Chili Arch Yang Kongping's arms and legs were gone. What? What's going on? When Miao Lai Feng left Bloody Spectre City and entered the Silverworm Army's camp while carrying her husband, Yang Kongping, many of the Silverworm Army's soldiers vaguely saw her huge figure. It's Chai Ming. The Silverworm Army's soldiers were curious about what had happened when they saw Yang Kongping's 3 centurions following Miao Lai Feng back to the Silverworm Army's camp. They quickly stepped forward and stopped the 3 centurions. Chai Ming, what's going on? What's going on? Miss Lai Feng doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Moreover, Captain Yang Kongping seems to have lost an arm and a leg. Since there were many centurions among the Silverworm Army's soldiers, Chai Ming and the other 2 centurions patiently explained what had happened before they continued to follow Miao Lai Feng. The Silverworm Army's soldiers were stunned when they heard what Chai Ming and the other 3 centurions said. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army crippled Captain Yang Kongping's arm and a leg? Does this mean the new captain of the Black Dragon Army is stronger than He Jin Kun, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army? That's not the point. Most importantly, he actually dared to touch Captain Yang Kongping. After all, Captain Yang Kongping is the brother-in-law of the Lord Commander. Now that Miss Lai Feng has returned, I'm afraid Lord Commander is going to be furious. Chapter 26:12. The Silverworm Army's camp was located northeast of Bloody Spectre City. Whether it was heading to Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp southwest of Bloody Spectre City, they were on the same route. This route was the only route from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unless they intentionally took a detour, they would usually take this route. And now, on this path, a tall purple figure stood in the air. His eyes were calmly looking in the northeast direction, as if there was something he was waiting for. The purple figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had returned to Bloody Spectre City after bidding farewell to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Although Duan Ling Tian passed by the Bloody Spectre City, he did not enter it. He flew above Bloody Spectre City and arrived at a place that was still some distance away from the Silver Dragon Army's camp. He hovered in the air and waited patiently. It was as if he was waiting for something. It also seemed like it was waiting for someone. About half an hour later. He's here. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian, who had been standing there for half an hour without any change in his expression, raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, what a coincidence. Whoosh. Almost at the same time as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was coming towards Duan Ling Tian. In the blink of an eye, it was less than a kilometer away from Duan Ling Tian. The sound of something breaking through the air was made by a person who was traveling at an extremely fast speed. After this person discovered Duan Ling Tian, he suddenly slowed down and quickly stopped. When he came to a complete stop, he was only 100 meters away from Duan Ling Tian. And the reason why he stopped was because he realized that Duan Ling Tian had been staring at him the moment he appeared, giving him the feeling that the Duan Ling Tian had been waiting for him, the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. Duan Ling Tian raised his brows and asked indifferently as he looked at the 2-meter-tall burly man with a face full of stubble. The burly man in front of Duan Ling Tian resembled the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, the wife of Yang Kongping, a chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to guess who this person was. This was the person he was waiting for. The Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. Who are you? Miao Lai Long raised his thick eyebrows when he heard the purple-robed young man say his name. His voice was as loud as a bell, and it was deafening to the ears. Miao Lai Long, Miao Lai Long's, Miao Lai Feng, Duan Ling Tian replied calmly when he heard Miao Lai Long's question. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he asked, "You're Duan Ling Tian, the new chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army?" Today, when the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army mentioned Duan Ling Tian's actions in the Valley of Ares, they had mentioned Duan Ling Tian's name as well. For this reason, those who knew Duan Ling Tian as a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army knew his name as well. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame that shot up into the sky. His aura was terrifying. At the same time, his eyes that were as big as a gong that was staring at Duan Ling Tian burned with fury. It was so furious that it felt as though it could burn anything. Miao Lai Long's face that was covered with stubbles trembled slightly due to his anger. Duan Ling Tian was right. Indeed, Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm Army's camp and rushed toward the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp because of him. Earlier, Miao Lai Long's younger sister had brought her husband back to the Silverworm Army's camp and complained tearfully in front of Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long was furious and made a promise to his sister. He had promised to capture Duan Ling Tian and bring him to his sister so she could do whatever she wanted with him. After that, he had left the Silverworm Army's camp to capture Duan Ling Tian, the chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, who had crippled his brother-in-law. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would encounter Duan Ling Tian. Not long after he left the Silverworm Army's camp, he had encountered Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, it was obvious Duan Ling Tian had intentionally waited for him here. "It's me." Duan Ling Tian responded unhurriedly. His expression remained calm, and he didn't show any unusual emotions just because the person in front of him was the commander of the Silverworm army. In his eyes, the commander of the Silverworm army was not much different from the Chiliarch of the Silverworm army. Because none of them were a match for the current him. "Are you waiting for me?" Miao Lai Long's expression darkened. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. It seemed like he wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian had brought any helpers with him. "You don't have to. I came here alone." Duan Ling Tian saw through Miao Lai Long's thoughts and said lightly. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Miao Lai Long sneered. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and patiently probed the surroundings. No wonder they said the city governor of Bloody Spectre City favors Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army. "Before I met you, Miao Lai Long, I couldn't make a comparison. However, based on the current situation, you're indeed inferior to Commander Qin Xianba of the Black Dragon Army." Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed. "What did you say?" Duan Ling Tian's words were akin to pouring salt on Miao Lai Long's wound. Miao Lai Long was so angry that he immediately withdrew his divine sense. He glared at Duan Ling Tian furiously as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Duan Ling Tian's smile widened. "You're seeking death." The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was extremely unpleasant to Miao Lai Long. He could no longer hold himself back. His body trembled as he shot out at lightning speed. His body trembled as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a ferocious tiger. Swoosh! When Miao Lai Long charged toward Duan Ling Tian, his celestial origin energy surged again. As expected of a golden celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method. Just the assist-type divine ability alone has raised his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Its effect isn't any weaker than the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see Miao Lai Long charging toward him. "I've heard from Tong Zheng that the commander of the Silverworm army is a green sun golden celestial. His assist-type divine ability alone is enough to raise his celestial origin energy to the level of an indigo sun golden celestial." With just a thought, Miao Lai Long's figure had already traversed half the distance between Duan Ling Tian and himself. Buzz! 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 The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. A thick and broad saber appeared in Miao Lai Long's hand. As soon as the saber appeared, it was shrouded by his celestial origin energy. A saber ray that was more than 100 feet long shot out of the saber. Wherever this over 10 feet long blade ray passed, countless tiny blade rays would whiz out with it. It was like 100 flowers blooming. It was an exceptionally beautiful sight. "Duan Ling Tian, I've heard from my sister that you're as strong as He Jin Kuan, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army. Now, try me." As soon as Miao Lai Long's voice rang in the air, the saber ray on his saber shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Buzz! The saber ray streaked across the sky, and its target was Duan Ling Tian. It was as if it carried the force to split mountains and rivers, and it wanted to slash Duan Ling Tian into 2. Humph! Faced with Miao Lai Long's preemptive strike, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Swoosh! 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 Following that, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as soon as Miao Lai Long appeared. It transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it transformed into a gigantic sword. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian brought out a celestial sword and turned it into a part of the sword formation. At the same time, the gigantic sword that was formed by the sword formation shone even brighter than before. Naturally, this celestial sword was not the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, that had merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. Although the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had lost its sword soul and was no longer as powerful as a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Seven Orifices exquisite sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Swoosh. 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 With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the gigantic sword formed from the sword formation met Miao Lai Long's saber strike head-on. It was as though it had received an order from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's saber shone brilliantly as he slashed at the gigantic sword. Miao Lai Long's cultivation base was at the Green Sun Golden Celestial stage. When he cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength would increase by 2 levels. Moreover, his saber was a celestial weapon that contained offensive divine abilities and celestial methods. Currently, his strength was 5 levels higher than a Green Sun Golden Celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Since Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial stage, his assist-type divine ability would increase his strength by 2 levels. The 99 heavenly veins in his body would increase his strength by another 2 levels. The Sovereign Heart Sword, offensive divine ability, and celestial sword would increase his strength by 3 levels. Currently, his strength was 11 levels higher than a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. There was a difference of 6 levels between a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial and a Green Sun Golden Celestial. If this was the case, the strength of Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword was on par with the strength of Miao Lai Long's saber. However, there was a difference of 1 stage between a Heavenly Celestial and a Golden Celestial. Chapter 26:13. A Heavenly Celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is only slightly weaker than me? Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, could not help but widen his eyes when he saw the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. His heart was filled with shock as well. No wonder Kong Ping couldn't even last 1 round against him. His strength is only slightly weaker than mine. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. Kong Ping was none other than Yang Kong Ping. Miao Lai Long had planned to hold back at the critical moment, but at this moment, he realized there was no need for him to hold back at all. Even if he did not hold back, he would not be able to kill Kong Ping with just 1 strike. Although Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm army's camp in a huff, he had no intention of killing Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and bring him back to the Silverworm army's camp to avenge his sister. Then, he would be able to snatch the brilliant celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Lingtian. A Heavenly Celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is, at most, an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial. For an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial to possess such strength, his celestial methods and divine abilities must be top tier even in the Devata realms, right? Miao Lai Long's eyes lit up when he thought about this. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Buzz. At the same time, the saber ray from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber landed on the gigantic sword formed by Duan Lingtian's sword formation and collided with the gigantic sword. When the 2 forces collided, there was a momentary silence. After a few moments, boom. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the energy from Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword collided with the energy from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber. It was a white-hot battle. At first, the 2 of them were evenly matched. However, the power of Duan Lingtian's giant sword began to run out of strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. You're just a heavenly immortal who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago, yet you're able to force me, Miao Lai Long, to use my full strength. Even if you're defeated today, you should be proud. Miao Lai Long said to Duan Lingtian as though he was the victor of the battle. It's still not certain who will be the one to lose. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, who had a solemn expression on his face, suddenly laughed. Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian smile. Could it be that this kid still has some tricks up his sleeve? You're deliberately mystifying things. Although Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling about this, he did not hesitate to say that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Didn't your subordinates tell you not to use your celestial weapon in front of me? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face turned into a sneer in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a mysterious aura extended from the gigantic sword that was formed from the sword formation. The aura spread and covered a large area in just a blink of an eye. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. Miao Lai Long and the celestial saber in his hand were shrouded by the aura that spread in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial saber flew out of Miao Lai Long's hand and was pulled into Duan Ling Tian's sword formation by Miao Lai Long's mysterious aura. How's this possible? What kind of technique is this? Miao Lai Long only regained his senses when his celestial weapon was taken away and his hand was injured. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as though he had just seen a ghost. At this moment, he recalled something. More than half a month ago, when Yang Kongping, the Chiliarch under his command, reported to him about the Ascender, he had mentioned that the Ascender knew a technique that could allow him to steal celestial weapons. However, at that time, Miao Lai Long had thought his centurion was too weak. That was why his celestial weapon was taken away. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Duan Lingtian indeed knew a mysterious technique to steal celestial weapons. Boom! Rumble. Initially, Miao Lai Long had the upper hand. However, after his celestial weapon was taken away by Duan Lingtian, he lost a lot of his strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, his strength was completely suppressed. Bang! With a loud explosion, a huge sword ray shot out and shattered Miao Lai Long's hastily cast defensive technique. Miao Lai Long was sent flying. Barf! Miao Lai Long, who had been sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. When he finally regained his footing, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Oh, no! Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared in front of Miao Lai Long like a ghost. Tens of thousands of sword rays appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The tips of the sword rays were pointed at Miao Lai Long. The sword rays were scattered around Duan Lingtian's body, and they seemed to be connected to each other. If you dare to kill me, Lord City Governor won't let you go. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Miao Lai Long indifferently. Although Miao Lai Long seemed calm, Duan Lingtian could see a hint of fear in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes. Hand over the yellow-grade cultivation method you've mastered, and I'll spare your life. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He had come here for the graded cultivation technique that Miao Lai Long had imparted to him by the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. If he could master the cultivation method, not only would his cultivation speed increase by leaps and bounds, but his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would also become more powerful. After all, according to Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, the elementary devouring tactic of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. The elementary devouring tactic was considered a rare and amazing assist-type divine ability even in the Devata realms. Impossible. Miao Lai Long's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would want his cultivation method. He instinctively turned around and refused. What a joke. When the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had passed the cultivation method to him, he had warned him that if he dared to teach it to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. At that time, not only would he be unable to stay in Bloody Spectre City, but he would also be unable to stay in Nine Spectres County. After all, it was a rule set by the Nine Spectres County, and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had to abide by the rules set by the Nine Spectres County. If he passed the cultivation method to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. Under such circumstances, how could he pass the cultivation method to another person? One had to know that even if it was his most beloved sister, he wouldn't dare to impart that cultivation technique to her. Impossible? Duan Lingtian sneered. Are you sure it's impossible? If you don't pass the cultivation method to me, you'll die today. If I pass the cultivation method to you, I won't be able to escape the death penalty. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who's going to find out? Could it be that you think I'm stupid enough to tell a third person about the cultivation method that you taught me? Wouldn't I be courting death then? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you're still unwilling or unable to make a decision after 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Duan Lingtian gave Miao Lai Long an ultimatum. If you kill me, there'll be no place for you in Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. He was reminding Duan Lingtian that he would have to pay a price for killing him. So what? At most, I'll leave 9 Spectres County. You should know that I've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I don't have any attachments. Isn't the world my home? Duan Lingtian did not fall for Miao Lai Long's trick. Naturally, he knew that if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would not hesitate to kill Miao Lai Long. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Miao Lai Long's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect this would happen. He wanted to snatch Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. However, before he could do that, Duan Lingtian would snatch his cultivation method away. Moreover, if the cultivation method was leaked, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. However, for the sake of his life, he chose to compromise. I'll pass it to you. In just a few breaths, Miao Lai Long gave in. A bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Miao Lai Long's expression. He had obtained it. After obtaining the yellow-grade cultivation method from Miao Lai Long, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. He kept his promise and did not kill Miao Lai Long. It was not difficult for him to kill Miao Lai Long. However, if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would attract unnecessary trouble. The first trouble would be the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, even if it was only as strong as a peak celestial weapon, he would be able to easily defeat or even kill the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, he had to consider the trouble he would face if he killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. With his current strength, he might not be a match for the powerhouses in 9 Spectres County even if he used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. For this reason, if he killed Miao Lai Long, it would be difficult for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City or 9 Spectres County. Unless he was willing to hide in a remote place. But right now, there was no way he could just find a place to hide no matter what. He had to find a place with the best cultivation environment. Only then would he be able to raise his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Chapter 26:14. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp, he could hear the soldiers talking about him along the way. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were discussing Duan Lingtian's actions in Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the soldiers were worried about his safety since they felt Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let him off so easily. Miao Lai Long won't let me off? He has to have the guts to do so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he returned to his tent. Although Duan Lingtian knew the Black Dragon Army's soldiers were worried about his safety because the strength he had displayed was enough to help the Black Dragon Army defeat the Silverworm Army in the future, in other words, he was valuable to the Black Dragon Army. However, he still felt warmth in his heart. The crystal clearance tactic. After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, he took out a jade token. It was the jade token that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, had used to record the yellow-grade cultivation method that Duan Lingtian had forced him to. The jade token contained the contents of the crystal clearance tactic. As long as Duan Lingtian spent some time, he would be able to master it. A graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart before he began to cultivate according to the content recorded in the jade token. Since he had been cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the past, he needed some time to adapt to the crystal clearance tactic. Only then would he be able to change and solidify the celestial origin energy in his body. After closing his eyes, Duan Tian started to immerse himself in the cultivation of the crystal clearance technique, completely immersing himself in it and ignoring everything that was happening outside. Captain Duan Tian. After a while, Qin Xianba's voice rang in Duan Tian's ears again. I've heard about what you did in Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. You've crossed the line. You see. Shouldn't we discuss how to deal with Miao Lai Long's accusation? With his character, he'll definitely report this matter to Lord City Governor. Qin Xianba said. Duan Tian, who was fully immersed in his cultivation of the crystal clearance tactic, was interrupted by Qin Xianba. He opened his eyes abruptly, and a hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Commander, I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Please don't disturb me before Miao Lai Long comes to find me. Duan Tian said impatiently. Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, was stunned when he heard Duan Tian's voice. It took him a while to regain his senses. Duan Tian's impatience gave him the feeling of, the emperor is not anxious but the eunuch is, and it caused him to be slightly speechless. Duan Tian is really... Qin Xianba thought to himself. Qin Xianba was speechless. However, since Duan Tian said he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, he did not disturb him. However, Miao Lai Long should be here by now. Qin Xianba thought to himself. On second thought, Qin Xuanba felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Miao Lai Long went to the city governor's mansion before coming to the Black Dragon Army's camp? Qin Xianba did not expect Duan Tian to be defeated by Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long had just been defeated by Duan Tian and was even forced to hand over the graded cultivation method that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had taught him. It was impossible for him to come looking for trouble with Duan Tian for the time being. In the Silverworm Army's camp. Brother, why did you come back so quickly? Miao Lai Feng, who had been waiting for news in her tent, immediately walked up to Miao Lai Long. How was it? Duan Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, did you manage to capture him? Miao Lai Feng's eyes, which were narrowed by her fat, flashed with anticipation as she asked the question. Miao Lai Long's expression darkened when he heard Miao Lai Feng mention Duan Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Miao Lai Feng noticed something was amiss with Miao Lai Long. Do you know who I met when I left the Silverworm Army's camp? Miao Lai Long asked Miao Lai Feng. Who? Miao Lai Feng was stunned. She knew her brother would not bring this up for no reason. Duan Tian. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly as he said, he intentionally blocked my path on the way from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Black Dragon Army's camp. What? Miao Lai Feng was shocked. Duan Tian intentionally blocked your path? Did he have a death wish? Death wish? Miao Lai Long shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Lai Feng, I almost didn't make it back. He found help? Was it Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army? Miao Lai Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't have help. Miao Lai Long shook his head again. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he said, he came alone. If he didn't have that mysterious technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons, I would have been stronger than him. However, when he used that ability to seize my immortal artifact, my strength was instead slightly inferior to his. You should know that at my level, a slight difference in strength is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Miao Lai Long said with a bitter smile on his face. What? His strength, is even stronger than you, big brother? Miao Lai Feng's huge and fat body trembled as an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She shook her head, clearly unable to accept this fact. Yes. Miao Lai Long nodded. Brother Lian, you're not a match for him. Are we just going to let this matter slide? Miao Lai Feng could not accept this fact at all. Soon after, she seemed to have recalled something. Her eyes flashed fiercely as she looked at Miao Lai Long and said, "Brother, you said he's only slightly stronger than you. This means he's definitely weaker than the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Brother, you should ask the city governor for an explanation. I don't believe he'll be able to do anything to the city governor." A vicious look appeared on Miao Laifeng's face as he spoke, and the light in his eyes grew sharper and sharper. "No." Miao Lai Long rejected Miao Laifeng's suggestion. "Why?" Miao Laifeng's expression changed rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, the viciousness on her face was replaced by sorrow. "Brother, are we just going to let this matter slide? Brother, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Lai Feng, I understand how you feel, but I really can't go and look for Master City Governor. Once I do, that Duan Ling Tian will expose the fact that I gave him the yellow grade cultivation method, and I'll be finished." Miao Lai Long said with a bitter smile on his face, "You should know that imparting the yellow grade cultivation method to another person is a crime punishable by death. Brother, why did you impart the cultivation method to him?" Miao Laifeng's expression changed again. "I had no choice. He said he would kill me if I didn't impart the cultivation method to him," Miao Lai Long said. Miao Lai Long said, "He's a bachelor. He said he'll only leave Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County after killing me. After all, he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. He has nothing to worry about. He has such profound celestial methods and divine abilities. Why doesn't he have a graded cultivation method?" Miao Lai Feng could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian would ask her brother for the cultivation method. "I also feel that he must have a graded cultivation method, and it might even be more profound than the crystal clearance tactic. Perhaps, the reason he asked me to pass the cultivation method to him is to use it to threaten me so that I won't dare to seek justice from the city governor for this matter." Miao Lai Long guessed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was right. "Brother, I still can't accept this." Although Miao Lai Feng still said the same thing, her voice had weakened. Because she also knew that with the current situation, wanting to avenge her husband was simply more difficult than ascending to the heavens. "Lai Feng, I know you're not willing to accept this, and I'm not willing to accept this as well. Bear with it for now. I'll see if I can borrow someone else's knife to kill him." Miao Lai Long comforted Miao Lai Feng. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Whether it was the people from Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp, they were certain Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let the matter rest after his brother-in-law was crippled by Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army. Most of the people in the Black Dragon Army's camp were worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City were waiting to watch the show. However, as the days passed, the Silverworm Army's camp was completely peaceful. It was as though nothing had happened. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had forcefully crippled Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, in a domineering manner. What's going on? This isn't Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, at all. Could it be that Miao Lai Long is in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, how could he have kept his cool about what happened a month ago? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in Bloody Spectre City. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the main hall. "Lai Long, rumors say that you're in closed-door cultivation. However, I know that even if you're in closed-door cultivation, if something happens to your sister, you'll come out immediately to share her burden." Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, looked at Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Miao Lai Long very well. Upon hearing this, Miao Lai Long did not reply. He only smiled awkwardly. "You're here today to deliver the celestial stones the Silverworm Army mined this month?" Chapter 26:15. "Yes, Lord City Governor." Miao Lai Long nodded in response to Lu Fenggu's question. He had come to deliver the celestial stones that the Silverworm army had mined last month to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Both the Silverworm army and the Black Dragon army were required to hand over 80% of the celestial stones they mined every month. The remaining 20% would be used to pay the soldiers. At the beginning of every month, the commanders of the Silverworm army and the Black Dragon army had to come to the city governor's estate to hand over the celestial stones. Miao Lai Long was here today to hand over the celestial stones. I heard that a month ago, Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon army crippled one of your subordinates, Captain Yang Kongping. Yang Kongping is your brother-in-law. After the incident, your sister brought him to the Silverworm army's camp immediately, Lu Fenggu said. Lu Fenggu looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully before he asked, "Didn't your sister ask you to stand up for her husband? Aren't you going to stand up for your sister and brother-in-law?" Lord City Governor. Miao Lai Long seemed to have expected this. As soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he quickly replied, "I've already investigated the matter a month ago. It was my subordinate, Captain Yang Kongping, who was at fault. Even if he's at fault, don't you think Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army's actions are a little too much? Can you tolerate him?" Lu Fenggu asked with a smile on his face. He knew Miao Lai Long's temper very well. Not only was Yang Kongping a captain, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Even if Yang Kongping was just a chiliarch under Miao Lai Long's command, Miao Lai Long would never let this matter rest. "I can't tolerate it. However, for the sake of Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County, I've decided to tolerate it," Miao Lai Long said righteously. "For the sake of Bloody Spectre City? For the sake of 9 Spectres County?" Lu Fenggu was stunned. "What do you mean? Lord Governor, do you know that Duan Ling Tian, the chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, ascended from the mundane realm 1.5 months ago?" Miao Lai Long said solemnly. "I've heard about that." Lu Fenggu said nonchalantly, "A month ago in Lai Feng restaurant, the centurion under your command said that Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Moreover, he said that Duan Ling Tian came out from the immortal ascension pool." Ridiculous. A celestial immortal who came out of the celestial immortal ascension pool can be as powerful as Duan Ling Tian? Lu Fenggu shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. A person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and had just become a heavenly celestial had crippled a chiliarch of the Silverworm army? In his opinion, this was something that was utterly impossible. "City Lord, doesn't seem to believe me?" Miao Lai Long smiled bitterly. "What? Do you believe me?" Lu Fenggu asked. "City Lord. Although there's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms, I can't guarantee you with my life," Miao Lai Long said solemnly. Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly before he said, "However, I'm willing to swear on my honor that Duan Ling Tian ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. At that time, apart from my centurions and decurions, some of the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian saw him in the immortal ascension pool. If you're worried my men are lying, you can ask those who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian to verify this," Miao Lai Long said as he gave Lu Fenggu a suggestion. "Lai Long, you've been my subordinate for many years. It's not that I don't believe you." When Lu Fenggu saw how serious Miao Lai Long was, to the extent that he was willing to let Lu Fenggu find an ascender to verify his theory, he began to waver. "However, do you think that's possible? A heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven is stronger than a chiliarch under your command. If I'm not mistaken, your captain, Yang Kongping, is an orange sun golden celestial with extraordinary strength. Among the 10 captains under your command, he's ranked in the top 3. Let alone a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, even a golden celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven wouldn't be a match for Yang Kongping." Although Lu Fenggu was slightly shaken, he still found it hard to believe. "Lord City Governor, as far as I know, the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian has mastered are extremely profound. Not only that, but he even knows a technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons. Half a month ago, 2 of my centurions fought with him and lost their celestial weapons. Miao Lai Long continued to say. It's because I'm certain he's a heavenly celestial who has mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities that I feel he's a great talent for Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County. That's why I decided not to pursue the matter from a month ago. Miao Lai Long put on a righteous look again. Otherwise, with my temper, I wouldn't have let go of what happened a month ago. City Lord, if you want to confirm it with the people who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven with Duan Ling Tian, you can follow me to the Silverworm Army's camp and confirm it with them. Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly as he said, those people have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month. In their eyes, you're much more powerful than me, the commander of the Silverworm Army. They won't lie to you because of me. Since you've said so much, I'll follow you. Lu Fenggu was beginning to believe Miao Lai Long's words. However, he still wanted to confirm it with Miao Lai Long. It was just as Miao Lai Long had said. For someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, his authority as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was far greater than the commander of the Silverworm Army. Therefore, it was impossible for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to lie to him. Moreover, if Miao Lai Long's words were true, it would explain why Miao Lai Long did not make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. City Lord, this way please. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed as he rose to his feet and gestured for Lu Fenggu to follow him. After a while, Lu Fenggu made his move. Miao Lai Long followed closely behind him. When Miao Lai Long followed Lu Fenggu out of the city governor's mansion and Bloody Spectre City, a hint of smugness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he thought to himself, that's right. He thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian, this is just the beginning. If I have the chance, I'll spread the news that you possess a precious treasure. Of course, you'll have to get past the city lord first. A hint of viciousness flashed in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes when he thought about this. Ever since Miao Lai Long had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, he knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Miao Lai Long had taught Duan Ling Tian a graded cultivation method. Since Duan Ling Tian had something on him, he could not make things difficult for the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. However, even if he could not use the incident a month ago to make things difficult for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, it did not mean he could not use the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had mastered as bait to lure the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to deal with Duan Ling Tian. He believed, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would definitely be interested in the various profound celestial techniques and divine abilities Duan Ling Tian had mastered. No one could resist the temptation of immortal arts and divine abilities. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still in closed-door cultivation. He had no idea what Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was doing. In a month's time, he had grasped the basics of the new cultivation method, the crystal clearance method. At the same time, he could clearly feel that the celestial origin energy in his body had also become purer. He knew this was the effect of the crystal clearance tactic, a grade 1 cultivation method in the Devata realms, on his celestial origin energy. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also discovered that the crystal clearance method was much better. Compared to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the mundane realm, the crystal clearance tactic's cultivation speed was more than twice as fast. One could clearly feel the increase in one's cultivation base. In just a blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. I've made a breakthrough. Inside the tent, Duan Ling Tian, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. A hint of an excited smile appeared on his originally calm face in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had officially broken through and become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. He was only a step away from becoming a violet moon heavenly celestial who was at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. If I were to face Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, now, even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to defeat him easily. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he sensed the transformation of his celestial origin energy. Currently, his celestial origin energy had also broken through to the next level. Naturally, if this was all, he would not be able to defeat Miao Lai Long without using his celestial weapon or taking his celestial weapon. However, after this cultivation session, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved a lot. His celestial origin energy had been tempered by the crystal clearance tactic, a graded cultivation method in the Devata realm. Now that he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the strength of his celestial origin energy had increased as well. It was completely different from before. I wonder how much my celestial origin energy will increase if I cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian quickly cast the elementary devouring tactic and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around his tent. Fortunately, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area was abundant. Chapter 26:16. My celestial origin energy has only risen by 3 levels. It's only 1 level higher than before. Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to test it out. However, he could not help but frown when he saw the result. He was greatly disappointed. According to Hua Lao, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, shouldn't be so weak. Even the assist-type divine ability cast by the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, my elementary devouring tactic is only slightly stronger than his assist-type divine ability. Duan Lingtian was bewildered for a long time and still didn't dare believe it. Initially, he had planned to continue cultivating after testing the elementary devouring tactic's strength. However, he was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Lord City Governor. Why are you here? At this moment, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, called out to Duan Lingtian. His voice caught Duan Lingtian's attention. City Governor? Could it be the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City? Why is the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City here? Could it be because of what happened last time? No. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, passed the crystal clearance tactic to me. This means I have something against him. It's impossible for him to take the risk and gamble his life just to take revenge on me. Although Duan Lingtian did not have much contact with Miao Lai Long, he could tell Miao Lai Long was not a coward. He was certain Miao Lai Long was not someone who would risk his life to take him down with him. I'm looking for Duan Lingtian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Soon after, another voice that Duan Lingtian had never heard before resonated from outside. As soon as the person spoke, he said he was looking for him. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu. Although Duan Lingtian had not met the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had heard a lot about him. He knew the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was the strongest powerhouse in Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was a subordinate of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. If it's not because of that incident, why is Lu Fenggu looking for me? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with confusion. Lord City Governor. Lord City Governor. At the same time, a few more familiar voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears through the tent. Duan Lingtian could tell the voices belonged to the other 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army who were currently in the camp. Hu Ji, Kai Wenyu. Zhao Dongxing, Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian disdained to associate himself with the former 2 because they were trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. For the time being, Duan Lingtian generals, and Duan Lingtians. However, after listening to their voices, Duan Lingtian could tell that they were flattering Lu Fenggu. Regardless of whether it was Hu Ji or Kai Wenyu, both of their voices were especially flattering. Only Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu's voices were a bit normal. Lord City Governor, are you looking for Captain Duan Lingtian because of the incident at Lai Feng restaurant a month ago? Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, asked Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu frowned slightly when they heard Qin Xianba's question. Although they did not have a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, they did not want to offend him. However, from the Black Dragon Army's perspective, they did not want anything to happen to Duanling Tian. The other two captains of the Black Dragon Army, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at each other. They could see the glee in each other's eyes. Commander Miao Lai Long has already told me that he won't pursue the matter. Since he's not pursuing the matter, it's only natural that I won't pursue the matter as well. I'm here to look for Captain Duanling Tian because I have other matters to discuss with him. I can assure you that I won't make things difficult for him. Therefore, you don't have to worry about that. Qin Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Fenggu's words. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other again. However, they discovered that the gloating look in each other's eyes had disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. It was obvious they hoped that something would happen to Duanling Tian. How's this possible? Lord City Governor said that Commander Miao Lai Long personally told him that he won't pursue the matter. This isn't Miao Lai Long's style. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu communicated through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with disbelief. They could not figure out why Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, did not pursue the matter of Duanling Tian crippling Yang Kongping. After all, Yang Kongping was not only a captain under Miao Lai Long's command, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Qin Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, they found it hard to believe. After all, they knew Commander Miao Lai Long's temper very well. They knew that he was not someone who would let things go easily. Lord City Governor, Captain Duanling Tian is currently in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid he doesn't know you're here. I'll call him out now. You're here, Qin Xianba said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian's tent, intending to wake Duanling Tian up. No need. However, just as Qin Xianba was about to speak, Lu Fenggu stopped him. Since Captain Duanling Tian is in closed-door cultivation, I won't disturb him. Let me know when he's done with his closed-door cultivation, and I'll look for him. When Qin Xianba and the others heard Lu Fenggu's casual words, they were dumbfounded. Moreover, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had told him to wait for Duanling Tian to come out of closed-door cultivation and inform him so that he could look for Duanling Tian. Even Qin Xianba and the commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, did not receive such treatment. If the two of them were in his place, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City would have said, "That's right. When he comes out of seclusion, tell him to come find me at the city lord's mansion." Yes. Although Qin Xuanba was shocked and did not know why the city governor was so polite to Duanling Tian, the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army, he still responded immediately. I'm done with my closed-door cultivation. Just as Lu Fenggu was about to leave, Duanling Tian walked out of the tent and looked at Lu Fenggu. Although he had not seen Lu Fenggu before, he knew who he was. However, he knew everyone in the crowd. Therefore, he was able to recognize Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, at a glance. City governor. Duanling Tian nodded at Lu Fenggu and greeted him casually. He did not greet Lu Fenggu as though he was a superior. Instead, he greeted Lu Fenggu as though he was an equal. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Lu Fenggu smiled and was about to respond to Duanling Tian's greeting. How dare you? How dare you be so rude in front of the city governor? Before Lu Fenggu could say anything, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu from the Black Dragon Army glared at Duanling Tian angrily. It was as though they were here to denounce Duanling Tian for his crimes. At this moment, they only had one thought in mind. He had to perform well in front of the city lord of Bloody Spectre City and win his favor. However, they seemed to have forgotten that Lu Fenggu was very polite to Duanling Tian. He had even said that he would ask the commander of the Black Dragon Army to inform Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian came out of closed-door cultivation. After that, he would personally look for Duanling Tian. As soon as Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu finished speaking, Duanling Tian's expression darkened. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as well. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of Chiliarch Duanling Tian? Lu Fenggu suddenly roared furiously. He raised his hand and a boundless power swept out, slamming into Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were caught off guard and unable to react, heavily injuring them and sending them flying. Barf. Pfff. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. When they finally regained their footing, they looked at Lu Fenggu in disbelief. They could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had such a huge reaction. This, Qin Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Previously, they thought the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was only being polite to Duanling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. However, it seemed like the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not only being polite to Duanling Tian, but he was also being respectful to Duanling Tian. They could not understand. Why was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City so polite to Duanling Tian? In fact, even Duanling Tian himself was slightly stunned at this moment. Earlier, when Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu had shouted at him, he was displeased. Therefore, he was prepared to make a move on them. However, before he could make a move, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, appeared. This is my first time meeting him, right? Why does it feel like he's not only being polite to me, but he's also taking care of me? Duanling Tian could not figure it out. Captain Duanling Tian, may I have a word with you? After punishing Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, the anger on Lu Fenggu's face disappeared. It was replaced with a smile as he asked Duanling Tian politely, "What do you think?" "Sure." Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he followed Lu Fenggu and left the valley. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu's back as he followed behind him. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu was so polite to him. Perhaps, I'll find out soon enough. There must be something he wants from me. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian decided not to dwell on it any longer. In the valley, the high-ranking officials of the Black Dragon Army, led by Commander Qin Xianba, finally regained their senses after Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu disappeared from their sight. When they regained their senses, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Nobody said a word. Chapter 26:17. In the sky 1,000 miles away from the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, faced each other. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu calmly, waiting for him to speak. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. He could not calm down when he recalled how he had gone to the Silverworm Army's camp to verify his identity. The purple-clad young man in front of him, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, was really someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a month and a half ago. Moreover, he was someone who had just ascended to the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. The Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool was exclusive to eminent celestials from the mundane realms after they ascended to the Devata realms. Eminent celestials could become Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestials through the Celestial Ascension Pool. There were many Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pools in Bloody Spectre City that were controlled by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm and appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool in Bloody Spectre City would be sent by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army to mine celestial stones for the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. In the spirit overarching heaven, very few ascenders could escape this fate. Lu Fenggu did not expect this. While he was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, a monstrous ascender had appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. As soon as he ascended, he killed a centurion of the Silverworm Army. After that, he left and even infiltrated the Black Dragon Army, becoming a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, he was stronger than the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. In fact, he might not be any weaker than the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Captain Duanling Tian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duanling Tian for a while before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have fought and defeated Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, right? Did he tell you about it?" Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "No." Lu Fenggu shook his head. "I guessed it myself." Duanling Tian suddenly understood. He had thought that Miao Lai Long wouldn't have told Lu Fenggu about this. After all, once he said it, it would mean that he had completely fallen out with him. Miao Lai Long had passed the cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, to him, which was a capital offense. Therefore, unless Miao Lai Long was out of his mind, there was no way Miao Lai Long would turn against him openly. Miao Rulong has been my subordinate for many years. I know his temper and character very well. Lu Fenggu continued to say, if he hadn't fought with you and lost to you, with his temper, there's no way he would have let the matter go so easily. However, I'm very curious. Even if he loses, he can always find me to stand up for him. Even if I'm not your match, I still have the county governor's office behind me. However, he didn't look for me and even said he has no intention of pursuing the matter. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, if I'm not mistaken, you must have something on Miao Lai Long, right? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu in surprise. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it seemed as though Lu Fenggu had personally witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Miao Lai Long. This was truly shocking. Some time ago, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, came to look for me and told me you wanted to cultivate the cultivation method I passed to him, the crystal clearance tactic. If I'm not mistaken, Miao Rulong must have passed the crystal clearance tactic to you under your threat, right? Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. However, Lu Fenggu still managed to catch the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. It seems like I'm right. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's expression, Lu Fenggu continued to say, you don't have to be nervous. I have no intention of pursuing the matter. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. In his opinion, since Lu Fenggu knew about this matter, he would most likely make a move on him and Miao Lai Long. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would say he had no intention of pursuing the matter. It's precisely because Miao Rulong passed the crystal clearance tactic to you that he didn't look for me and asked me to look for trouble with you for the incident from a month ago, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Lu Fenggu continued to say. Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian feel as though there was nothing he could hide from Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu's deductive ability was truly terrifying. Am I right? After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. It's as though you saw it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears. Duan Lingtian sighed. Following that, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he asked, since you have no intention of pursuing the matter, may I know why you're looking for me? I'd like to make a deal with you, Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu said bluntly with a glint in his eyes. Since Duan Lingtian was being so direct, there was no need for him to hide anything. A deal? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? I want to kill someone, but I don't have the ability to do so. As Lu Fenggu spoke, a chilling light flashed in his calm eyes. It was as if he had turned into a venomous snake, sending chills down the spines of those who saw him. It was as though he was reminded of his enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. For this reason, I hope you'll be able to capture that person and bring him to me so that I can kill him with my own hands when you're strong enough. After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, the coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared. Don't you think too highly of me, city governor? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, if you're not strong enough to kill that person, what makes you think I, Duan Lingtian, will be strong enough to capture that person and bring him to you for you to kill? Because you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. Because you're only a heavenly celestial. Lu Fenggu said as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. No one believes the words of the Silverworm army. Unless, City Lord, you believe them? Duan Lingtian smiled. Although the Silverworm army said that he was a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago, no one believed the Silverworm army. After all, normally speaking, it was impossible for a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago to possess the strength to cripple a chilly arch of the Silverworm army with just a single blow. I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, under Miao Lai Long's suggestion, I went to look for the people who ascended at the same time as you. Lu Fenggu said. Miao Rulong? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't think that Miao Lai Long would dare to do something behind his back after the previous incident. There was only one reason why Miao Lai Long suggested that Lu Fenggu confirm that he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He wanted Lu Fenggu to know that Duan Lingtian possessed profound celestial methods and divine abilities. If Lu Fenggu became greedy, he would make a move on Duan Lingtian and steal his celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, in Miao Lai Long's opinion, Lu Fenggu was only slightly stronger than him and might not be a match for Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. Lu Fenggu continued to say, "Of course, I know what Miao Lai Long is trying to tell me, that the reason you're so strong as a heaven immortal is because you've mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities." Lu Fenggu continued to say, "The reason he told me all this is because he wants to kill you with a borrowed knife. He wants to kill you with my knife." Lu Fenggu's words revealed Miao Lai Long's intentions. "Apart from that, Miao Lai Long also told me that you have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at least mediocre. When he tried to probe your soul with his divine consciousness, it seemed to have been devoured by something before it could even get close to your soul." Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "This isn't something that can be done by concealing one's cultivation base. No wonder Miao Lai Long didn't use a soul attack on me that day. As it turns out, he was certain I had a soul defense celestial weapon that could block his soul attack when he tried to probe my cultivation base with his divine consciousness." Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a glint in his eyes. As for the item that Lu Fenggu had mistaken for a soul defense celestial weapon, it had to be the defective metal piece. "Since you already know my background, don't you want my celestial methods, divine abilities, and the soul defense celestial weapon in my possession?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Lu Fenggu calmly. "Indeed, I did think about it." Lu Fenggu replied honestly. "However, I dismissed the idea as soon as it appeared in my mind." "Why?" Duan Lingtian was curious about how Lu Fenggu managed to suppress his greed. "First of all, I'm not sure if I'm a match for you. Secondly, even if I'm a match for you, it'll be difficult for me to pry the celestial methods and divine abilities out of you. If you didn't willingly teach me your celestial methods and divine abilities, I wouldn't be able to obtain them. Although this is my first time meeting you, ever since you killed Jian Xioping in the Black Dragon Army and Chen Xianba reported it to me, I've had my subordinates, the Golden Serpent Guards, investigate you. Ever since you became a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, you haven't shown your face much. But from your behavior and the arrogance that you're showing, it's clear that you're not a simple person. Even if I force you, it'll be difficult for me to obtain your celestial methods and divine abilities if you're unwilling." Chapter 26:18. "Governor, with your intelligence and courage, it's a waste for you to be the governor of a small city like Bloody Spectre City." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. "I wasn't the governor of Bloody Spectre City in the past. I was a strategist under the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, I offended someone and was demoted to be the governor of Bloody Spectre City." As Lu Fenggu spoke, he seemed to be reminiscing about the past. His eyes gleamed as he said, "Back then, if it wasn't for the county governor thanking me for my many years of service, I might have already been killed by that person." "Is that person the governor wants to kill?" Duan Lingtian asked with a glint in his eyes when he recalled the deal Lu Fenggu had mentioned earlier. "Yes." Lu Fenggu nodded. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Upon seeing Lu Fenggu nodding, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, "Although I've killed many people along the way, I've only killed those who deserved it. You want me to help you kill someone I don't even know? That's equivalent to killing the innocent. Forgive me for not agreeing to this." Duan Lingtian shook his head when he finished speaking. "I haven't even told you what I'm offering, and you're already rejecting me?" Lu Fenggu was stunned. "I'm not interested in anything. Duan Lingtian said. He had his own principles. Let me tell you a story. Lu Fenggu said. He was not angered by Duan Lingtian's rejection. Instead, he continued to speak. Once, there was a person in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County who accepted a direct disciple and treated the disciple as his son. When the disciple grew up, he displayed shocking innate talent and was very proud of it. At that moment, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who's only second to the county governor, took a liking to that person's direct disciple. He made that person's direct disciple betray his master and join his sect. The first revered elder of the county governor's estate, who was also the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County, was enraged and killed the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. When that person found out that his direct disciple was killed, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge his direct disciple with his strength. Therefore, he went to look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County to ask for help. However, in this cruel world, the strong are revered. Although the Lord County Governor is sympathetic to the death of his direct disciple, it's impossible for him to do anything to the county governor's revered elder because of that person's direct disciple. When that revered elder of the county governor's mansion found out that person went to seek justice from the county governor, he wanted to kill that person in a fit of rage. At this moment, the county governor was grateful for that person's great contributions while following him, so he asked that revered elder of the county governor's mansion for some face and fought for a way out for that person. Although the person survived, it was impossible for him to stay in the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu did not continue to speak at this point. His eyes, which had become round at some point in time, were suffused with a bloody light and emitted a murderous intent. If that's the case, then the revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County should be killed. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the person in Lu Fenggu's story was Lu Fenggu. However, according to Lu Fenggu's story, the revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County should be killed. However, who knew if Lu Fenggu had made up the story himself? Although Lu Fenggu's emotions were flawless, Duan Lingtian was not 100% certain Lu Fenggu was not lying. I understand your concerns, Captain Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything else, Lu Fenggu had already guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Therefore, he quickly added, "That's right, Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian continued to say, "How about this? 6 months later, when you visit the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, if you find out that my story is false or if you think the revered elder of the county governor's estate doesn't deserve to be killed, you can choose to ignore our deal. It won't be considered a violation of our agreement." Lu Fenggu said. A year later, the county governor's estate. A puzzled expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. "A month ago, I received an order from the county governor's estate asking Bloody Spectre City to send 2 young talents with the most potential to report to the county governor's estate under the guidance of a special envoy from the county governor's estate. Although the county governor's estate did not state the reason, I believe it has something to do with King Qin's mansion." Lu Fenggu's eyes gleamed as he spoke. King Qin's mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. This was not the first time he had heard of the King Qin's mansion. Therefore, he knew that the Nine Spectres County was only one of the counties under the King Qin's mansion. All the other counties, including the Nine Spectres County, were under the jurisdiction of the King Qin's mansion. You'll find out when you arrive at the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu did not intend to waste time on this topic. Soon after, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Chili Arch Duan Lingtian, I've said enough. Are you willing to make a deal with me now? Since the city governor has given me a way out, it would be unreasonable of me to refuse. However, since it's a deal, what can you give me in return?" Since Lu Fenggu had said that if he felt the revered elder of the county governor's estate was not a person who deserved to be killed, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, relieved. He immediately agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal. At the same time, he was curious. What did the city governor of Bloody Spectre City intend to give him? "What I can give you is the best cultivation environment and cultivation resources for the next 6 months. Lu Fenggu said with a glint in his eyes. City Governor, do you intend to let me cultivate in your quiet room? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. The quiet room had the best cultivation environment in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had said that he was going to give him the best cultivation resources. Apart from celestial stones, there should also be medicinal pills. There were medicinal pills in the Devata realms as well, but they were celestial pills. They could not be compared to the medicinal pills in the mundane realms. However, it was rare to see medicinal pills in a small place like Bloody Spectre City. That's right. Lu Fenggu nodded. Although it's said that my quiet room has a better cultivation environment than the tents of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, people say it's not that good. However, the truth is that the cultivation speed in my quiet room is twice as fast as the cultivation speed in your quiet room. This is because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the cores of the two celestial stone veins is drawn to my quiet room through a formation. Lu Fenggu said. Twice as fast. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Lu Fenggu's words. It was as Lu Fenggu had said. Previously, he had thought that Lu Fenggu's cultivation room was only slightly better than his current cultivation environment, but the difference was not that great. He did not expect the difference to be so great. Apart from that, I'll also give you some medicinal pills and prominent celestial stones. The two celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City can't produce prominent celestial stones. Only the celestial stone veins near the county city of 9 Spectres County can be mined. These are the things I'm giving you in exchange for our deal. Are you satisfied with these? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Deal. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate at all as he agreed to Lu Fenggu's proposal. A smile appeared on Lu Fenggu's face immediately. City Governor. Duan Lingtian recalled Lu Fenggu's words and asked, You said there'll be a special envoy from the county governor's estate coming to bring me and another person to the county city of 9 Spectres County in 6 months? Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. It's a long journey from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County. During this journey, there are many powerful celestials who specialize in killing and plundering. There are even many peak golden celestials. Therefore, when the time comes, the county governor's estate will send a special envoy to bring all of you safely to the county city and the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu said. There are peak golden celestials? And there are many of them? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Fortunately, he had stayed in Bloody Spectre City since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. A peak golden celestial was a violet sun golden celestial. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded confidently. When I left the county governor's estate and came to Bloody Spectre City, I encountered 3 peak golden celestials who wanted to kill and plunder. Fortunately, I revealed my identity in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by them. The road from the county city of 9 Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City was the territory of the 9 Spectres County. In this area, the 9 Spectres County was a deterrent. Even the celestials who liked to kill and plunder did not dare to touch the people and cities in the 9 Spectres County. After all, not only would the 9 Spectres County hunt them down, but the King Qin's mansion would also hunt them down if the 9 Spectres County reported this matter. For this reason, nobody dared to covet the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. As for the powerful celestials who were not afraid of the 9 Spectres County and King Qin's mansion, they naturally did not care about the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. With my current strength, if I use the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, even a peak golden celestial might not be a match for me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was no other choice. With his current strength, he could head to the county city of 9 Spectres County alone. However, he was prepared to wait for 6 months. After all, he might not be able to find a better cultivation environment in the county city. Chapter 26:19. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu left the Black Dragon Army's camp, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, spread the news of the incident a month ago to everyone in the Black Dragon Army's camp. The reason why he did this was to stabilize the morale of the army. Since the incident at Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City a month ago, most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon army were worried that something might happen to their new captain, Duan Lingtian. As soon as Chen Xianba spread the news, a commotion broke out in the Black Dragon army's camp. I knew Captain Duan Lingtian would be fine. I didn't expect Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter. This isn't his style. That's right. I've long heard that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, is a vengeful person. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter. Did the sun rise from the west today? In the Black Dragon army's camp, the soldiers were excited. However, they found it hard to believe as well. However, they did not doubt the authenticity of the news. That was because the news came from the Black Dragon army's commander. The Black Dragon army's camp was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had also agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal. City Governor. Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, I know the assist-type divine ability I mastered is a brilliant divine ability. However, after cultivating the crystal clearance tactic and tempering my celestial origin energy, I discovered it didn't improve much compared to before. That's normal. Lu Fenggu was in a good mood now that Duan Lingtian had agreed to the deal. He smiled and said, the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms rely on one's celestial origin energy and one's cultivation base. For example, even if a heavenly celestial has cultivated a graded cultivation method and his celestial origin energy has been tempered, he'll still be able to improve his celestial origin energy. However, if he completely grasps a yellow grade assist-type divine ability, the increase in his celestial origin energy is only one level. Even if he completely grasps a mysterious grade auxiliary divine ability, it can only increase his celestial origin energy by one level. Lu Fenggu said, that's because his cultivation base is only at the Heaven Immortal realm. Then, what if a Heaven Immortal can increase his celestial origin energy by 2 levels by performing an assist-type divine ability when he has yet to cultivate a graded cultivation technique? What is the grade of that support-type divine ability? Duan Lingtian asked. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. This was because the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was similar to this. Then, the assist-type divine ability that this heavenly immortal cultivates is at least a heaven-grade divine ability. Lu Fenggu replied immediately. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright gleam in his eyes. It was clear he had figured out something. If a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability is cast by a heavenly celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, it can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian finally obtained the answer he was looking for. If this is the case, then the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I mastered, is indeed not as simple as Elder Hua said. It's actually a heaven-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. In the Devata realms, cultivation methods, divine abilities, and celestial methods were divided into different grades. Currently, Duan Lingtian only knew of 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Among them, the Yellow grade was the lowest while the Heaven grade was the highest. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he learned the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability. City Governor. Duan Lingtian continued to ask, based on what you said, a heavenly celestial who cast a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability would only be able to raise his or her celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. How many levels would the celestial origin energy of a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability increase if the celestial origin energy of a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability was activated? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked these questions. 5 levels. Lu Fenggu replied, only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash the power of a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Naturally, even if it's an earth-grade or profound-grade assist-type divine ability, only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash its power. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained a better understanding of the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms. The assist-type divine abilities were at the heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow grade. Yellow grade assist-type divine abilities and profound grade assist-type divine abilities. Regardless of whether a heavenly immortal had cultivated a graded Devata realm's cultivation method or not, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by one level. On the other hand, if a golden celestial did not cultivate a graded Devata realm's cultivation method, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by one level. If he cultivated a graded Devata realm's cultivation method, he could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Raising one's celestial origin energy by 2 levels was the limit of a yellow grade assist-type divine ability. On the other hand, a great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels by casting a profound grade assist-type divine ability. Earth grade assist-type divine ability, a heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels at most. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. Heaven grade assist-type divine ability, a heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. For example, Duan Ling Tian. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 5 levels at most. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian confirmed it. The elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Governor, what about the other divine abilities? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also wanted to know the grade of his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, in the Devata realms. The other divine abilities aren't restricted by one's cultivation base and celestial origin energy, Lu Fenggu continued to patiently explain to Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned that the 13 green lotus swords was an earth-grade offensive divine ability. Apart from that, he also learned that the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, was equivalent to an earth-grade celestial method. Moreover, it was an offensive and defensive celestial method. Captain Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Although I don't know the grades of your celestial methods and divine abilities, based on your ability to defeat Miao Ru Long, your celestial methods and divine abilities should be heaven grade or above. This was Lu Fenggu's conjecture. Lu Fenggu's conjecture was based on Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base being, at most, an orange moon heavenly celestial. Governor, you're wrong. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Among all the celestial methods and divine abilities that I've mastered, only the assist-type divine ability is at the heaven grade. The other divine abilities and celestial methods are only at the earth grade. How's that possible? Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. You've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month and a half, and you've only joined the Black Dragon army for a month. Even if you're talented, you'll only be an orange moon heavenly celestial in a month's time. For an orange moon heavenly celestial to defeat Miao Ru Long, his celestial methods and divine abilities must be heaven grade or above. Lu Fenggu voiced his conjecture. Governor, your conjecture is correct. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, the problem is, I'm not an orange moon heavenly celestial. A month ago, when I fought Miao Ru Long, my cultivation base was already a blue moon heavenly celestial. After I obtained the crystal clearance tactic from Miao Ru Long, my cultivation base became an indigo moon heavenly celestial in a month's time. Now, I'm an indigo moon heavenly celestial. Duan Ling Tian said. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Fenggu was stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. How? How did your cultivation base improve so quickly? However, when Duan Ling Tian heard Lu Fenggu's words, he could not help but think of a beautiful figure. She was none other than the mysterious woman, Murong Bing, whom he had met 1.5 months ago when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. She was the reason his cultivation base had improved from a crimson moon heavenly celestial to a blue moon heavenly celestial a month ago. After I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian found an excuse and said half-heartedly, during the 1.5 months since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, my cultivation base has only improved from a blue moon heavenly celestial to an indigo moon heavenly celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. Apart from the yellow-grade cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, the reason he was able to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in such a short time was because he had become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. He had broken through to become a blue moon heavenly immortal a month ago. His cultivation base was very close to that of an indigo moon heavenly immortal. If he had only become a blue moon heavenly celestial a month ago, it would have been impossible for him to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in such a short time. Most of the credit went to Murong Bing. I see. Lu Fenggu nodded. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not intend to reveal the details. Although he was curious, he did not ask any further questions. However, he could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter had to have come from the little world in the southern mountain ridge of Bloody Spectre City. Previously, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had mentioned this to him. Governor, Commander Qin of the Black Dragon Army should have told you about me entering the little world in the south. Do you know which sect the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, is from? Chapter 26-20. I don't know either. Lu Fenggu shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. The celestial king who left the minor world behind is from the blissful sect. It's a sect that transcends the celestial kingdoms, Duan Lingtian said. Since the powerhouse who entered the little world with you was able to leave the little world alive, it means he's very powerful. His origin must be extraordinary as well. In fact, it's very likely that his sect is on par with the blissful sect. Even if his sect is weaker than the blissful sect, it shouldn't be too far off. Lu Fenggu continued to speak. However, I've been in the county city of Nine Spectres County for many years, and I've never heard of a celestial weapon called the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. If you want to know which sect the world-cleansing horsetail whisk belongs to, I'm afraid you'll have to go to King Qin's mansion or the capital. I can't say for sure about King Qin's mansion, but if you go to the capital, there's at least a 50% chance you'll be able to find out the origin of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Lu Fenggu said. The capital, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He knew the capital Lu Fenggu mentioned was the capital of the intermediate rank celestial kingdom. Duan Lingtian, Captain. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, even if your celestial methods and divine abilities aren't all heaven grade, it's best if you keep a low profile when you go to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Even earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are coveted by some people. Lu Fenggu reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood the saying, a man's wealth is his own ruin. After chatting for a while, Lu Fenggu brought Duan Lingtian back to the Black Dragon Army's camp. In the same valley, Lord City Governor Qin Xianba and the 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army walked out of their tents and bowed respectfully to Lu Fenggu. Xianba, after today, choose a new captain to replace Captain Duan Lingtian. Later, Captain Duan Lingtian will follow me back to the city lord's estate. Half a year later, he and another person will follow the special envoy of the county governor's estate to the county capital and head to the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu went straight to the point. City Lord. Are you saying that one of the 2 spots will be reserved for Chiliarch Duan Lingtian? Qin Xuanba asked. It was clear that Qin Xuanba also knew about this matter. However, of the 4 Chiliarchs behind him, only Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, while the other 3 had blank looks on their faces. They had no idea what Lu Fenggu and Qin Xuanba were talking about. Of course, they still learned one thing from the conversation between the 2. In half a year's time, Bloody Spectre City would have 2 spots to head to the county governor's estate. It must be good news for the special envoy of the county governor's estate to come to Bloody Spectre City personally. Zhao Dongxing, Hu Ji, and Kai Wenyu all realized this. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded and continued, as for the other spot, I'll choose from the Black Armored Army, the Silver Worm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. 5 months later, before the special envoy of the county governor's estate arrives, I'll set up an arena in the city lord's estate. The Black Dragon Army, the Silver Worm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Any golden celestials below the age of 100 can participate in the arena and fight for the other spot to head to the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu finished speaking in one breath. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu shook their heads and smiled wryly. They were already over 100 years old. Although they were golden celestials, they did not meet the requirements. Of course, they knew that if there was no age limit, they would not be able to obtain the spot. Even among the Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army, the two of them could only be considered below average. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu. They seemed to be under 100 years old. At the same time, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu subconsciously looked to Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu beside them. They discovered that Zhao Dongxing's eyes were displaying bursts of excitement. As for Qin Yu, his expression was calm. Could it be that Qin Yu is not interested in obtaining the spot at all? That should be the case. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. They both thought that Qin Yu had given up on obtaining the spot. This Duan Ling Tian, at the same time, both of them glanced at Duan Ling Tian. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the depths of their eyes. After all, there were only 2 spots, and Duan Ling Tian had already decided on one of them. Of course, they knew that Duan Ling Tian had already decided on the spot. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, even if it was not predetermined, he would still be able to easily obtain one of the slots. Captain Duan Ling Tian, do you have anything else to do in the Black Dragon Army? If you have something to do, I'll wait here for you before returning to the city governor's mansion with you. Lu Fenggu smiled as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian in a very polite manner. Although Qin Xianba and the others were mentally prepared, they could not help but feel their hearts tremble when they saw this. Usually, unless the county governor's estate sent an envoy to Bloody Spectre City, no one in Bloody Spectre City would be treated so courteously by the city governor. Duan Ling Tian was the first person who was treated so courteously by the city governor even though he was not a special envoy from the county governor's mansion. I'll go and greet my subordinates. Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Fenggu before he left the valley to look for his subordinates. Lord Captain, you're leaving. Lord Captain, did the commander of the Silver Worm Army, Miao Lai Long, go back on his word and make things difficult for you? When Duan Ling Tian's subordinates learned that Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, their expressions changed drastically. Then, they began to ask questions. Lord Captain, I'm the instigator of the incident a month ago. I'll go and look for the commander now. Tong Zheng, a centurion under Duan Ling Tian's command, said as he prepared to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Me too. Me too. The 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army who went to Lai Feng restaurant with Tong Zheng stood up as well. They wanted to follow Tong Zheng to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. However, they were quickly stopped by Duan Ling Tian. The incident a month ago has come to an end. I'm leaving because the city governor wants me to go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian replied. Go to the county city of 9 Spectres County? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tong Zheng and the others realized Duan Ling Tian was leaving because something good had happened. After all, not everyone could go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Although Tong Zheng and the others were reluctant to let Duan Ling Tian leave, they did not say anything else. All of them obediently bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. If I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit all of you. After saying this, Duan Ling Tian left and met up with Lu Fenggu. They left the Black Dragon Army's camp and went to Bloody Spectre City. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian was allowed to enter Lu Fenggu's cultivation room. Lu Fenggu also gave Duan Ling Tian a spatial ring. Captain Duan Ling Tian, there are 100 prominent celestial stones and a bottle of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, in this spatial ring. Lu Fenggu said. Spirit-nourishing pills? Primitive celestial pills? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Although the spirit-nourishing pill was a common celestial pill, it was not something that anyone could obtain. If a heavenly celestial consumed a spirit-nourishing pill without changing his cultivation environment, he would be able to reduce the time needed to break through to the next stage by 1/10. What did this mean? For example, a crimson moon heavenly celestial would need 100 days to break through to the orange moon heavenly celestial realm. However, after consuming a spirit-nourishing pill, one would only need 90 days to break through to the next stage. Most importantly, consuming celestial pills and absorbing celestial stones to cultivate did not conflict with each other. They could be used at the same time. Thank you, City Governor. Duan Ling Tian weighed the medicinal pill bottle in his hand and confirmed that it was true. There were at least 10 spirit-nourishing pills in the bottle. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in seclusion, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, said in front of Lord City Governor that he won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng Restaurant. This doesn't seem like Miao Lai Long. In the beginning, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful because of the matter related to Duan Ling Tian. Although the unrest in Bloody Spectre City was related to Duan Ling Tian, it was not related to the incident in the Phoenix Restaurant a month ago. Duan Ling Tian followed Lord City Governor back to the City Governor's estate and was allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room. Heavens! I've never heard of anyone being allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room. How did Duan Ling Tian do this? How did he gain Lord City Governor's favor? The news from the City Lord Mansion shocked everyone in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City found it hard to believe. That Duan Ling Tian. Could he be the illegitimate son of Lord City Governor? Some people said. In the Silverworm Army's camp. What? Lord Commander won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng Restaurant? Don't tell me Captain Yang was crippled by Duan Ling Tian. Why would Lord Commander do this? Just as the Silver Dragon Army soldiers were unable to understand this and were extremely depressed, the Silver Dragon Army suddenly changed their minds. News of Duan Ling Tian going to the City Governor's estate to cultivate in the City Governor's exclusive cultivation room had spread to the Silverworm Army's camp. It did not take long before the news spread to the entire camp. What? What's going on? When Miao Lai Long, the Silverworm Army's commander, heard the news, his expression changed. Chapter 26-21. However, even if Lord City Governor wants to make him shed tears of gratitude and willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, there's no need for him to let Duan Ling Tian cultivate in his quiet room, right? Miao Lai Long's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, even Chen Xianba and I have never been invited by Lord City Governor to cultivate in his quiet room. As the commander of the Silverworm Army under Chen Fenggu, Miao Lai Long, naturally, knew how good Chen Fenggu's quiet room was. Putting aside the celestial stones and other cultivation resources, just in terms of the environment, the speed of cultivation in the silent chamber of the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City was 2 times faster than that of Jianghu. For this reason, Miao Lai Long had been tempted to cultivate in Chen Fenggu's quiet room more than once. In fact, when Miao Lai Long learned that an ascender had mastered many profound celestial methods and divine abilities, he even thought of taking the ascender's celestial methods and divine abilities for himself without telling Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City. Once Miao Lai Long's strength had increased, he would be able to go to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County to replace Lu Fenggu as the new city governor of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, Lu Fenggu's cultivation room would naturally become his. I hope Lord City Governor will be grateful to me for telling him everything after he obtains Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. He'll teach me Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. However, Miao Lai Long was still unaware that Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City was not in Bloody Spectre City. After all, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking the Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. In the City Governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the east of the City Governor's estate, there was a spacious mansion with a large front yard and backyard. This was where Lu Fenggu, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City, lived. His quiet room was located in the backyard of the mansion. Currently, Lu Fenggu was sitting in front of a stone table in the front yard. He was drinking tea while looking at the flowers and plants in the front yard. No one knew what he was thinking. Lord Castellan, don't you regret not trying to force that Duan Lingtian to hand over the immortal spells and divine abilities he has mastered? Suddenly, a voice sounded out of nowhere. It seemed to come from all directions and spread to the front yard in the blink of an eye. Along with the voice, an old man with a medium build wearing a black robe appeared. The old man looked ordinary. His aura was restrained, and his eyes were cloudy. Ordinary people would only think that he was an ordinary old man. The most eye-catching feature on the old man's black robe was the golden snake embroidered on his chest. If one took a closer look, they would see that there was an inconspicuous crown embroidered on the head of the golden snake. If I force him, I will really regret it. Lu Fenggu seemed to be used to the old man's sudden appearance. I've asked you to investigate him as well. You should be able to tell what kind of person he is. Do you think he's the kind of person who would be forced? The old man fell silent when he thought about the arrogant purple-clad young man. He's a hidden dragon. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed as he continued to say, it's better to befriend him than to offend him. I have a strong feeling that he's the only one who can help me get revenge for Qian. Young Master Qian, the old man's body trembled slightly. A hint of affection flashed in his eyes before they turned gloomy again. Among Lu Fenggu's subordinates, he had been with Lu Fenggu the longest. In fact, he had followed Lu Fenggu out of the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He had watched Lu Fenggu's direct disciple grow up. Elder Hong. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed coldly as he said to the old man, if Miao Lai Long finds out that I didn't intend to take Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities and even recommended him to the county governor's estate, he'll definitely be displeased. Perhaps he won't dare to show his displeasure in front of me. However, based on his character, he won't let Duan Lingtian off easily. In fact, he might even leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of Nine Spectres County to spread the news that Duan Lingtian possesses many profound celestial methods and divine abilities. I want you to keep an eye on him. If he shows signs of leaving Bloody Spectre City for the county city, you'll kill him and eliminate his sister and brother-in-law, Yang Kongping. Lu Fenggu said viciously, if he tries to harm Duan Lingtian, he'll be stopping me from avenging Qian. At that time, I'll have no choice but to disregard our past relationship. Understood. The old man nodded before he disappeared into thin air in just a blur. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it was obvious the old man was stronger than Miao Lai Long. That was indeed the case. The old man was the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards under Lu Fenggu. In fact, he was the one who had raised the Golden Serpent Guards. The old man was a Blue Sun Golden Celestial. In terms of cultivation base, he was slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long, who was only a Green Sun Golden Celestial. Moreover, his celestial methods and divine abilities were slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long's. In Bloody Spectre City, the old man's strength was only slightly weaker than Lu Fenggu. I wonder if he'll be able to break through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in 6 months? Lu Fenggu muttered to himself as he turned to look at the backyard after the old man left. Naturally, he was referring to Duan Lingtian. However, I don't think it's possible. After all, he has just become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. But then, Lu Fenggu shook his head as he felt that it was impossible. Duan Lingtian had said he had become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial from a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a month. However, in Lu Fenggu's opinion, it must have been Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter in the little world that had helped him become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a month. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial from an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in just 6 months. Although it's impossible, I still hope there's a miracle. After all, he's an ascender from the mundane realm, and it took him less than 100 years to achieve what he has today. This means his innate talent is heaven-defying even in the mundane realm. A moment later, Lu Fenggu's dimmed eyes brightened again. He did not know about other places. However, he had never heard of such a person in the Nine Spectres County. He had never heard of an ascender from the mundane realm who was younger than 100 years old in the Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to create a miracle and surprise him. In the cultivation room in the backyard. At this moment, Lu Fenggu had given the cultivation room to Duan Lingtian. Although he could have entered the room to cultivate with Duan Lingtian, he did not do so. Instead, he gave Duan Lingtian a quiet and undisturbed cultivation environment. Duan Lingtian had consumed the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand as he circulated the crystal clearance tactic and immersed himself in his cultivation. 6 months later, he would go to the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's estate. Once he arrived there, he would meet many powerhouses. Among them, there would be many great overarching golden celestials. Before that, he naturally hoped to improve his cultivation base. That way, his strength would increase accordingly, and he would be able to protect himself when he arrived at the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Currently, Duan Lingtian had familiarized himself with the crystal clearance tactic. The heaven and earth spirit energy continued to flow into his body and turned into a crystal clear liquid that flowed through his heavenly meridian. With the help of the spirit containment pill, the celestial origin energy in his body was constantly changing. It was increasing at a visible rate. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, news that the governor of Bloody Spectre City would select a golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old from the Black Dragon Army, Silverworm Army, and Golden Serpent Guards would be sent to the county city of Nine Spectres County in 5 months. To the county governor's estate? That's great news. If he goes to the county governor's estate, not only will he receive better cultivation resources, but the cultivation environment will also be much better. I heard that the county governor's estate is looking for people from the 9 counties. Each county will be given 2 spots. 2 spots. Didn't they say there's only 1 spot, and the competition will be held in 4 months? You're ignorant, aren't you? Lord City Governor has already given one of the spots to Duan Lingtian, the Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. No wonder I heard that Duan Lingtian left the Black Dragon Army and is no longer a Chiliarch. I thought the governor wanted him to stay by his side. I didn't expect him to go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Whether it was Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp, or the Silverworm Army's camp, the news spread like wildfire. Didn't the Silverworm Army say Duan Lingtian is just an ascender who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? Since Lord City Governor has given him a spot, it means he's not even 100 years old, right? How can you believe the Silverworm Army's words? When they said Duan Lingtian is just a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I knew they can't be trusted. How can a heavenly celestial who has just ascended be capable of crippling a Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army? They must be kidding. That's right. For the Silver Dragon Army to spread that kind of news, they are obviously playing us like monkeys. Chapter 26-22. What? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old? If he really ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago, doesn't that mean he was born in the mundane realm less than 100 years ago? He ascended after cultivating for less than 100 years? Isn't it rare to see someone like that? Of course it's rare. Even among 10,000 ascenders. No, even among 100,000 ascenders, there might not even be one such person. Bloody Spectre City is such a small place. How could such a person ascend? Why does it sound so unrealistic? In the Silverworm Army's camp. The Silverworm Army's soldiers were shocked when they heard the news. Apart from the centurions and decurions of the Silverworm Army who had seen Duan Lingtian with their own eyes, many people began to doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. They doubted Duan Lingtian was someone who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool under the Silverworm Army's jurisdiction. Duan Lingtian. He's not even 100 years old? Lord Commander actually reserved a spot for him to go to the county governor's estate. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, was horrified when he heard the news. He had heard about the city governor of Bloody Spectre City sending 2 people to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. However, he was unaware that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had reserved one of the spots for Duan Ling Tian. Is the city governor doing this to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian so he'll willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities? Miao Lai Long began to waver at this moment. Even if the city governor wanted to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian, there was no need to give him a spot, right? If Duan Ling Tian did not hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities before going to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, it would be extremely difficult for the city governor to obtain his celestial methods and divine abilities after he went to the county governor's estate. This won't do. I have to ask the city governor about this. As soon as this thought appeared in Miao Lai Long's mind, he left the Silverworm army's camp and went to the city governor's estate to look for Lu Fenggu. When Miao Lai Long expressed his doubts about Lu Fenggu's actions, Lai Long, in the main hall, Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Miao Lai Long indifferently and said, "I'll be honest with you. I have no intention of asking Duan Ling Tian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. You've been my subordinate for many years, so I hope you won't have such thoughts. Duan Ling Tian has an unruly and stubborn character. Even if you kill him, it is very unlikely that he will hand over the immortal techniques and divine abilities he has mastered. Among 100,000 ascenders, it's hard to find someone like him who's not even 100 years old. His future is limitless. Rather than destroy such a person, it's better to befriend him. What do you think?" When Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully. A hint of threat could be seen in his eyes. Miao Lai Long's heart sank. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to show it. "You're right, Lord City Governor. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Miao Lai Long bade farewell and left the main hall. He left the city governor's estate and Bloody Spectre City and returned to the Silverworm army's camp. Miao Lai Long had come to Bloody Spectre City alone. When he returned, he brought his sister, Miao Lai Feng, who was in Lai Feng restaurant with him. After returning to the Silverworm army's camp, Miao Lai Long summoned his brother-in-law, Captain Yang Kongping, to see him. Yang Kongping, who had lost an arm, could only rely on one leg to stand. His face was slightly pale, and he no longer had his previous high spirits. However, in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a bone-deep hatred hidden at all times. "Brother, why did you call me back?" Miao Lai Feng asked curiously as she looked at her brother. "Things have changed. Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Lingtian's celestial spells and divine abilities. I've made the wrong move," Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. "What?" As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kongping's expressions changed. After all, they were counting on the city lord of Bloody Spectre City to obtain Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities to avenge them. According to Miao Lai Long, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was a cautious person. Once he obtained the Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities, he would definitely eliminate the Duan Lingtian from this world. But now, Miao Lai Long was telling them, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Rumor has it that Lord City Governor has already given one of the 2 places to go to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County to Duan Lingtian. Initially, I thought he was just trying to placate Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, brother, you're saying Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Does he really intend to send Duan Lingtian to the county governor's estate? Yang Kongping asked in a deep voice as he looked at Miao Lai Long. When there were outsiders around, he would address Miao Lai Long as Lord Commander. However, in private, he would address Miao Lai Long as brother, just like his wife. Yes, he intends to send Duan Lingtian to the county governor's estate. Based on his words, it seems like he's trying to befriend Duan Lingtian. Miao Lai Long nodded. Befriend Duan Lingtian? Yang Kongping's expression darkened. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian is really a transcender who's not even 100 years old yet? Although I don't want to believe it, it's the truth. Miao Lai Long nodded again. Based on Miao Lai Long's words, it seems like he has a thorough understanding of Duan Lingtian. He knows Duan Lingtian is someone who would rather die than hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, he chose to befriend Duan Lingtian while Duan Lingtian is still weak. Brother, are we just going to let this matter rest? Can we only watch as Duan Lingtian rises from Bloody Spectre City and heads to the county city of 9 Spectres County? It'll be even more difficult for us to deal with him after he heads to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Miao Lai Feng's expression was filled with reluctance. Naturally, we can't just let this matter rest. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice, however, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop Duan Lingtian from heading to the county city of 9 Spectres County. The only thing we can do now is to stay in Bloody Spectre City and the Silverworm Army's camp. I've worked for Lord City Governor for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he has decided to befriend Duan Lingtian, he definitely won't let us harm Duan Lingtian. Miao Lai Long paused for a moment before he said, from now on, all of you must stay calm. Once Duan Lingtian heads to the county city of 9 Spectres County, we'll think of a way to spread the news that Duan Lingtian has mastered a heaven-grade celestial method and divine ability to the county city of 9 Spectres County. At that time, even Duan Lingtian won't be able to live peacefully in the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Isn't he stubborn and unruly? He'd rather die than hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, right? We can use someone else to force him to his death. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly when he finished speaking. It was as though he had transformed into a poisonous snake as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Brother, you're wise. Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kongping's eyes lit up when they heard Miao Lai Feng's words. Their eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. 4 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the people in Bloody Spectre City and the soldiers from the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army had shifted their attention to the city governor's estate. Today was the day the city governor's estate would be holding an arena for the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. The person who became the arena champion would be able to leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of 9 Spectres County in a month's time. Unfortunately, only centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army can enter the city governor's estate to watch the battle. We won't be able to see the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Many people in Bloody Spectre City sighed in disappointment. Don't worry. It's said that Lord City Governor will use a floating image pearl to record the entire battle. At that time, the recording will be played in the central square of Bloody Spectre City for a month. Floating image pearl? Is that the low-grade celestial artifact that has the same effect as a floating image celestial talisman but can only be used once? That's right. After learning that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would use a low-grade celestial artifact, the floating image pearl, to record the battle in the central square of Bloody Spectre City, many people began to look forward to it. At the same time, a large group of people had also gathered in the city governor's estate. Naturally, most of them were centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army who were here to watch the battle. There are 3 people from the Black Dragon Army participating in the battle today. Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu, and Centurion Xuelang. Tong Zheng, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army who was Duan Lingtian's subordinate, had also arrived. He looked at the people standing in the arena and said to another centurion of the Black Dragon Army next to him, "Look at the Silverworm Army. There are only 2 people from the Silverworm Army." There were only 2 people from the Silverworm Army participating in the battle today. This was because there were only 2 Golden Celestials below the age of 100 in the Silverworm Army. 5 people from the Golden Serpent Guards are here, although there were more natives of Devata realms who were below the age of 100 who were Golden Celestials compared to Ascendants. The number of natives who were Golden Celestials was much higher. However, in a small place like Bloody Spectre City, there were only a limited number of such people. Let's begin. Soon after, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, arrived. After everyone bowed respectfully to him, he announced in a loud voice. The 10 people in the arena began to compete with each other. It was a free-for-all. The last person standing on the stage would be the champion of today's competition. He would be able to accompany the envoy of the county governor's estate to the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate. Half an hour later, the results were out. He's the last one standing? How's it possible? Chapter 26-23. On the vast arena, a tall and handsome young man stood there. He was clad in black armor, which accentuated his extraordinary valiance. He was awe-inspiring, like a god of war. Judging from his attire, he was a member of the Black Dragon Army. Who would have thought? Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, shook his head as he looked at the silver-armored young man in the arena. He would be the last one to remain in the arena. I thought it would be Captain Zhao Dongxing if there was anyone left in the Black Dragon Army. I didn't expect it to be Captain Qin Yu. The members of the Black Dragon Army looked at the young man in silver armor with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Half a year ago, Qin Yu was only a centurion. He had only been promoted to a new Chiliarch after successfully challenging a Chiliarch. In the eyes of the Black Dragon Army, today, if the Black Dragon Army were to stand at the end, it would definitely be Captain Zhao Dongxing. No one would have thought that the one standing at the end would be this 1,000-man commander Qin Yu. Furthermore, through the chaotic battle earlier, they were able to clearly see what was going on. The reason why Qin Yu was able to stand at the end was definitely not due to luck. It was completely because of his powerful strength that he was able to smoothly eliminate the others. Commander Chen, your Black Dragon Army has truly hidden itself well. First there was a Duan Lingtian, and now there's a Qin Yu. The commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, stared coldly at Qin Xianba and sneered. Thank you for the compliment, Commander Miao. Qin Xianba glanced at Miao Lai Long and replied with a smile. He appeared very magnanimous, which was a stark contrast to Miao Lai Long's cold smile. Qin Yu, in the following month, prepare well and hand over the things in your hands. In a month, come to the city master's mansion and follow the special envoy from the 9 Spectres County's county governor's mansion to leave Bloody Spectre City for the county city. The city master of the Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, also looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Today, the one standing at the end will be Qin Yu, who has just become a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. He had also witnessed the strength that Qin Yu had just displayed. Compared to the other 9 people, Qin Yu was indeed a notch stronger. Qin Yu stood at the end of the line and won a spot to go to the 9 Spectres County in a month. I can't believe he's the one who's going to 9 Spectres County with me in a month. In a corner that no one noticed, the purple-clothed Duan Lingtian was standing there. He was looking at Qin Yu, who was standing on the arena. His eyes could not help slightly narrowing as he muttered in a somewhat surprised manner. Qin Yu only became a Chiliarch after he joined the Black Dragon Army. Qin Yu did not even need to make a move. His target, Jian Xiuping, had already admitted defeat. And the reason why Jian Xiuping admitted defeat was also related to him. Jian Xiuping wanted to preserve his strength and challenge him. Because everyone's attention is focused on Qin Yu, no one has noticed Duan Lingtian, who has been standing in a corner for a long time. Actually, Duan Lingtian had already appeared when the competition on the combat ring began, and he had watched the entire process with his eyes. Now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Duan Lingtian did not linger. He turned around and left. He came without a sound, and left without a sound as well. However, after he left, he did not return to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of the city governor's estate. I didn't expect I would be able to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months. Apart from the prominent celestial stones, the spirit-nourishing pills, and the cultivation room, it's mostly due to the 99 heavenly veins in my body. When Duan Lingtian left the city governor's estate, he thought about how he had become a violet moon heavenly celestial a few days ago. He could not help but feel excited. After coming to the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the benefits of having 99 saint veins in his body. He did not feel this way when he was in the mundane realms. No wonder Hua Lao said my 99 heavenly veins would shine in the Devata realm. As expected, Hua Lao didn't lie to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, after Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a violet moon heavenly celestial, he stopped cultivating and came out of closed-door cultivation. There were 2 reasons he did not continue to cultivate. First, he knew it would be impossible for him to break through and become a golden celestial before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Second, he wanted to learn more about the Devata realms before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Currently, his knowledge of the Devata realms was limited to what he had learned from the waiter in the restaurant. Since the waiter did not know everything about the Devata realms, there was no way he would tell him everything. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian found a few bookstores that were similar to bookstores and used a few primitive celestial stones to purchase a dozen memory celestial talismans that he needed. The memory celestial talisman could record and store a certain amount of information. As long as one extended one's divine consciousness into the memory celestial talisman, one would be able to read the recorded and stored information and make it a part of one's memory. However, the memory celestial talisman was a one-time use item. Once the divine consciousness read the information stored in it, it would shatter. Something worth mentioning was that most of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms were inscribed on jade slips. After purchasing the memory celestial talisman, Duan Lingtian returned to Lu Fenggu's residence in the city governor's mansion. However, he did not go to the cultivation room. Instead, he stayed in the guest room that Lu Fenggu had prepared for him. Although it was called a guest room, it was actually a courtyard that resembled a small mansion. There were 3 rooms and a spacious courtyard. Lord Duan Lingtian. Lord Duan Lingtian. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they hastily bowed and greeted him respectfully. Do you know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 guards in surprise. He remembered that when he had just arrived at the city governor's estate a few months ago, these 2 guards were not the ones guarding the entrance. Lord Duan Lingtian, after you arrived, Lord City Governor had spread your portrait throughout the city governor's estate. Lord City Governor also said that we should treat you with the same respect as we would treat him. If anyone dares to disrespect you, they can forget about staying in the city governor's estate. One of the guards replied respectfully when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. The city governor is very considerate. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he walked into the courtyard. Then, he was welcomed by a few maidservants in the courtyard into a large room that was surrounded by 2 smaller rooms. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian took out a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness into it. Crack. As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the memory celestial talisman contained a vast amount of information. Inside the memory immortal talisman, a tremendous amount of information flowed into his mind through his divine sense, as if it had become a part of his memory. The celestial pills in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial pills, mediocre celestial pills, prominent celestial pills, and supreme celestial pills. Any primitive celestial alchemist can refine primitive celestial pills. Some primitive celestial alchemists with high alchemy skills might even be able to refine 1 or 2 mediocre celestial pills if they're lucky. However, the success rate for primitive celestial alchemists to refine mediocre celestial pills is extremely low. There are mediocre celestial alchemists, prominent celestial alchemists, and supreme celestial alchemists. Similar to how primitive celestial alchemists refine mediocre celestial pills, it's difficult for mediocre celestial alchemists and prominent celestial alchemists to refine prominent celestial pills and supreme celestial pills. This is especially true for supreme celestial pills. In the spirit overarching heaven, no prominent celestial alchemist is capable of refining supreme celestial pills no matter how smooth the process is. However, there are cases of prominent celestial alchemists being able to refine supreme celestial pills in other Devata realms. The memory celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the grade of celestial pills and the grade of the celestial alchemists who refined the celestial pills. Naturally, the grade of the celestial alchemist was also recorded in the memory celestial talisman. Celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he brought out another memory celestial talisman and sent his divine consciousness into it. As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, another wave of information entered Duan Lingtian's mind through his divine consciousness and became part of Duan Lingtian's memories. The celestial weapons in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial weapons, mediocre celestial weapons, prominent celestial weapons, and supreme celestial weapons. The memory celestial talisman contained information about celestial weapons and celestial weapons craftsmen. It was similar to the information about celestial pills and celestial alchemists that Duan Lingtian had learned. Similar to celestial alchemists, celestial weapons craftsmen were divided into primitive celestial weapons craftsmen, mediocre celestial weapons craftsmen, prominent celestial weapons craftsmen, and supreme celestial weapons craftsmen. This memory celestial talisman records how to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapons craftsman. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out another memory celestial talisman and inserted his divine consciousness into it. If one wants to become a celestial alchemist or a celestial weapon craftsman, apart from studying pill refinement and weapon crafting, one must also obtain a celestial fire. Duan Lingtian learned from the information recorded in the memory immortal talisman. The biggest difference between celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms was that the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms were much stronger than the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms. The latter could directly use his own strength to condense pill fire or weapon fire. The former, on the other hand, could only refine pills and refine weapons after obtaining the celestial fire. Celestial fires are considered natural treasures in the Devata realms. The higher the grade, the rarer they are. Moreover, there are many types of celestial fires. They can be divided into two types, gentle and violent. Chapter 26-24. Alchemy and weapons crafting in the Devata realms are really amazing. If one doesn't obtain a celestial fire, no matter how deep one's knowledge of alchemy and weapons crafting is, it's impossible for one to become a celestial alchemist or weapons craftsman. Besides that immortal flame is actually a treasure of the heavens and earth, like immortal herbs, immortal fruits, and so on and so forth. It might be born from underground magma, or it might be born from piercingly cold wind valleys, or it might even be born from deep sea rivers. Truly miraculous. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he read the information that seemed to have become a part of his memory. However, since celestial fires are treasures, how can they be treasures? After a person obtains it, can it be snatched away by others? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian continued to read the additional information in his memory. Once a celestial fire has acknowledged someone as its master, it's impossible for others to take it away unless that person is willing to surrender the celestial fire. Once a celestial alchemist or celestial weapon craftsman dies, the celestial fire in their body will dissipate as well. In fact, they can detonate their celestial fire to severely injure their enemy or even perish together with their enemy. Naturally, the power of a celestial fire depends on the grade of the celestial fire. For example, once a supreme celestial fire of a supreme celestial alchemist or a supreme celestial weapon craftsman explodes, even an ordinary celestial king would die if they were within 1,000 meters of the explosion point. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that celestial fires were divided into different grades as well. There were primitive celestial fires, mediocre celestial fires, prominent celestial fires, and supreme celestial fires. Naturally, there were many types of celestial fires. In fact, some celestial fires had yet to be discovered. Supreme celestial alchemists and supreme celestial weapons craftsmen. Even if their cultivation bases are not high, celestial kings still have to be respectful to them. After all, if they detonate their celestial fires, even a celestial king would die. Even if they're only primitive celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen, once they detonate their celestial fires, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters will either die or be severely injured. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he reached this part of the information. Only then did he realize what kind of existence was the spirit containment pill that he had consumed. Even if that person's cultivation base was not at the level of a great overarching golden celestial, once he chose to ignite the primitive celestial fire in his body, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters of him would either die or be crippled. Immortal fire. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to encounter one in the future. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he realized the fearsomeness of the immortal fire. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This memory immortal talisman seems to be recording information related to refining pills and weapons. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out another memory celestial talisman. The memory immortal talisman contained information on how a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman should refine pills and herbs. It also contained theories on how to refine pills and herbs and how to refine weapons and pills. However, even with this basic theory, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. This theory. I don't think it's as brilliant as the theories of alchemy and equipment forging that I came across in the mundane realms and the mortal continent. As Duan Lingtian continued reading, he discovered a problem. In the Devata realms, the standards of refining pills and forging weapons were not much higher than those in the mundane realms. In fact, based on the memories he obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily refine primitive celestial pills, primitive celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the Devata realms. In other words, as long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial weapons apart from supreme-grade celestial weapons. As long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate pill formulas and materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial pills apart from supreme-grade celestial pills. Naturally, with the knowledge I obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it won't be difficult for me to master the method to refine supreme-grade celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. He felt as though he had taken a shortcut. However, even if my pill refinement and weapons crafting skills from the mundane realms are considered good in the Devata realms, it's useless if I don't have a celestial fire. Duan Lingtian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head when he thought about this. A celestial fire is much rarer than ordinary treasures. It's hard to come by. Duan Lingtian sighed. He no longer paid attention to the information about pill refinement and medicine refinement. Instead, he took out a memory celestial talisman that contained information about celestial methods and stored it in his memory. Duan Lingtian had already learned about the grades of celestial methods. He wanted to know more about the types of celestial methods. Apart from offensive celestial methods, defensive celestial methods, and movement celestial methods, there's also assistive celestial methods. However, assistive celestial methods are different from assistive divine abilities. The latter is usually used to increase the strength of one's celestial origin energy, while the former is used to harass or restrain one's opponent. For example, some assistive celestial methods can condense celestial origin energy into a long rope to bind one's opponent or form a cage to bind one's opponent. It can also be used with one's soul energy to create an environment that can trap one's opponent. After reading for a while, Duan Lingtian gained a general understanding of assistive celestial methods. As for divine abilities, there was no need for him to learn about them for the time being. There's also the celestial talisman. Duan Lingtian took out a memory celestial talisman and began to learn about the celestial talismans that were similar to the Dao talismans in the mundane realms. Celestial talismans were similar to Dao talismans. However, they were usually inscribed on jade tokens, so they were more effective. There are many types of celestial talismans. There are offensive celestial talismans, defensive celestial talismans, movement celestial methods, and assistive celestial methods. The assistive celestial talismans I've come across are the memory celestial talismans and the floating image celestial talismans. The floating image celestial talisman was similar to the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms. It was capable of recording mirror images. Unlike the mirror image talisman, the floating image celestial talisman could not only record and display images, but it could also record and display sounds from the images. This was something the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms could not do. The mirror image talisman could only record mirror images, not voice. As expected, there are minor-major floating image celestial talismans that are similar to the minor-major mirror image talismans in the mundane realms. However, the value of these minor-major floating image celestial talismans is much higher than ordinary floating image celestial talismans. No wonder Yang Kongping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm army, didn't recognize me when I first met him. I thought the scene of his centurions dying in the celestial ascension pool would have been transmitted to him through a celestial talisman similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. However, it seems like a mere centurion of the Silverworm army doesn't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. In fact, even the captains of the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army don't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. After all, Commander Chen didn't give me a minor-major floating image celestial talisman after I became a captain of the Black Dragon army. It's no wonder Commander Chen doesn't know how Huang Jibing, a captain of the Black Dragon army, died. As it turns out, Huang Jibing doesn't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. As soon as Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a loud and energetic voice rang in his ears. "Brother Lingtian, I heard you've come out of closed-door cultivation. And you even went out?" Duan Lingtian could tell the voice belonged to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had changed the way he addressed Duan Lingtian from Captain Duan to Brother Lingtian. This had unknowingly shortened the distance between them. Based on the voice, Duan Lingtian could tell Lu Fenggu was currently in the courtyard. City governor. Duan Lingtian did not continue reading the information he had retrieved from the memory celestial talisman. He opened the door and walked out of his room before he sat down at a stone table with Lu Fenggu. "Did you gain anything from your closed-door cultivation?" Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the anticipation in Lu Fenggu's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's all thanks to the city governor's cultivation room that I managed to break through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a few months." Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Lu Fenggu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not regain his senses for a long time. When he heard that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation, he had given up on the thought of Duan Lingtian becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. He only hoped that Duan Lingtian was close to becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. After all, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial even if he spent half a year cultivating. However, Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation in just 5 months. Lu Fenggu was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to break through again. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would say he had broken through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. "It seems like I've placed my bet on the right person this time." After a long while, Lu Fenggu finally regained his senses. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he sighed inwardly. The higher Duan Lingtian's innate talent was, the faster his cultivation base would improve, and the sooner he would be able to exact his revenge. City governor. When Duan Lingtian recalled he had learned about the child-mother floating image celestial talisman, he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, "Do you have the child-mother floating image celestial talisman with the commanders of the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army?" Chapter 26-25. Yes. Although Lu Fenggu did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question, he still nodded in response. His subordinates, the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army, each had a minor floating image celestial talisman that he had given to them. This was so he would know immediately if they were killed. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene and hear the voices through the major floating image celestial talisman. After I became a captain of the Black Dragon army, Commander Chen didn't give me a minor floating image celestial talisman. Did he forget to give it to me, or did the other captains of the Black Dragon army not have one? Duan Lingtian asked. Brother Lingtian, do you think the minor floating image celestial talismans are as common as cabbages? Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. I know there are Dao talismans similar to the minor floating image celestial talismans in the mundane realms. However, those Dao talismans are only useful in the mundane realms. They're useless in the Devata realms. Moreover, those who meet the requirements to ascend to the Devata realms won't be able to bring their belongings from the mundane realms to the Devata realms. The minor floating image celestial talismans are different from ordinary floating image celestial talismans. Ordinary floating image celestial talismans are cheap, but the minor floating image celestial talismans are difficult to inscribe and require special materials. I only have a few minor floating image celestial talismans that were given to me by the county governor. Lu Fenggu continued to say, as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, I've only given the minor floating image celestial talisman to 3 people. They're Qin Xianba, the Black Dragon Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, the Silverworm Army's commander, and Elder Hong, the Golden Serpent Guard's leader. Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. Elder Hong isn't one of the 18 Golden Serpent Guards under my command. In fact, he's the one who raised the 18 Golden Serpent Guards. They're all his disciples. As for Old Hong, he was the one who followed me from the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He's also the strongest person under me. He's even stronger than Qin Xianba and Miao Lai Long. The fact that Lu Fenggu even told Duan Lingtian all this showed how much Lu Fenggu valued Duan Lingtian. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. However, although the mother-child floating image celestial talisman is precious, it's useless in front of a great overarching golden celestial. Even if the victim has a floating image immortal talisman, as long as they are willing, the floating image immortal talisman won't work at all. Lu Fenggu continued to say, for this reason, once you become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to block the transmission of the floating image celestial talisman to the major floating image celestial talisman. The strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal is extremely terrifying. Lu Fenggu's expression turned grim as he spoke. Great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. This was not the first time he had heard of great overarching golden celestials. In fact, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had heard of great overarching golden celestials more than once. He knew great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. Naturally, even if great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms, very few great overarching golden celestials would do so. This was because once a great overarching golden celestial went to a mundane realm, they would be tainted by the mundane karma, which would affect their cultivation. Those who were lucky would only have their cultivation speed slow down, but those who were unlucky might not be able to progress any further. Moreover, although you were able to overcome the gap between a heavenly celestial and a golden celestial with your profound celestial methods and divine abilities, that's only because the gap between a violet moon heavenly celestial and a scarlet sun golden celestial is not that big. On the other hand, the gap between a peak golden celestial and a violet sun golden celestial is like a chasm. It can be said that the gap between a violet sun golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial is huge. For example, if you're a violet moon heavenly celestial, you can easily defeat a scarlet sun golden celestial who has only mastered yellow-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if you're a great overarching golden celestial, you can easily defeat a violet sun golden celestial who has mastered a profound grade celestial method and divine abilities with just the yellow-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered. Many violet sun golden celestials can't break through and become great overarching golden celestials in their entire lives. Once they break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, it means they've truly become a powerhouse in the Devata realms. Although there's still a huge gap between them and those who are stronger than them, they're strong enough to look down on heavenly celestials and golden celestials. Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian realize the difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial. That was a gap as wide as a chasm. In the Devata realms, only great overarching golden celestials were considered true powerhouses. City Governor, are there any great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are two great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County. One of them is our county governor. As for the other person, Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with hatred when he mentioned the other person. It was as though he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. The other person is the first revered elder who killed your direct disciple and forced you to leave the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County to come to bloody Spectre City. Isn't that the first revered elder? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Based on Lu Fenggu's reaction, he could guess who the other great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County was. Yes, it's him. Lu Fenggu took a deep breath to suppress the hatred in his heart before he nodded. A great overarching golden celestial. Governor, you're really good at making things difficult for me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Although Lu Fenggu had promised Duan Lingtian that if he felt that Duan Lingtian should not be killed after he arrived at the county city of 9 Spectres County, it would not be considered a breach of the promise. However, after spending some time with Lu Fenggu, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Lu Fenggu's character. Lu Fenggu was most likely not lying to him. There was a high chance that the other person should be killed. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to escape from this agreement. With your celestial methods, divine abilities, and the ability to steal other people's celestial weapons, you might be able to defeat him even if you haven't become a great overarching golden celestial. With your innate talent, it won't take long for you to break through and become a violet sun golden celestial, a peak golden celestial. As long as you become a violet sun golden celestial, you'll be able to overcome the gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial. You'll be able to capture him and bring him to me so I can kill him. Lu Fenggu said confidently. The gap between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was huge. However, with the various means that the purple-clad young man had mastered, it was possible for him to cross that gap and defeat a great overarching golden celestial with his cultivation base of an ordinary gold celestial. Governor, you really think highly of me. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly again. It's not that I think highly of you, but you have the potential. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he changed the topic. Brother Lingtian, what did you do after leaving the city governor's estate today? I went to buy some memory celestial talismans that recorded the basic knowledge of the Devata realms. After all, I've just ascended to the Devata realms, so there are many things I don't know yet. Duan Lingtian said. That's true. Lu Fenggu nodded. When I first ascended to the Devata realms, I didn't know much about the Devata realms either. It was only after I completed my service in the celestial stone mine in another city that I regained my freedom that I learned about the Devata realms. The city governor is also an ascender? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. A hint of reminiscence could be seen in his eyes as he said, It's been more than 1,000 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, I wasn't as strong as you. I was captured and sent to the celestial stone mine as soon as I ascended. It's been more than 1,000 years, but you still haven't become a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian did not expect Lu Fenggu had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for such a long time. Do you think everyone is like you? Lu Fenggu said with a hint of annoyance when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, even I'm considered one of the most talented ascenders. After ascending for more than 1,000 years, I've already become an indigo sun golden celestial. Back then, it took me a few decades to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial and become a violet moon heavenly celestial. However, it only took you a few months. Although the cultivation environment and resources I enjoyed back then were not as good as yours, your innate talent is heaven-defying compared to those who have ascended from the mundane realms. Lu Fenggu continued to praise Duan Lingtian for his heaven-defying innate talent. Even though I've ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for more than 1,000 years, I've never heard of anyone who managed to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months. Apart from that, I've never heard of anyone with monstrous innate talent in the Devata realms who managed to break through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time. Lu Fenggu continued to say. Lu Fenggu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He was not surprised by Lu Fenggu's words. After all, he had 99 heavenly veins. He was not an ordinary celestial. City Governor. Chapter 26-26. Celestial Fire. Lu Fenggu's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was very sensitive to the word celestial fire. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu would have such a reaction. After a while, Lu Fenggu regained his senses and nodded. A celestial fire is the foundation of a celestial alchemist and a celestial weapon craftsman. Are you interested in a celestial fire, Brother Lingtian? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When I was in the mundane realm, I used to be an alchemist and a weapon craftsman. Through the memory celestial talisman, I learned about alchemy and weapon crafting in the Devata realms. I discovered that the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms are similar to the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the Devata realms. In fact, I can use the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms to refine pills and weapons in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are many outstanding celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms. They're only able to stand out because of their foundation in alchemy and weapons crafting in the mundane realms. In the Devata realms, although there are differences in pill refinement and weapon forging techniques, the most important thing is still the celestial fire. Without a celestial fire, it's impossible for you to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman no matter how skilled you are. Lu Fenggu said. Brother Lingtian, let's put aside the fact that a celestial fire is hard to come by. What's the highest grade of celestial pills and celestial weapons you can refine in the Devata realms with your alchemy and weapon crafting techniques? Lu Fenggu asked. Many people who had ascended to the Devata realms had high attainments in pill refinement and weapon crafting. Once they obtained a high-grade celestial fire, they would be able to refine mediocre celestial pills, mediocre celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. Naturally, there were very few people who were able to refine prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the mundane realms. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. I don't have a problem refining prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. As for the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons, I'll have to continue studying it. I don't think I need to refine it, I need to refine it, Duan Lingtian said. He did not feel there was a need to conceal it. After all, without a celestial fire, he would still Lingtian would celestial had Fenggu's Lu Feng's knowledge was a Alalal alchemist. It was the speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had the heart. He Fenggu heard done, s heard do as he Lu heard do as soon as he said s. He was he. He Duan was there Duan Lingtian? For this reason, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It should be noted that those who had just ascended to the Devata realms who were capable of refining prominent celestial pills and prominent celestial weapons were extremely rare even if they did not possess a celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's cultivation innate talent could be said to be heaven-defying, and it had already shocked him greatly. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's alchemy and weapon crafting techniques. Unfortunately, without a celestial fire, it's impossible for me to study the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian sighed. Brother Lingtian. Lu Fenggu narrowed his eyes as his expression turned solemn. It was as though he had made up his mind. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu in confusion. He had also noticed Lu Fenggu's strange expression. After you've avenged me, I'll give you a clue about the celestial fire. I'll tell you where it is, and you can go and collect it. Moreover, the celestial fire might not be as simple as a primitive celestial fire. It might be a mediocre celestial fire. Lu Fenggu said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You have a clue about the celestial fire? Moreover, it might be a mediocre celestial fire? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would have a clue about the celestial fire. Moreover, the celestial fire might be a mediocre celestial fire. After recovering from his surprise, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I obtained this clue by accident before I left the county city of Nine Spectres County. I've been to the place where the celestial fire is hidden, but I didn't have the ability to obtain it. I think one would have to be a great overarching golden celestial to obtain the celestial fire. Although I didn't manage to obtain the celestial fire, I set up a few concealment formations at the place where the celestial fire is hidden. Unless one's a great overarching golden celestial or stronger uses their divine consciousness to search the area, it's impossible to find it. Lu Fenggu continued to say, at that time, when I discovered I didn't have the ability to obtain the celestial fire, I thought of telling Lord County Governor about it. However, my direct disciple was killed by Zhou Tong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with rage when he reached the end of his sentence. I went to look for Lord County Governor and asked him for help. I had already planned to tell Lord County Governor about the celestial fire if he was willing to stand up for my direct disciple. However, for the sake of the bigger picture, Lord County Governor only said a few words to Zhou Tong. Naturally, I knew I had no choice but to do so even if I were Lord County Governor. After all, Zhou Tong was the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. He was second only to Lord County Governor in Nine Spectres County. After that, I was forced to leave by Zhou Tong. Although I don't resent Lord County Governor, I didn't intend to tell him about the celestial fire. I kept it in my heart and thought I'd obtain the celestial fire if I had the chance to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he continued to speak. For this reason, after I came to Bloody Spectre City, I searched for a lot of memory celestial talismans that were related to pill refinement and weapon forging. However, before I obtained the celestial fire, I didn't know how to refine pills or forge weapons. I could only understand some theories. Lu Fenggu could not help but smile bitterly as he continued to say, at that time, I regretted not studying alchemy and equipment crafting when I was still in the mundane realm. Since you want the celestial fire, why are you telling me about the celestial fire now? Moreover, you promised that you'll tell me the location of the celestial fire if I help you take revenge? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The reason I told you about the celestial fire is because, Lu Fenggu replied bluntly to Duan Lingtian's question. First, it's because I don't know if I'll be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. If I don't, I can only keep the secret to myself or let someone else take advantage of it. Second, it's because your pill refinement and weapon forging skills are not low. Moreover, your innate talent is heaven-defying. Your future is limitless. Giving you the celestial fire is a form of good karma between us. Perhaps, I'll be able to benefit more from this than if I were to obtain the celestial fire. Lu Fenggu's words were frank and straightforward, without any intention of hiding anything. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes at the right time. City Governor, after hearing your words, I wish I could grow a pair of wings and fly to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County to capture revered elder Zhou Tong and bring him to you for you to deal with. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The celestial fire was too tempting for him. With your current cultivation base, even if you're stronger than most golden celestials, you're still not strong enough to deal with Zhou Tong. For this reason, even if you go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, you won't be able to avenge me in a short time. Lu Fenggu shook his head. I know. However, the celestial fire is too tempting for me. Moreover, you said the celestial fire is likely to be a mediocre celestial fire. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. If a person possessed a primitive celestial fire, it meant that he possessed the ability to deter almost all great overarching golden celestials. He would be able to make great overarching golden celestials hesitate to act against him. If a person possessed a mediocre celestial fire, they would be able to deter overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were stronger than great overarching golden celestials. If a mediocre celestial alchemist or celestial weapons craftsman decided to die together with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, They would only have to detonate their mediocre celestial fire when they were within 1,000 meters of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial fire. On the other hand, a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial might be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial alchemist, but they would still have to pay a heavy price. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the celestial fire was not a mediocre celestial alchemist. Not only could the celestial fire be used to refine celestial pills and celestial weapons, but it could also be used to intimidate great overarching golden celestials and overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Indeed, it's very likely to be a mediocre celestial fire. However, I'm not 100% certain. I just feel like it's very different from the primitive celestial fires I've heard about. It's not as simple as a primitive celestial fire, Lu Fenggu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's very different from a primitive celestial fire? Then, is it different from a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Brother Lingtian, Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile on his face, I've only heard of primitive celestial fires. I haven't even heard of mediocre celestial fires, let alone prominent celestial fires and supreme celestial fires. If that's the case, does this mean the celestial fire might be a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire?